What if your next swim could summon a creature that would turn your very blood to ice? The ocean, a shimmering facade of tranquility, hides a grotesque underbelly more terrifying than your worst nightmares. What monstrous behemoths lurk beneath the waves, waiting for the unwary to stray too far from the shore? From the brackish murk of ancient legends emerge titans of terror, entities so vile they could make a kraken look like a friendly dolphin. The leviathans of old whisper secrets in the salt breeze, their presence felt in every crashing wave. Each tale holds a riddle wrapped in enigmas, a cacophony of horror that begs to be heard. Picture the Sicalia, half woman, half octopus, seducing sailors with promises of bliss before dragging them into her abyss. What happens when beauty morphs into monstrous hunger? Consider the origins of the sea serpent, a creature so colossal it could swallow a ship whole. Could it be the spirit of sailors lost at sea or a manifestation of the ocean's wrath? The answers are as elusive as the creatures themselves, lurking just beyond the reach of understanding. And then there's the fearsome Nakalevi, a skinless horror with a heart of rotting seaweed. Its screech could curdle milk, while its breath could wilt the strongest flowers. Who would dare to cross its path? What fate awaits those who do? Unforgiving waves cradle these ancient horrors, their tales echoing through time like the fading cries of the damned. Every monster carries a story, a warning that the bravest hearts often harbor the darkest fates. Could they be guardians of ancient knowledge? Or simply the vengeful spirits of the drowned, eternally angry at the living? The ocean's depths pulse with secrets more intoxicating than the finest wine. Perhaps this is the allure that keeps us coming back for more, even as we play with death. Sailors have spun yarns about the Merrow, enchanting fishwomen who weave their songs from the voices of the lost. But what price must one pay for such beauty? A soul? A life? A chance at salvation turned to folly? Each mystery entwines itself with another, a sordid tapestry of fear and fascination that wraps around your mind. Are they real? Are they mere illusions born from the minds of men who dared to dream? But here's the kicker, what if the fantastical is true? What if you're one heartbeat away from becoming the next tale whispered around a flickering fire? The ocean isn't just a body of water, it's a living, breathing organism, teeming with nightmares and dreams. In the dark corners of the sea, monsters wait, biding their time, hungry for the unwary, forever entwined with the very fabric of our fears. Are you ready to confront the horrors that could change everything you thought you knew? Because once you wade into this murky abyss, there's no turning back. The salt air stings, sharp and relentless, as the waves crash against the jagged rocks, echoing the thunder of a heart under siege. I stand on the cliff's edge, the wind howling like a banshee, each gust a reminder of the abyss below. Something lurks in that darkness, something ancient and primal, pulling at the taste of fear in my throat. A shadow slips beneath the surface, a fleeting whisper of scales and fangs, and suddenly, I am a child again, wide-eyed and trembling, clutching my mother's hand as she spun tales of leviathans and krakens that haunted the deep. Why do we conjure monsters from the depths? There's something beguiling, intoxicating about the unknown, the very essence of human nature. I remember the stories, the hushed tones around flickering fires, the way my father's eyes would widen with every word, as if the ocean itself was breathing life into his voice. Each story was a thread, weaving between truth and terror, binding us together in a dance of fear and fascination. But it wasn't just the stories that haunted me. It was the faces of the men, the sailors who braved the unknown, their hopes soaring with the gulls, only to crash against the rocks of despair. Thomas, my brother, stood among them, his laughter ringing like a bell in my memory, bright and reckless. I remember the night he left, the wooden ship creaking like an old man, the lanterns flickering with the promise of adventure. He kissed my forehead and whispered, "There are monsters in the sea, but I'll be back." Now, those words echo like a curse, a promise turned to ash. The air thickens with tension, and I find myself staring at the horizon where the sun bleeds into the water, a fiery heart plunging into the depths. The stories seem to come alive, the winds carrying whispers of monsters that twist and coil beneath the waves, waiting for the unwary, a siren's call that beckons like a lover and devours like a beast. And I wonder, was Thomas taken by a myth, or did the sea simply decide to keep him? The fishermen gather on the docks, their faces lined with the weight of the ocean's secrets. I watch them, their hands rough as they pull nets heavy with despair. Old Man Gentry, a prophet of sorts, speaks of the sea's wrath. It's not just a tale, lass, he rasps, his voice cracking like dry wood. The monsters are real. They're the souls of those who've drowned, the ones lost to the abyss. His eyes shimmer with a madness that both terrifies and fascinates me. I want to believe him. I do. Because if those tales are true, then maybe, just maybe, Thomas still lives among them. The darkness pulls at me, and I am drawn into the shadows of my memories. I recall the night my mother recited the ancient verses, her voice soft yet fierce, as if she were conjuring spirits from the depths. Beware the sea, she warned, for it hides the things we fear most. But what could she know? A woman bound to the shore, yearning for the adventure she would never have. I shiver, caught in the web of her fears, realizing that perhaps the monsters live within us too, feeding on our desires, our regrets. And then, there's Elena. Her laughter was a balm, a sweet melody that echoed through the halls of my heart even as we grew apart. She was wild, a dreamer who painted the ocean with colors of hope, refusing to let the darkness win. But that wildness came with a price. I remember the day she found me at the edge of the cliff, staring out into the endless blue. "What are you waiting for?" she asked, her voice a mixture of challenge and concern. "The sea won't call your name, you have to jump." I laughed, but deep inside, I feared the leap might take me where Thomas had gone. Days turned into nights, nights into an eternity, and soon the sea became a character in our lives, a relentless force that shaped our destinies. We would gather, me, Elena, and Thomas, laughing in the twilight, weaving our stories into a tapestry of joy and terror. But the sea listened, and it grew hungry for our fears, feeding off our secrets. Thomas would tease Elena, daring her to venture further into the waves, and she would laugh, her eyes alight with mischief. "The monsters can't catch me," she'd say, "not if I dance with the tide." Yet, deep down, I sensed the truth: monsters lurk in the shadows, waiting to pounce. I remember the night of the storm, the wind howling like a banshee. The waves roared, crashing against the shoreline, a symphony of chaos that drowned out our laughter. In the midst of it all, we stood together, adrenaline coursing through our veins. I could see the fear in Elena's eyes, a flicker of doubt, as she stared into the heart of the storm. "What if it's true?" she whispered. "What if the monsters are real?" And then Thomas, bold as ever, grinned. "Let them come. I'll fight them with my bare hands." But even as he spoke, I saw the tremor in his fingers, the way his bravado wavered like the flickering candlelight. The night spiraled, and the sea pulled at us, as if to claim its prize. In that moment, a shadow slipped beneath the waves, a darkness that felt alive. I remember the sound of shifting water, the eerie silence that fell, and how my heart raced, the blood pounding in my ears. I reached for Elena, my hand trembling, and together we faced the unknown. But what could we do? We were just children playing at monsters, unaware that the real fear lay not in the depths of the ocean, but in our very souls. And now, as I stand upon this cliff, haunted by memories, I wonder, what is the true origin of the sea monsters? Are they the echoes of lost hopes, the ghosts of sailors who dared to dream? Or are they fragments of our own fears, taking shape in the depths? The waves roar, the abyss calls, and the shadows whisper, pulling me closer, as if to remind me that the monsters are not just of the sea, they are born from the heart, and they will always be watching, waiting for the moment when we dare to look away. The storm roared across the water, a living thing, a beast unleashed. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the dark waves that churned like a boiling cauldron. In that moment, the air crackled with something electric, primal. I stood on the deck, soaked to the bone, my heart racing, the taste of salt and fear heavy on my tongue. The ship creaked and groaned, a shuddering testament to our fragility against the fury of the sea. My fingers gripped the railing, knuckles white, and all around me, men shouted, their faces stark with terror. But I was not afraid, not of the storm. I was afraid of what lurked beneath the surface. I remembered the old tales, whispered by firelight, stories of Leviathan, the biblical sea serpent, a monster whose very name sent shivers through the bravest of souls. "He twists in the depths," the fishermen said, their faces pale, eyes wide. "With a roar that shakes the heavens." I felt that roar in my bones now, an echo of all my fears, of all that I had ever lost. Beside me, Isaac stood, drenched and trembling. His eyes were wild, reflecting the chaos around us, but within him smoldered a desperate anger. He was searching for something, maybe redemption, perhaps revenge. I didn't know what demons haunted him, but I could see them etched in the lines of his face, the way his jaw clenched and unclenched, like a man grappling with an unseen enemy. "It's out there," he muttered, voice barely rising above the howling wind. "I know it is. I can feel it." "Feel what?" I asked, though my heart was already screaming the answer. I could feel it too, that dark, gnawing certainty. The Leviathan was real, the ghost of the abyss, the spectre of our own fears made flesh. "You mean to tell me you're searching for a monster? One that devoured ships whole?" He turned to me, and in that gaze, I saw not just terror but something deeper, something raw and unfiltered. "I need to confront it," he said, his voice cracking like the thunder above. "I can't keep running. Not anymore." The wind screamed, and the ship pitched violently, sending us both sprawling. I could taste the acrid tang of panic, sweet as death itself. My heart raced, a drumbeat of impending doom. The storm felt alive, each wave a fist pounding against our fragile vessel, and in the back of my mind, a persistent thought whispered, even if we survived the storm, would we survive what lay beneath? Anna, my sister, was below deck, and I could hear her voice, strained and pleading. "Please, God, not again. Not like this." She was our anchor, the heart of the ship, yet here she was, trapped in her own storm of fear. I wanted to comfort her, to tell her we'd be okay, but how could I promise that when I could barely convince myself? She was the last piece of warmth in a world gone cold, and the thought of losing her sent icy fingers wrapping around my throat. "Isaac!" I shouted over the chaotic chorus of wind and water, "We need to get below. We can't leave her alone." Fear clawed at my chest, but it was a different kind of fear, one that paralyzed me from moving, from acting. The storm was merely a backdrop to the real terror, the Leviathan lurking just out of sight. He didn't respond, his gaze fixed on the roiling waves. "It's coming," he said, as if the storm itself had become an omen. "Can't you feel it? Like a heartbeat beneath the waves." And there it was, a pulse, a rhythm that echoed through the tempest. My stomach churned, not just from the storm but from that primal instinct of survival. Was it the fear of the beast or the fear of confronting my own demons? I could feel my heart thrumming in time with the monstrous rhythm, each beat drawing me deeper into a realm of terror that I could scarcely comprehend. "Isaac!" I screamed, desperation bleeding into my voice. "We have to go." I grabbed his arm, and in that moment, I saw the flicker of a memory in his eyes, his mother, lost to the sea, swallowed by the very darkness we now faced. The Leviathan wasn't just a creature, it was the embodiment of his grief, the monstrous form of every loss he had ever endured. "Let it come," he whispered, voice trembling, resolve hardening. "I won't run anymore. I won't be a coward." His words struck me like a lightning bolt. This wasn't just about facing a beast, it was about confronting our own shadows, the ghosts that haunted us. I felt the air grow thick with tension, every breath a struggle against the weight of our fears. And then, just as the storm reached a fever pitch, a massive shadow surged beneath the waves, a colossal shape, dark and impossibly vast. For a heartbeat, time froze, and I was swallowed by an abyss of dread. The Leviathan rose, scales glistening like obsidian, eyes glowing with a malevolent intelligence as the ship rocked violently beneath it. "Anna!" I screamed, but my voice was lost in the cacophony. It was a moment suspended, fear hanging in the air like the weight of the world. I turned to Isaac, and the resolve in his expression was eclipsed by primal terror. He was unarmed, unprepared, and yet he stood taller, a warrior in the face of the unfathomable. "Together," he said, and I felt the strength of his hand clasp mine. "We face it together." The Leviathan breached the surface, the world erupting in chaos, a tempest of water and fury. Time unraveled, shadows danced across the waves, and I knew we were no longer just fighting a sea monster, we were fighting for our very souls. The storm roared, the Leviathan loomed, and every heartbeat echoed the unending cycle of fear and courage, despair and hope. In that breathless moment, I realized this wasn't just a fight against the beast, it was a confrontation with everything we had ever feared. And with that weight pressing down upon us, we took a step toward the abyss, ready to face whatever horrors awaited in the depths. The ship's hull shuddered like a living thing, a sound swallowed by the howling winds and the roar of the waves. I gripped the railing, knuckles white, heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. It felt as if the ocean itself was breathing, deep and hungry, waiting for something, or someone, to break the surface. My breath came in shallow gasps, each inhalation tinged with the salt of fear. The storm had come from nowhere, a dark cloak unfurling over the horizon, smothering the sun in a brooding embrace. In the chaos, I caught sight of Eliza, her dark hair whipping around her face like a tempest. I remembered her laughter just hours before, a sweet melody that soothed the heart. Now, her eyes were wide with terror, grasping at the fraying edges of sanity. "We have to hold on," she shouted, voice nearly drowned by the thunderous roar of the sea. I wanted to believe her, wanted to feel the conviction radiating from her words, but as I looked around, I saw the truth lurking in the shadows of the storm. And then, I saw it. A shape beneath the waves, undulating and massive, emerging like a phantom from a nightmare. The Kraken! Whispers of its terror had drifted through the taverns and sailors' tales, but no one had truly prepared us for the real thing. The legends had been nothing but flippant stories shared over mugs of ale, until now. I remembered the stories my father told me as a child, his voice low and gravelly like the ocean depths. "Beware the creature that dwells in the black," he'd said, his gaze turning distant, as if he could see the beast lurking just beneath the waves. "It's a hunger that knows no bounds." I had laughed then, thinking it all a farce, a tall tale meant to scare little boys. But now? My laughter was replaced by a scream lodged in my throat, drowning in the salty air. "Hold the line," barked Captain Rourke, his voice booming over the storm, a lion's roar lost amidst the clamor. He stood at the helm, resolute, though I could see his own fear flickering like a candle flame. Rourke was a man who had sailed these waters for decades, yet here he was, facing something that even he could not tame. I felt a surge of admiration, mixed with desperation, as he rallied the crew. "We face the beast together." But how could we face a creature born of shadows and fury? The ship rocked violently, as if it too was alive, terrified and pleading for mercy. My heart raced as the Kraken breached the surface, dark tentacles lashing out like vengeful spirits, grasping at the ship with a strength that could shatter bone. I could hear the wood splintering, an agonizing howl that matched the storm's fury. And Eliza! My Eliza! She was there at the edge of the deck, frozen in terror as the world around us twisted into chaos. I wanted to reach for her, to pull her back from the edge, from the gaping maw of despair that threatened to swallow us whole. "Eliza!" I shouted, the sound lost in the tumult. I could see the panic etched into her features, the way her hands trembled, as if she were caught in a dream from which she could not awaken. The tension coiled between us, a fraying wire ready to snap, yet the bond of our shared fear tethered us together. In that moment, I remembered the hollow ache of her absence when I had pushed her away, convinced that I was too flawed to be worthy of her light. But now, as the darkness encroached, it became clear, love is not a fairy tale, it is a battle, fought against demons both inside and out. As the Kraken's tentacles wrapped around the ship, I lunged toward her, my heart a wild beast in my chest. "Get down!" I screamed, and in that split second, I felt the connection pull taut. Her eyes met mine, a fleeting moment where everything else faded. There was no storm, no monster thrashing about in the depths, only us, suspended in time. The roar of the Kraken echoed like a curse, and something primal sparked in my chest. "We fight!" I yelled, defiance surging through me as I faced the beast. The crew rallied around me, fear giving way to a burning resolve. We would not go gently into that dark night. The world may have been swallowed by shadows, but in the flickering light of our defiance, we would carve out our place. We fought, not just against the creature, but against the very essence of despair. Each swing of our axes, each scream of defiance in the face of the night, was a testament to our humanity, to our refusal to bow down to the abyss. The Kraken's tentacles crashed around us like thunder, splintering wood and shattering dreams, but we were born of the sea, and we would not be broken. The cold water drenched me, a bitter chill that seeped into my bones, and still I fought. I could see Eliza, her eyes fierce with fire, swinging a makeshift weapon, a broken oar, against the monstrous appendage that threatened to pull her into the depths. "With me!" I yelled, and she came, fierce as the storm, our hearts beating in unison against the chaos. But every heartbeat was a reminder of the shadows looming above, the darkness that threatened to consume us. The Kraken roared again, a sound that echoed through the very marrow of my bones, promising destruction, despair, and a finality that chilled the soul. I wondered, in that fleeting moment, if legends were merely echoes of truth, whispers of a reality too terrifying to accept. And then, as the storm raged on, the shadows deepened, and time twisted in on itself. The clock on the ship's wall ticked away, each second echoing the heartbeat of fear. I remembered the stories, the warnings, the ghosts of sailors long lost to the depths. I remembered the night my father taught me how to sail, his voice a steady anchor against the tides of uncertainty. "A man doesn't fear the storm," he'd said, "he learns to dance with it." The dance had begun. And as the Kraken surged, I felt Eliza's hand grip mine, and together we stepped into the maelstrom, ready to embrace the chaos. The ship rocked, the waves crashed, and as the darkness closed in, I realized this was not just a fight for survival, it was a fight for every flicker of hope that had ever flickered in the night. The storm continued to howl, the Kraken continued to thrash, but united, we faced the abyss, and I knew, this was only the beginning. The sea roared, a furious beast rising from the depths, and I stood rooted to the spot, my heart thrumming like a war drum. The air was thick with salt and dread, sharp enough to cut through skin. I remember the first time I heard her name, Scylla. It echoed in my mind like a curse, an omen that twisted my gut into knots. 6 heads, each one a ravenous maw, hungry for flesh and drenched in the blood of sailors who dared to pass too close to her lair. The fog rolled in, thick and suffocating, a shroud hiding the horrors that lay just beyond my sight. It was that moment I felt the weight of every decision I had ever made. The world tilted, and suddenly, I was acutely aware of the fragile threads binding fate to desire. A heartbeat. Another. Each second dragged, the tension rising like the tide. I wasn't alone. Beside me stood Lysandra, her eyes wide, reflecting the stormy sea like twin mirrors of fear. She was every bit the warrior, yet in this moment, I saw the girl beneath the armor, the one who dreamt of glory but was now drowning in uncertainty. I could feel her breath hitching, each gasp a prayer whispered to gods who had long turned their backs. "What if she sees us?" Lysandra's voice trembled, breaking the thick silence, threading through the air like a needle stitching together frayed nerves. I remember drawing in a sharp breath, the salty air burning my lungs. We either fight or turn back. There's no other way. The truth hung heavily between us, an unspoken promise of bloodshed. The darkness of the sea seemed to thrum with life, a heartbeat that was not our own. As the waves crashed against jagged rocks, I pictured Scylla, monstrous and magnificent, a tormentor born of anguish and betrayal. The very essence of rage and grief, her 6 heads thrashing, eyes glowing with a hunger that could devour the stars. Then there was Callias, a brooding figure behind us, his brow furrowed in concentration. He was the strategist, yet tonight, he seemed more ghost than man. Tormented thoughts swirled around him, shadows lurking just out of reach. I could see the internal struggle etched on his face, each decision weighed against the lives of those who would pay the price. "If we're caught, it's not just us who will suffer," he murmured, his voice low and gravelly. "There are families waiting." The children, his words hung in the air, a silent reminder of the stakes. I felt the chill of his fear seep into my bones, a numbing dread that threatened to shatter my resolve. Time twisted around us, bending and warping as the fog thickened. I could see flashes of Scylla in my mind, her 6 heads, a tangle of serpents, eyes flickering with malice, mouth snarling, teeth gleaming like knives under the pale moonlight. "I remember the stories," I said, my voice trembling, how sailors spoke of her with both terror and awe. They said she was once beautiful, cursed by a jealous goddess. A woman turned beast. What happens when beauty turns to monstrosity? The question hung like a storm cloud over us, heavy and oppressive. Lysandra clenched her fists, knuckles white against the encroaching darkness. We'll confront her. We fight to survive, but what if we fail? What if she's too powerful? The doubt seeped into her words, a poison that threatened to sap her courage. In that moment, I recognized the fear that gripped her, not just of Scylla, but of becoming another victim in a tale of tragedy. I reached out, squeezing her shoulder, grounding us both in the present. We will not become victims, I declared, my voice fierce, igniting a flicker of determination in her eyes. The sea churned violently, it roared a warning. I could feel it in my bones, Scylla was near. The darkness around us pulsed, alive with the consequence of our choices. I inhaled deeply, tasting the brine on my tongue, and stared into the abyss that was about to open before us. Remember our dreams, Lysandra. We fight for them. For every tear we've shed, every moment we've stolen. Scylla won't take that from us. But as the fog began to clear, an ominous shadow loomed toward us, colossal and terrifying. The first head appeared, rising like a nightmare from the depths, scales glistening in the dim light. I could feel my heart racing, echoing the sound of the waves crashing against the rocks. There was no turning back now. The confrontation was upon us, and every choice had led to this moment. Callias gritted his teeth, the resolve hardening in his eyes. We face her together. He stepped forward as if to shield us both, a protector forged from desperation. The other heads broke the surface, each one a twisted reflection of fury and hunger, a manifestation of all the pain Scylla had endured. The air crackled with tension, a prelude to the chaos that would soon erupt. In that fleeting moment, I saw everything, the dreams we held, the ugly truths we concealed, and the fear that bound us tightly. We were all flawed, stumbling through this life in search of purpose, haunted by shadows of our own making. I felt the horror wrap around me like a shroud, suffocating yet electric. Each breath was a reminder that we were alive, a stark contrast against the inevitability of death that loomed. And then she roared, a sound that resonated deep within the marrow of my bones, a primal scream that shattered the night, echoing through the fog and crashing against our hearts. The six heads lunged, a whirlwind of teeth and fury, and in that moment, I understood, we were not just fighting a monster, we were fighting our own nightmares, our own fears, and the haunting specters of our pasts. Yet, even surrounded by chaos, the flicker of hope remained. The battle was not simply against Scylla, but a fight for our very souls. Time blurred as we charged forward into the abyss, adrenaline coursing through our veins. I could feel the electric tension between fear and resolve, a dance of life and death. As we plunged into the heart of the storm, I clung to that thought, knowing full well that to confront Scylla was to confront ourselves. And sometimes, the fiercest monsters lie within. The ship rocked violently, a cruel mockery by the sea, flinging salt water like 1,000 daggers against the faces of the desperate. Screams pierced the air, voices melding into a cacophony of terror. I stood at the bow, heart hammering against my ribcage, hands gripping the splintered wood as the ocean churned beneath us, an abyss waiting to swallow us whole. Charybdis, they called her, a monster with jaws wide enough to consume the very sky. I could feel her icy breath on my skin, a shiver that transcended the saltwater spray. Look! A voice clawed through the noise, raw and frantic. I turned, meeting the wide, terror-filled eyes of my brother, Alaric. He was always the brave one, the protector. But in that moment, terror pulled the corners of his mouth downward into a grimace. She's rising. The whirlpool, dark and raging, spun like a heart torn from the chest of the sea. It roared with hunger, a vortex of madness that pulled at my very soul. I remembered our childhood, how we'd dare each other to swim just a little farther into the deep, how we laughed at the whispers of mermaids and krakens. Those whispers felt like shadows now, twisted and mocking, as if the stories themselves were alive, reveling in our downfall. Alaric! I yelled, but the words faltered in the storm. We were standing on the precipice of oblivion. The ship heaved as waves crashed against her sides, and I could almost hear the wood groaning, surrendering. Charybdis was patient, she waited with a predator's grace, her maw a void that called to us with an irresistible allure. I turned back to the chaos, the crew scrambling like ants, faces etched with despair. A man screamed as he was swept overboard, swallowed by the dark water, his last breath a haunting echo. I squeezed my eyes shut, the sound ringing in my ears like a death knell. I had to fight this. Hold fast! I shouted, though my own voice trembled. We can't let her take us. Can't you see? Alaric's voice was a frayed whisper now, his eyes wide, glistening like storm clouds. It's too late. She's hungry, and we're the feast. Those words dredged up a memory, our mother's stories, how she spoke of Charybdis in hushed tones by the flickering fire, her eyes darting to the shadows. She waits for the foolish, she'd said, to drown them in despair. I could hear her voice like a ghost, pulling me back into the depths of the haunting place. The ship lurched again, and I staggered, falling onto my knees. The world spun, and I was lost, drowning in panic, gasping for air. No! I cried, though the sound was swallowed by the winds, swallowed by the monster that lurked below. The ocean churned with rage, pulling at my legs, whispering promises of release. A dark comfort amidst chaos. Help me! I turned, reaching for Alaric, but a wave crashed between us, separating us like the chasm of despair that threatened to swallow the world. I could see his face, distorted by fear, as he struggled against the water, fighting against the inevitable. Alaric! The name crumbled in my throat, a desperate prayer. He was slipping away, the very image of strength faltering before my eyes. With every turn of the whirlpool, it felt as though Charybdis was mocking us, the laughter of the sea resonating in the depths. I remembered the days when he'd teach me to sail, his laughter carrying on the wind, a melody that clung to the very air we breathed. But now, darkness painted our memories with strokes of despair. Fight! I screamed into the storm, the words clawing their way from my heart. Fight her! But Charybdis was relentless, a creature of the deep, her hunger insatiable. I could see her, a shadowy maw, a gaping wound in the fabric of reality, and I was terrified. Terrified of the darkness, terrified of losing him, terrified of losing us. My heart raced like the storm, a wild creature desperate for freedom, yet anchored to the weight of the moment. Together! Alaric shouted, his voice breaking through the chaos. We'll fight together. But how? How could we fight an entity like her? I looked at him then, really looked, his eyes were mirrors reflecting my own fear, our shared past colliding with the present in a kaleidoscope of memories. I remembered the bond we shared, two souls intertwined, battling the shadows of our fears. Together, I echoed, a fragile thread of hope knitting courage into this moment. The ship tilted, a ferocious tilt that made the world bend and twist, and I saw the wake of destruction Charybdis left in her wake, the remnants of dreams, lives, love, all swallowed by the dark. But I would not let her take us. Grab the mast! I shouted, my voice breaking the barrier of despair. We hold fast. Alaric nodded, determination igniting in his eyes. We pulled ourselves toward the mast, hands shaking, hearts racing. I could feel the pull of the whirlpool beneath us, the tantalizing whisper of surrender nudging at my mind. I remembered my mother's warning, how hope could flicker like a flame in the wind, fragile yet powerful. We wrapped our arms around the mast, the wood cool against our skin, a lifeline between us and the abyss. Together we fought, our bodies trembling as the ship lurched and bucked, the whirlpool howling like a banshee, but we held on. The waves crashed around us, washing over our resolve, but we were more than mere passengers. We were survivors. In that moment, an understanding blossomed, not just of battle, but of love, of fear, of the fierce bond that tethered us to each other. Time blurred, seconds stretched into eternity, moments elongated into an endless battle against the monstrous tide. In the chaos, I remembered the power of our shared laughter, the way we had always found light in darkness, and it filled me with an unyielding resolve. And so we fought through the tempest, hand in hand, hearts beating like war drums, facing the insatiable maw of Charybdis, our souls ablaze with defiance. Each heartbeat echoed in the air, a reminder that we were alive, against the odds. The ship churned, the whirlpool roared, and the battle raged on, but we were not defeated. we would not be lost to her darkness. The fight was far from over, it was only just beginning. The wind howled like a banshee, whipping through the ancient ziggurats that towered above the city of Babylon. It was a night thick with anticipation, the sky a gaping maw of darkness, pregnant with the weight of unshed storms. Somewhere in the distance, a child cried, a sound that twisted like a knife in the belly of the night. I remember the shadows shifting, dancing in the flickering glow of torches, their light revealing faces twisted in fear, eyes wide with the knowing that something terrible was coming. The air crackled, thunder rumbling, but it wasn't just the storm, it was fear, palpable and suffocating. I could feel it in my bones, an ancient dread that twisted my gut, a whisper of a looming terror. And in that moment, I remembered her name, Tiamat, the primordial dragon, a nightmare spun from the very fabric of creation. She was not a fairy tale, she was the dark echo of the cosmos, the rage of the oceans, the very breath of chaos that had birthed the world. I stood there, frozen between the fear that gripped my heart and the urgency that clawed at my throat. My fingers traced the contours of a dagger, its hilt cool against my palm, a pathetic comfort against the impending storm. There was nothing heroic about me, just a man caught in an extraordinary moment, grappling with the fragments of a life half-lived, holding onto hope like a frayed rope pulled taut. Beside me, there was Ishtar, the goddess of war and love, whose fierce spirit blazed even in the darkest moments. Her eyes flashed with a fire that belied her vulnerability. She was a warrior but also a woman caught in the throes of a tumultuous heart. "We can't let her win," she breathed, a desperate fierceness in her voice, her words mingling with the wind. But what did winning even mean in the face of Tiamat? The dragon was chaos incarnate, an ancient rage that had once roamed the primordial waters. She was not merely a beast, she was a mother, scorned and betrayed, her fury rippling through the very fabric of reality. I felt the weight of history press upon my chest. My ancestors had whispered of her sins and her sorrows, a tale woven into the tapestry of time, a cosmic ballet of creation and destruction. I remember, I whispered, more to myself than to Ishtar. The stories of old. The gods had to band together to defeat her, to slice her into pieces that became the heavens and the earth. With each heartbeat, the shadows grew thicker, consuming the light, and I felt the pulse of panic thrum through the air. Time seemed to stretch, elongating seconds into eternities, my thoughts racing. What had we done to awaken her? What sacrifices had been demanded? I could see the echoes of madness in the eyes of those around me, the desperation that thrummed like a living thing, clawing at the edges of sanity. Then, from the depths of the chaos, a voice sliced through the tension, a low, resonant growl that sent chills racing down my spine. It reverberated through the earth, a sound both ancient and new, echoing the pain of creation itself. My heart stuttered, caught in a web of primal fear. Tiamat was near. The ground trembled, and the city seemed to hold its breath, the air thick with an electric charge. I saw a flicker in the shadows, a shape coiling, vast and dark, glimmering scales catching the dim light, each one a promise of ruin. Tiamat emerged, and every tale I had ever heard curled into a ball of dread in the pit of my stomach. Ishtar reached for me, her grip fierce and unwavering. "We have to face her," she said, her voice steady even as the world quaked beneath us. "We have to confront our fears, our failures. We can't let her haunt our dreams." But what choice did we have? I remembered the weight of her story, the loss of a world divided, the primordial chaos that had given birth to the gods. Tiamat wasn't just a foe, she was the embodiment of all that we sought to deny, the wild, untamed nature of existence that we had tried to conquer. My breath caught, heavy with the realization that we were not just fighting for survival, we were fighting for the very essence of humanity, the belief that we could forge order from chaos, that love could outshine the darkest of fears. But as the dragon roared, a sound that reverberated through my bones and ignited the skies, I felt the crushing weight of uncertainty. Ishtar pulled me closer, and I could see the shimmer of tears in her eyes, a raw vulnerability that stripped away her warrior facade. "If we fail," she whispered, "it will not just be the end for us. It will be the end for everyone we love." I looked into her eyes, and in that moment, I felt a swirling maelstrom of emotions, fear, heartache, hope. The primordial dragon loomed before us, each breath a gale-force wind, each roar a reminder of the chaos we had come to face. The weight of her presence was suffocating, but as I looked at Ishtar, I felt a flicker of something, an ember of courage igniting in the dark. Tiamat was chaos, yes, but perhaps we could become something else, something powerful enough to meet her head-on. We were flawed, broken individuals, but in our shared moment of fear, we could find unity. And as I gazed upon the creature that threatened to unravel our very existence, I made a silent promise to myself: I would not let this moment pass without confronting my deepest fears. We would fight, against despair, against chaos, against the dragon that threatened to consume us. As the storm broke above us, my heart thundered in rhythm with the chaos. In that swirling vortex of darkness, I felt a pull, a connection to something greater. Beneath the shadows, amid the chaos, lay a path, a fragile thread of emotion, a glimmer of hope in a world steeped in darkness. With Ishtar by my side, I stepped forward, ready to face the storm. The storm raged like a creature unleashed, its howling winds clawing at the edges of sanity. Rain pelted the weathered shingles of the old lighthouse, each drop a whisper of despair, seeping into the marrow of those who dwelled within. I remember standing there, drenched, heart hammering against my ribs like a caged beast, eyes drawn to the churning black waters below, the abyss, the maw of something ancient, something that should not be. "Stay close," whispered Margaret, her voice trembling, barely above the din. She gripped my hand, her fingers cold and slick. Margaret was always the brave one, but tonight the flickering light of the lantern cast shadows that danced like phantoms, revealing her own fear etched into her features. I caught her gaze, wide and haunted, and it pierced me, a reminder that we were not just fighting a storm, but the very fabric of reality itself. Across the room, Thomas paced, his brow furrowed, the restless energy of a man about to shatter. He was a skeptic, once so sure that logic anchored us against the chaos. But there was no logic here, only the whispering presence of something far beyond our understanding. I could see the cracks forming in his armor, the way his hands trembled as he clutched the edge of the table. "It's just a storm. We're safe here," he muttered, though I could hear the uncertainty in his voice. The truth clawed at my throat. The legends, the eldritch tales of Chulhu lurking beneath the waves, were alive tonight, breathing, pulsing. I could practically taste the dread in the air, thick and cloying like the fog rolling in from the sea. "Do you remember the stories?" I asked, my voice a fragile thread. The words spilled out before I could stop them. "What if they're true? What if he wakes?" Margaret pulled closer, her breath a ghostly whisper against my ear. "We can't think like that. We can't let it in." But even as she spoke, I saw the flicker of doubt twist her features. The ominous legends danced around us like angry flames, consuming our sanity piece by piece. The lighthouse trembled as another wave slammed against its base, sending shockwaves through our bodies. I felt the tremor in my bones, the heartbeat of the ocean, alive and writhing with a restless hunger that gnawed at something deep within me. And then there was silence, a moment of eerie calm as if the world held its breath, waiting. "Do you hear that?" Thomas whispered, eyes darting toward the window, where the dark sea roiled like a living thing. I strained to listen, the air heavy with something unnameable, a weight that settled on my chest like an anchor. "Yes," I breathed, heart racing. Shapes began to emerge, a thrumming pulse beneath the waves, a rhythm that echoed through the storm. My mind grasped at the edges of perception, realizing the truth we had feared. Chulhu stirred in his slumber, the ancient god of madness awakening from dreams that had twisted through the fabric of time. Margaret's grip tightened, nails biting into my flesh. "We need to leave," she urged, but the words fell flat against the growing tension. There was no escape from this was our reckoning. The lantern flickered violently, casting grotesque shadows that danced against the walls, portents, omens of what was to come. Thomas's face paled as realization dawned, the skeptic shattered under the weight of reality. "It can't be true," he gasped, desperation clawing at his voice. Not like this, but it was too late. The air shimmered with a dreadful energy as the wind howled louder, a cacophony of terror as the sea itself screamed. I could feel the pulse of the cosmic horror, a deep, unfathomable dread that resonated with every heartbeat. I remember fragments of dreams, memories of a childhood spent in shadows, the feeling of being watched. The depths of the ocean held secrets, and I had always known it. Those long, dark nights where the tides whispered my name, where I felt an insistent pull, an invitation from the depths. "Look!" Margaret shouted, her voice raw with fear, but her eye shone with a fierce determination. She pointed toward the window, the darkness shifting and swirling in unnatural patterns that defied comprehension. Shapes began to emerge from the water, tentacles coiling and twisting, glistening in the pale light of the storm. In that moment, all doubt faded. We were not merely standing in a lighthouse, but on the precipice of our own annihilation. I could feel the madness clawing at the edges of my mind, just as the sea clawed at the rocks, relentless and hungry. "Thomas, we have to face this," I shouted, but my voice echoed hollowly in the chaos. "How do you confront that which should not be? How do you fight against the madness that seeps into your very soul?" The shadows grew more grotesque, writhing with a life of their own, and I felt myself slipping into a waking nightmare. I had read the tales. I had heard the whispers. This was the moment that had been foretold, the clash of human fragility against the vast, uncaring cosmos. Margaret's hand found mine again, a lifeline in the dark. "If we face it together," she began, but the words hung heavy with uncertainty. What could we do against a god of chaos? The lighthouse shuddered, a final warning before the dimension tore open. I saw it, a glimpse of the impossible. Chulhu rising, a grotesque form of nightmares and stars, eyes gleaming with a hunger that promised madness and despair. And just before the full weight of the horror crashed down upon us, the world folded, and time seemed to freeze. In that heartbeat, we were suspended between fear and defiance, hope and despair, a fragile thread stretched to its breaking point. The storm raged on, and we stood at the edge of our own reckoning, the pulse of the universe echoing in our chests, reminding us that we were utterly, irrevocably human against an infinite void. The air crackled with raw energy, the very fabric of existence unraveling, and I knew, deep down, that this was only the beginning. So I held onto Margaret tightly, and as the abyss beckoned, we faced the shadows together, ready to confront our own terrifying truth. The horror was far from over. The ocean surged, and we were drawn into the depths, into the darkness where nightmares dwell, where Chulhu awaited. The river, a serpent of shimmering black, coiled through the dense jungle, whispering secrets only the leaves could comprehend. I stood at the water's edge, heart pounding like a tribal drum, the air thick with the scent of wet earth and something ancient, something that clawed at the back of my mind, refusing to be ignored. The sun dipped below the horizon, bleeding its orange glow into the murky depths, where shadows danced and twisted, teasing my imagination with visions of what lay beneath. "Did you hear that?" A voice, James, my brother, quivered beside me. His eyes were wide, reflecting the twilight's uncertainty. He had always been the brave one, yet tonight he trembled, shoulders hunched against the encroaching darkness. It sounded alive. I turned, my heart a prisoner in its cage. "It's just the jungle, James." Yet even as the words fell from my lips, I felt the weight of them, heavy with doubt. The jungle was more than alive, it was a pulse, a breath, a heartbeat. It throbbed with the weight of ancient legends, tales woven through the generations, stories of Mokelmbembe, the river monster said to haunt these waters. A creature that defied reason, that breathed life into nightmares. Our father's warnings echoed in my ears. "Stay away from the river at night," he had said, voice grave. "The waters are not as they seem." But curiosity, that insatiable beast, gnawed at me. "What if it's true?" I whispered, more to myself than to James. "What if Mokelmbembe is real?" "Let's go back," he urged, but his voice trembled, uncertainty creeping in like the night's shadows. "I don't want to be out here anymore." A part of me wanted to turn away, to flee back into the safety of our camp. But another part, a darker, more primal part, beckoned me to stay, to confront the very fabric of fear. I looked out into the water, squinting against the encroaching night. And then, a ripple broke the surface, sending waves cascading toward the bank. Time itself seemed to hold its breath. Suddenly, a roar shattered the silence, a sound that wasn't just heard, but felt. It resonated in my bones, primal and raw. James grasped my arm, nails digging in, panic sparking in his eyes. That was not an animal, he gasped, voice barely a whisper. That was something else. The jungle held its breath. I could feel the eyes of the unseen watching, waiting. I wanted to believe it was merely the echoes of the night, but deep inside, I felt the chilling truth coil around my heart. Mokelmbembe, the beast of the river, was real, and it was hungry. The water churned again, more violently this time. The shadows beneath the surface twisted and morphed, an undulating mass that defied logic. I caught a glimpse, something massive, with a long neck and a head that broke the surface like a spectre rising from the abyss. My breath hitched, my mind racing, 1,000 thoughts colliding, each one more jarring than the last. I remember the stories, I murmured, half to myself. I remember the tales told around the fire. My voice wavered as I recalled my father's words, the way he painted the creature with his voice, an ancient guardian, a thief of souls. It said that if you see it, you're never the same again. Are you crazy? We need to go. James's voice cracked, filled with desperation. But I couldn't move. I was anchored by a sense of awe that surged through me like wildfire. This was more than fear, this was wonder. My heart raced not just with fear, but with the thrill of the unknown. I felt alive, standing at the precipice of something magnificent and terrifying. A low growl reverberated through the air, and the water erupted. Mokelmbembe broke free, a massive form emerging, scales glistening in the fading light. My heart stopped. It was breathtaking, beautiful, and horrifying, a living legend made flesh. James stumbled back, fear fueling his retreat. We need to run. Now. His voice was a frantic plea, but I couldn't tear my gaze away. The creature's eyes, deep and soulful, locked onto mine. In that moment, everything fell away. The jungle, the river, the shadows, it all faded into a blur. It was just me and the monster, caught in a web of unspoken understanding. I could see the pain in its eyes, a longing deeper than the river itself. It was not simply a beast, it was a memory, a guardian of forgotten dreams and lost souls. I was reminded of my mother, long gone, her laughter, her warmth, the way she used to tell stories of the past, of what was real and what was just a figment of imagination. Mokelmbembe was both, living and breathing, a bridge to another world. Don't look at it! James shouted, but his words felt distant, like echoes in a vast canyon. I stepped forward, heart hammering, drawn into the depths of the creature's gaze. This was not just about survival, this was about connection. I could feel its pain, its solitude, as if it were etched into my very being. In that moment, I realized I was not just a spectator. I was a part of the story, woven into the fabric of the river, the jungle, and the spirit of Mokelmbembe. My heart raced with a longing to bridge the gap, to understand this creature that had haunted the dreams of so many. And then I blinked, and it was gone, slipping beneath the surface, back into the depths of the unknown, leaving only ripples and a hollow ache in my chest. The jungle exhaled, the night reclaiming its dominion, but the air was thick with the promise of something more, something that lingered like a ghost. James stared at me, eyes wide with disbelief. What just happened? Did you see that? I nodded, breathless, caught between fear and wonder. I saw it. I felt it. It wasn't just a monster. It was something more. But before I could explain further, the jungle roared to life again, a cacophony of sound and shadow, a reminder that this was not the end. The river whispered secrets, and the darkness beckoned. The night was alive, and so was the spirit of Mokelmbembe. And in that moment, I understood, the story was just beginning, a thread woven into a tapestry of mystery that would stretch on forever, pulling me deeper into its world. The river called, and I was ready to listen. The moon hung low over the water, a silver coin tossed into a dark well. Waves lapped at the shore in an eerie rhythm, a heartbeat echoing through the thick silence of the night. Colry stood at the water's edge, her breath billowing in the cold air, a fragile mist that danced before her like specters. She felt it before she saw it, a shiver slipping down her spine, a warning whispered on the wind. The ocean was alive, thrumming with a pulse that resonated deep within her, tugging at the corners of her mind. I remember the stories, she whispered, her voice strained against the sound of the waves. The tales of the Ningen, a creature half human, half sea. They say it watches, waits beneath the surface, waiting for the moment to emerge. Her brother, Star, was only a few paces behind, staring at her with wide eyes. Fear painted his youthful features, but something deeper flickered in his gaze. You don't believe in those old wives' tales, do you? His voice trembled, and Corey marveled at how easily he could slip from child to man, how quickly innocence could be stripped away. I remember, she urged, more to herself than to him. I remember the fisherman who vanished. The nights when shadows swallowed the light. The ocean roared, a monstrous growl, and Corey's heartbeat quickened. Something shifted beneath the water, a ripple that didn't fade. She could feel Star's gaze boring into her back, pleading for reassurance, perhaps even comfort. But how could she give him that? Not when the darkness of their childhood stories clawed its way back into the present, gnawing at her nerves like a hungry beast. Corey, Star said, his tone shifting from fear to defiance. This is just water. Just the sea. But even as he spoke, the wind howled, drowning his words, mocking their resolve. In that moment, she could almost see it, glimpses of a figure rising from the depths, a silhouette that blurred the line between human and beast. Its skin glistened under the moonlight, wet as if it had just broken free from the ocean's embrace. She felt as though she were sinking, the weight of the world pressing down on her chest. Memories spilled forth like ink from a broken bottle, swirling in the chaotic tide of her thoughts. I remember, she murmured, trying to ground herself. The last time I heard a fisherman's laughter. The last time I saw him alive. Stop it! Star shouted, fists clenched at his sides. You're scaring me. His voice was raw, the kind that shattered the fragile stillness of the night. But Corey couldn't stop. The memory surged like waves crashing against jagged rocks. A night long ago, a small boat bobbing gently against the sea, laughter echoing in the air. Then silence. The laughter silenced by a void that swallowed everything whole. The Ningen. A gasp escaped her lips as she squinted into the dark water. There it was again, a movement just beneath the surface, a sinister dance that made her heart race. Star! We have to go, she screamed, adrenaline shooting through her veins like lightning. But it was too late. A figure emerged, tall and grotesque. Skin like the underside of a fish, shimmering and slick. Eyes large and mournful, like black pools that threatened to pull her in. The Ningen. Corey felt her breath catch in her throat, a primal instinct screaming to run, to flee, but her feet remained rooted, anchored by the gravity of dread. The creature gazed at them, and in that moment, time stretched and twisted. She saw Star's face blanch, fear etched into every feature. Corey, what do we do? He whimpered, the innocence of a child battling against the monster that stood before them. I don't know, she cried out, her voice cracking. I don't know, but it was not just fear that gripped her, it was a deep-rooted sadness that choked her spirit. The Ningen was not just a monster, it was a reflection of everything they had lost. The laughter of their father, the warmth of family dinners, the safety of childhood, forever submerged beneath the waves. And then it spoke, not with words, but with a guttural sound, a sound that resonated deep in her bones. It was a call, a plea wrapped in sorrow. Corey's heart twisted as she realized the creature was not merely hunting, it was searching for something it had lost, just as they had. I remember, she whispered again, and this time, it was a promise, an acknowledgement of their shared grief. I remember the stories, but they don't define us. We are more than our fears. Star, trembling by her side, took a hesitant step forward. What do you want? He called out, his voice cutting through the night like a knife. In that moment, she understood, they were not just witnesses to the creature's sorrow. They were part of it. The Ningen was not simply a monster, it was a guardian of lost souls, a reminder of all the lives that had been forgotten. And as they stood on the brink, the line between terror and empathy blurred, and Corey felt the weight of the world shift slightly, just enough to breathe. The creature submerged back into the depths, leaving nothing behind but the echoes of its presence. The water calmed, and for a fleeting moment, the tension cracked, revealing the fragile beauty of impending dawn. Kaori reached out, gripping Star's hand, feeling the warmth of connection amidst the chill of the night. "We'll find a way," she promised, knowing the battle was far from over. They would confront the shadows lurking beneath the surface, face the heartache and fear head-on. And though the Ningen might linger, haunting their thoughts and dreams, they would not be victims of the story. Instead, they would become the narrative, threading their pain into something profound, something that soared above the depths. With the first light of dawn breaking, they turned away from the sea, not in retreat, but with a new understanding, a spark ignited in the darkness. Whatever lay ahead, they would meet it together. And as the sun rose, painting the sky in hues of hope, Kaori felt an echo of the creature's sorrow in her heart, a whisper that beckoned her to remember, to confront, to live. The air was thick with unshed screams, the kind that clings to your throat and chokes the breath from your lungs. Thunder cracked overhead, jagged and wild, as if the sky itself was ripping apart at the seams. I stood on the edge of a precipice, heart racing, pulse pounding like a war drum, bracing for the storm that was about to break. To my right, Thor gripped Njolnir, the hammer shimmering with a restless energy, his knuckles white as bone. To my left, beneath the swirling clouds, the surface of the ocean roiled like a living thing. "Can you hear it?" Thor's voice trembled, a mixture of dread and fierce determination. He was the god of thunder, yet in this moment, he looked every bit the man who had lost too much. His eyes flickered, haunted by memories of past battles, of things he could never forget. I could feel the world shift beneath my feet, the earth groaning in fear as Jörmungandr, the world serpent, stirred in the deep. I remembered the stories from my childhood, the whispers of how he encircled the earth, his body a vast, sinews coil stretching across realms. His scales glimmered with the cold light of the moon, slick and iridescent, and as I peered into the churning waters, I thought I saw him there, his eyes like dark abysses, consuming, unending. In that moment, I was neither hero nor coward, I was merely flesh, blood, and trembling nerves. And I remember the look on my brother's face the day he fell to the shadows, lost to the very darkness that now beckoned. Jörmungandr was a monster, yes, but so was I, a creature of my own making, burdened by choices that echoed like thunder in my heart. "You can't falter now," Thor said, eyes fierce, a warrior's steel behind them. But I saw through the cracks, the fear that gripped him too, the doubt swirling like a tempest. We were bound by blood and battle, united against a nightmare that promised to consume us whole. Suddenly, the sea erupted, a geyser of salt water and fury, and there he was, a colossal form breaking the surface, water cascading off his scales like molten silver. Jörmungandr's head towered above us, an ominous crown of darkness and dread. He was not just a serpent, he was a living embodiment of chaos, a creature that devoured worlds and dreams alike. The wind howled, whipping my hair into a frenzy, and I felt the weight of the moment, the inevitable clash that loomed on the horizon, a moment suspended in time. My breathing quickened, but a strange clarity washed over me. I was standing at the brink of destiny, on the edge of everything I had ever known, and the realization gripped my heart, fear was merely a shade of courage, the dark side of the coin. "Stay close," Thor commanded, his grip tightening around Njolnir. There was a flicker of doubt in his eyes, an echo of uncertainty that mirrored my own. I wanted to tell him that I'd stand beside him, that we'd fight until our last breaths mingled with the storm, but the words caught in my throat, lost in the chaos. Jörmungandr hissed, a sound that reverberated through the ground, through the air, through my very soul. It was a call to despair, a beckoning to the shadows that lurked within us all, the fear of losing everything, the fear of becoming nothing. I thought of my brother again, of his laughter ringing across the nights, of how it once filled my heart with light. Together, I whispered to the storm, to the serpent, to myself. I felt the swell of courage deep within my chest, a flicker of something warm in the frigid air. I focused on Thor, his silhouette strong against the chaos. "Together!" I shouted, voice rising above the tempest, a battle cry born of loss and love. The serpent turned its gaze upon us, ancient and knowing. Those eyes, dark and endless, held dominion over the oceans, the storms, the very fabric of existence. I could feel the weight of fate pressing down upon us, the inevitability of what was to come. It was more than a physical battle, it was a confrontation of souls, and I was unprepared for the depth of it. Lightning cracked through the sky, illuminating the looming figure, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw a flicker of understanding in those abyssal eyes. A recognition. Jörmungandr was not merely a monster, he was a reflection of our darkest fears, the embodiment of everything we tried to hide from ourselves. With each heartbeat, the tension thickened, an electric pulse thrumming in the air. I could feel it in my bones, the knowledge that this confrontation would change everything. The past, the present, the future, it all converged in a single moment, and I found myself standing not only for Thor but for my brother and for every lost soul that had dared to dream. The serpent lunged, a blur of scales and wrath, and I felt a primal scream clawing its way from the depths of my being. Thor swung Mjolnir, the air crackling with energy, and I followed his lead, feeling the surge of adrenaline ignite every fiber of my being. We were warriors, bound not just by duty but by the ghosts of our own choices, the memories of those we loved and the burdens we bore. In that moment, time fractured, reality bending under the weight of our emotions. I could taste the salt of the sea mixed with the iron tang of fear, could feel the weight of the world pressing down on my chest. We were on the cusp of something vast, something cosmic, and as the serpent's roar filled the air, it drowned out all doubt, all fear. And just like that, the world spiraled into chaos, the storm finally breaking. In the fury of the moment, I realized, this was more than a battle against a beast, it was a reckoning, an embrace of all that we had lost and all that we could still fight for. The darkness loomed, but like stars in the night, there was still light to be found. We charged forward, fate entwined with every heartbeat, every breath, and the clash with Jörmungandr erupted into a cacophony of sound and fury, a melody woven from loss, love, defiance, and the primal urge to survive. The waves crashed like thunder against the jagged rocks, a primal roar echoing through the air as if the sea itself was screaming a warning. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, heart pounding like a drum, sensing the pull of the tide beyond the shoreline. There was something lurking beneath, an ancient presence, a shadow that twisted and coiled in the depths. I had heard the stories, whispered in hushed tones around flickering fires, but standing there, I faced the specter of fear and fascination embodied in the tales of Akrokamui, the giant octopus of Ainu folklore. My friend, Haruto, was beside me, his eyes wide and glistening with a blend of terror and defiance. He was always the bolder of us two, drawn to the ocean with the unyielding bravado of a moth to a flame. But the ocean had whispered secrets to him, secrets of treasure and glory, and now, it seemed to hold him captive as surely as it gripped the very rocks beneath us. "We can't turn back," he murmured, the words trembling in the salty wind, "not now." I could see the determination set in his jaw, but I could also see the flicker of doubt hiding behind his bravado. I remembered my grandmother's voice, telling me tales of the Akrokamui, how it towered over boats like a living mountain, how its tentacles, thick as tree trunks, would rise from the depths, dragging men and ships alike into the watery abyss. "It's not just a monster," she had said, a shiver running through her as she spoke. "It's the very soul of the sea, angry, hungry, and merciless." The wind howled, and the water churned with a life of its own, as if the sea itself was alive and breathing, and I felt the ground shift beneath me, an uneasy reminder of the power hidden just beyond sight. I glanced at Haruto, his fists were clenched, too tight, betraying the storm of emotion swirling within him. He was chasing something, validation, perhaps, or an escape from the mundane. I could see his dreams entangled with the shadows beneath the waves, but I feared he would pay a price for every reckless ambition. Suddenly, a tremor rippled through the water, a deep rumble that vibrated in my chest. I held my breath, the world narrowing to that moment, that fear, that inevitability. Something was coming to the surface, something vast and unknowable. My heart raced, a primal instinct screaming for me to run, but I stood frozen, ensnared by the unknown. Then it broke the surface, a tentacle, slick and glistening, unfurling like a dark flower opening to the moonlight. My breath caught, a strangled gasp escaping my lips. The mass was monstrous, a shifting coil of muscle and skin, pulsating with a life of its own. Haruto took a step forward, bravado blazing in his eyes, but I could see the flicker of fear behind that facade. "Look at it," he shouted, his voice cracking under the weight of awe and terror. "It's beautiful. beautiful, what a dangerous word for something that could swallow you whole. My heart thundered like war drums in my chest as I felt the ocean shift, felt the pull, the hunger, the darkness lurking just beneath the surface. I remembered tales of the men who had met their fates in the arms of the Akorokamui, lost to the depths, their screams swallowed by the waves. "Haru, we need to go." My voice trembled, slicing through the wind, but he didn't hear me, or didn't want to. He was entranced, caught in a spell woven by ambition and the thrill of the chase. "Just a little closer," he whispered, and in that moment, I felt the chasm between us widen. The water surged around us, and I could feel its cold fingers caressing my ankles, enticing me to step forward, to join him in this reckless pursuit. But I was haunted by a different kind of fear, the fear of loss that gnawed at my soul, a fear of watching Haruto disappear beneath the waves, of seeing the light in his eyes extinguished in the abyss. "Please," I pleaded, my voice breaking, desperation clawing at my insides, "don't do this." He turned to me, eyes wild, a mix of fury and confusion. "You're scared," he shot back. "You can't let fear hold you back from what you want." But what did he want, really? What was worth the risk of the unknown? The stories of glory, of riches, mingling with the whispers of caution that echoed in my mind? As if responding to our turmoil, the water roiled violently, and the tentacle crashed down, sending a wave splashing over us, soaking us to our bones. I gasped, not just from the cold but from the realization that this wasn't just a creature, it was a force of nature, a manifestation of every fear and every dream cast adrift at sea. "Haruto!" I screamed, the sound lost in the fury of the storm. He stood his ground, faced with the very essence of his obsession, the embodiment of the danger he craved. "You're not invincible. This isn't a game." But he didn't flinch. The world around us grew muted, a realm of shadows and whispers, and I saw the longing in his eyes, the call of the abyss so intoxicating that it eclipsed reason. "I'll show you. I'll prove it." In that moment, I realized we weren't just standing on the edge of the water, we were standing on the edge of something much darker, his desire for validation, my fear of losing him, the unspoken boundaries of friendship cracking like the surf against the rocks. The tentacle surged again, this time fully arcing out of the water, glistening in the dim light, and for a heartbeat, time seemed to suspend. It was beautiful, yes, but it was also a warning, a ghostly reminder of what lay beneath. Suddenly, the violent urge to hold onto him was stronger than my own fear. I reached out, my hand grasping for his, but the space between us felt insurmountable, as if the ocean was pulling us into its depths. "I remember," I started, words spilling out in a rush. "I remember you telling me about the first time you saw the ocean, how it made you feel alive. But this isn't life, Haruto." His gaze faltered, caught between fascination and fear, and I saw the flicker of doubt, the realization that perhaps he was chasing a ghost, a dream that could drown him whole. Then, with a sudden ferocity, the tentacle plunged back into the depths, and the world erupted into chaos. The ocean, once a serene expanse, became a tumultuous storm, waves crashing with a primal fury. I gripped his arm, pulling him back as another wave surged forward, threatening to engulf us both. "Let's go!" I shouted, urgency driving my voice, a primal scream against the rising tide. But he hesitated, torn between the allure of the depths and the reality of our fragile existence. The air felt electric, charged with possibilities and dangers, the line between life and death blurring beneath the weight of the sea. And as the shadows danced beneath us, I realized we were not just fighting against the ocean, we were fighting against ourselves, against the dreams that could either set us free or drag us into the abyss. The night stretched on, the moon a distant witness to our struggle, and I knew with a shivering certainty that the confrontation with Akorokamui had only just begun. The swamp shivered under the weight of silence, a hush so thick it wrapped around my throat like a choking vine, and in that murky stillness, I felt it, the low growl of something deep and primal, vibrating through the very ground beneath me. I stood at the water's edge, heart pounding, every nerve tingling with a premonition that something ancient and terrible stirred beneath the surface. The moon hung high, a lone eye peering down, silver light dancing on the water, and in that moment, I was not just a witness, I was a part of this wild, breathing world where legends took form, where the bunyip waited, biding its time. I turned to Ellie, her face pale as the moonlight, eyes wide with terror. "You feel it too, don't you?" I whispered, my voice barely breaking the thick air. She nodded, a tremor in her chin, the raw fear of the unknown twining its fingers through her heart. Ellie had always been the brave one, the voice of reason. But tonight, the darkness had swallowed her courage whole, leaving only this fragile shell that trembled beside me. "Let's go back," she pleaded, her breath hitching like the creaking of old wood. "We shouldn't be here. Not after what happened." I remembered. The stories, the whispers of the bunyip, of those who had disappeared without a trace. It felt like a ghost rising from the depths of my memory, haunting and insistent, its icy fingers curling around my spine. But I couldn't move. I was rooted to this spot, the weight of curiosity both a blessing and a curse. The bunyip, some said it was a creature of nightmares, others claimed it was a guardian of the waters. What if it was both? "Ellie," I said, forcing a shaky breath to fill my lungs, "what if it's waiting for us to turn away? What if it wants us to see?" I could see the battle waging in her eyes, a war between reason and instinct. "You're being reckless," she shot back, voice trembling but fierce, like a flame flickering in the wind. "This isn't an adventure. It's a death wish." And then there was Marcus, lurking just behind us, his fidgeting hands revealing a restless spirit. He had been the skeptic, always quick to dismiss the old tales as mere fables, stories spun to keep children from wandering too far from home. But tonight was different. The shadows cast by the moon seemed to dance in mockery of his disbelief, the water lapping at the shore like a conspiratorial whisper. "I'll prove it's just a myth," he said, stepping forward, boldness tainted with bravado, fueled by the fear he refused to acknowledge. In that moment, he was both a hero and a fool, a child playing with fire, too blinded by his own arrogance to see the blaze licking at his fingertips. "Marcus, don't!" Ellie's voice cracked, the urgency in her tone pulling at the strings of desperation. I could see the memories flashing behind her eyes, the night in the woods when Marcus had dared us to call the spirits, to taunt the unknown, and how it had escalated into chaos, laughter turning into screams. He pushed deeper into the darkness, the water glimmering ominously as he stepped closer. "Look, it's just water. Just a story." But the moment he said those words, the air thickened, the silence becoming a palpable weight pressing against our chests, and then, an echoing splash, the surface of the water shattering as something massive and unseen broke free, ripples cascading outward like the pulse of a waking giant. My heart raced, time stretching like a taut string ready to snap. I could feel the terror tightening around us, a noose woven from the very fabric of legend. I wanted to run, to pull Ellie back into the safety of the trees, but something kept me there, a magnetic pull to the unknown. "Marcus, come back!" I shouted, but the sound was swallowed by the night, the shadows enveloping him like a shroud. He was lost to us, tantalizingly close yet impossibly far, pulled into the haunting embrace of the water, the glistening surface mocking us with its deceptive calm. The darkness yawned wide, and for a breathless moment, I could almost see it, the outline of something grotesque, a creature formed of nightmares, gliding just beneath the surface, its hunger palpable, its gaze unyielding. Ellie's hand found mine, squeezing until it hurt, grounding me in this moment of terror. "We have to go. Now." "But what if we're leaving him?" I thought, the conflict tearing at my insides, a maelstrom of loyalty and fear. We were tethered together by our choices, by the bonds of friendship forged in laughter and mischief, now teetering on the brink of despair. In that agonizing heartbeat, a soft gurgling broke the silence, followed by a chilling roar, a sound that rattled my bones, echoing through the trees like the lament of a lost soul. My breath hitched, the realization dawning, this was the bunyip. This was the embodiment of every fear we had ever harbored, a truth that had slumbered for too long beneath the still waters. "Marcus!" I screamed, the sound tearing from my throat, raw and desperate. I felt the grip of the night tightening around us, the shadows closing in, the weight of untold stories pressing down like a heavy shroud. We were too late to pull him back from the brink, too late to save him from the depths. And then he emerged, gasping, surfacing from the water like a phantom, eyes wide with terror, reflecting the silvery sheen of the moonlight, and I felt a surge of hope. But just as quickly, it was crushed under the weight of dread. His screams echoed, piercing the stillness, a haunting melody in the night. His voice transformed into something primal, a guttural sound that ripped at the fabric of my sanity. Run! It's here! Oh God, it's here! And in that instant, as I turned to flee, I knew the bunyip was real. It was not just a story whispered around campfires, but a living nightmare, a creature born from the nightmares of generations, stalking the edges of our reality, waiting for the moment to strike. The dusk was alive with its presence, shadows shifting and swirling, the water beckoning us, a siren's call twisted by malice. Ellie and I ran, fear propelling us forward, but the haunting echoes of Marcus's cries trailed behind, a ghostly reminder that some legends are born from truth, that sometimes the darkness is not merely a backdrop but a force stronger than ourselves. The forest closed in around us, branches clawing at our clothes, the earth trembling beneath our feet. I felt the weight of history, of countless souls who had wandered into the night and never returned. We were not the first, and I feared we would not be the last. In the desperate chaos, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were running not just from the bunyip, but from the very essence of fear itself, a dark mirror reflecting our own insecurities, our own flaws. We were chasing the shadows of our past, fleeing from memories that clawed at our heels, and as we dashed into the dark embrace of the trees, I could hear it, the low growl rising from the depths of the water, a reminder that sometimes the monsters we face are born from the stories we tell ourselves. And behind us, the swamp sighed, alive with the whispers of the bunyip. The storm raged over the cliffs, wind howling like a banshee, a cacophony that swallowed the cries of the waves crashing below. Rain fell in sheets, turning the world into a blurred watercolor of grey. Shadows danced wildly, their twisted forms echoing the chaos within. I stood on the precipice, heart racing, breath hitching, as fear clawed at my throat. I remember the night I met her, the Selkie, her eyes, deep and haunting, like the endless ocean, pulling me in, but never letting me go. Get back! I shouted, voice barely carrying above the tempest. My sister, Maeve, stood mesmerized at the edge, her hair whipping around her face like a wild creature yearning for freedom. She wore that look, the one that worried me, or the one that danced between hope and despair, as if she were the tide itself, drawn to the shore only to be pulled back into the depths. Can't you hear them? She whispered, rapt. They're calling. The Selkies, those cursed souls, trapped between two worlds, part human, part seal, forever longing for the water's embrace. I remember the tales our grandmother told us, her voice low, as if sharing a sacred secret. They sing to you, my dears, but not all songs are meant to be heard. Yet here we were, faces drenched, hearts pounding, on the brink of something ancient and terrible. The moon, a ghostly orb, peeked through the clouds, illuminating the rocky shore where the Selkies would gather. My heart thudded louder, each beat a drum of impending doom. I remembered the moonlit nights filled with sweet laughter, the scent of salt in the air, the shimmering outlines of figures dancing on the shoreline. But tonight, there was a palpable tension, a crackling energy that sent shivers racing down my spine. Maeve! I reached for her, fingers brushing against the cool air, desperation spilling from my lips. You can't go near them. You don't understand. But she was lost in the melody, eyes glazed over, lost in a trance that threatened to shatter the fragile bond between us. What if they're not what the stories say? What if they could set me free? Free. A word heavy with longing, with desire. I felt it too, a deep yearning that gnawed at my insides. We were trapped in our own lives, in this mundane village, burdened by expectations and the weight of our family's past. But the Selkies, they were wild, untamed, and for a moment, I could see it in Maeve's eyes, an echo of the freedom we both craved. Please, Maeve, I cried, panic rising. Her gaze flickered to me, a shadow of doubt crossing her face, but the call of the sea was strong. I remembered the stories, the heartbreak buried in them, the disappearances, the whispers of those who had loved too deeply and lost everything. And then, amidst the storm, I saw her, the Selkie, emerging from the water, skin glistening like polished stone, eyes luminous with the weight of ages. Her seal skin lay draped over a rock, a silent promise of what was left behind, of who she might become. I felt the atmosphere shift, a thick tension settling. My heart raced. I was on a precipice, not just of the cliffs, but of fate itself. "Stay back!" I screamed, terror and anger melding into a single force. But Maeve stepped forward, drawn like a moth to flame. I remembered the stories again, how they'd take you with them, into the depths. The Selkie's voice danced through the air, haunting and beautiful, weaving a tapestry of longing and sorrow. "Come to me," she sang, the words curling around us like smoke. I could feel Maeve's resolve weakening, the desire to leap into the unknown battling her sense of caution. Come, and know the freedom of the sea. How could I compete with the voice of the ocean? I felt small, insignificant against the wild forces at play. I wanted to pull Maeve back, to remind her of the warmth of our hearth, the laughter of our friends, the life waiting for us on land. Yet the storm intensified, and in that moment, I felt the world shift, a cosmic wheel turning, destiny pushing us toward an inevitable confrontation. I remember, I gasped, words tumbling out, when we used to dream by the fire, how we'd talk of escape, of adventures that would take us far from this place. But it's not like the tales, Maeve. It's not safe. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, a tempest of emotion swirling just beneath the surface. "I'm tired of being afraid," she whispered, voice breaking, raw and vulnerable. "What if there's more? More?" I wanted to scream in rage and despair. More meant loss, it meant risk, it meant walking the thin line between love and destruction. "You don't know what you're asking. You'll drown in that freedom, Maeve. You can't trust them." But the Selkie merely watched, a knowing smile gracing her lips, and I realized then that this was more than a choice for Maeve, it was a reckoning. The sea called to her, a siren's pull, a promise of something beyond the confines of our reality. "Maeve!" I lunged forward, desperate, heart pounding with a ferocity that threatened to shatter me. "Don't forsake me for the unknown." Lightning split the sky, illuminating the darkened cliffs, and in that flash, I saw the truth in the Selkie's expression, an understanding, a shared pain. She had lived it, had tasted the weight of longing, the sacrifice. I was terrified of what she could offer Maeve, a glimpse of freedom that could scorch our lives to ashes. The heartbeat of the storm echoed our conflict, and I knew we were standing on the edge of eternity. The choice lay before us, heavy and suffocating, to cling to the familiar or to leap into the abyss. Would Maeve choose the Selkie's song, or would she find her way back to the light? As the rain poured relentlessly, each drop a hammer striking against the chaos in my chest, I stood frozen, caught between two worlds, one of shadows and one of light, feeling the insistent tug of destiny pulling us in opposite directions. The Selkie's eyes glistened like the moonlit sea, and just for a moment, silence fell. Then the wind howled again, a sound both mournful and beautiful, as if the universe held its breath. And in that silence, I felt the weight of everything we were, everything we could lose, a love that could slip away like sand through our fingers. The storm raged on, but the real tempest was in our hearts, and the night was far from over. The air was thick with salt and dread as the waves crashed violently against the jagged rocks, a symphony of chaos orchestrated by the furious sea. The storm had come without warning, dark clouds churning like a pot of boiling ink against the horizon. I stood there, my heart racing, as the wind whipped my hair into wild disarray. I remember my brother, Yuto, his eyes wide with terror, his small hands clutching my arm as if I were his lifeline. "Don't let it take me, please," he cried, the sincerity of his fear slicing through the cacophony. I could feel the weight of his panic anchoring me, my own fear bubbling just beneath the surface. In that moment, I was not just his sister, I was his guardian, his shield against the unknown. But the ocean was hungry, ravenous, and ancient, its secrets hidden in depths where light dared not tread. The Umibzu, the ocean spirit, was rumored to rise from the depths during storms, a colossal figure emerging with the fury of the tempest. I remember the stories whispered around flickering lanterns, each tale punctuated with gasps and knowing glances. The fishermen would nod solemnly, their eyes reflecting lantern light and fear, and I would sit, wide-eyed, absorbing every chilling word. Now, those stories felt like a living nightmare, clawing at the edges of my sanity. "Yuto, we have to get back!" I shouted against the wind, my voice barely a whisper in the storm's roar. he looked at me, confusion and fear swirling in his dark eyes, and in that moment, I could see the boy he was, the innocence aching against the backdrop of the chaos. He was so small, so fragile, and the weight of responsibility pressed heavily on my chest. The waves swelled, monstrous in their ascent, and then fell, crashing down like the world was ending. I could see the shadows beneath the surface, dark shapes writhing as if they were alive, taunting us with their enigmatic presence. The water roared, and I felt a cold shiver creep up my spine, the air thick with something primal, something that urged me to flee but also held me captive in a hypnotic grasp. "Run!" I finally screamed, yanking Yuto's arm, but he hesitated, entranced by the storm. The moment stretched, the tension thick, palpable. I could see it in his eyes. He was mesmerized by the power of nature, the sheer ferocity of the waves. There was beauty there, a terrifying beauty, but the truth loomed larger. I knew what was coming. From the depths, a figure began to rise, an immense silhouette unfolding against the swirling chaos. The Yumibzu. My breath caught in my throat, a gasp of disbelief mingling with terror. It was as if the ocean itself had birthed a titan, its form dark and undefined, but it was the eyes that pierced through the storm. Two glowing orbs, vast and unyielding, fixed upon us with a hunger that sent chills racing through my veins. "Don't look at it, Yuto! Close your eyes!" But his gaze was locked, an unwilling witness to the terror unfurling before us. I felt my own heart race, the beats echoing in my ears, each thud a reminder of the vulnerability we wore like a second skin. The Yumibzu loomed closer, the water swirling around its form as if it were a part of the very storm itself, a grotesque dance of nature and spirit. Then I remembered. I remembered our mother's voice, soft yet firm, warning us of the ocean's wrath. Respect it, for it is a force beyond comprehension. In that instant, I felt the weight of my mother's wisdom pressing against my chest like a heavy anchor. The ocean was alive, its heart beating wildly beneath the surface, but the spirit that rose was not just an entity, it was a manifestation of our fears, our doubts unearthed by the storm. "Yuto!" I screamed, a scream that echoed through the storm, fierce and desperate. "We need to go." I felt the pull of the Yumibzu, a magnetic force that threatened to draw us into the abyss, promising wonders and horrors that I dared not comprehend. Its voice, deep and rumbling like thunder, reverberated through me. "Join me, child of man. Surrender." Yuto's small body trembled beside me, his eyes wide in awe yet filled with a terror that mirrored my own. I was losing him, losing myself in the storm, our connection fraying like a worn rope. In that moment, I felt the boundaries of reality blur, the storm becoming a living thing that breathed with us, resonating with our fears and dreams. "Remember the stories!" I screamed, clutching Yuto tighter. "The sea takes what it wants, but we are not the offerings." My words were a shield against the tide, a desperate plea to anchor us in the chaos. As the Yumibzu drew nearer, shadows danced across its form, twisting and writhing like spirits lost to the depths, trapped in a realm of sadness and longing. I could see it now, the sorrow etched into the spirit's vast being, a reflection of the countless souls claimed by the ocean's depths, their whispers echoing in the wind. "Please!" I cried out, a prayer, a plea. The storm roared in response, but something shifted in the air, a fleeting moment where time stood still. The Yumibzu paused, studying us, and in that silence, I felt a flicker of understanding. This wasn't merely a monster, this was a guardian, a keeper of those who had come before, and the rage of the storm was born from its own grief. "Yuto, look away!" I commanded, but his gaze remained fixed, his small frame reflecting the tempest, the ocean spirit approaching like a mother seeking her lost children. I felt his pull, an unyielding bond that resonated with the deep, ancient sorrow of the sea. We were caught in a moment suspended in time, two souls grasping desperately at the fragile strands of hope, facing the vastness of the ocean and the spirit that ruled its depths. The air crackled with electricity, and I could feel the surge of power coursing through the waves as the Yumibzu began to recede, its form melting back into the liquid dark, leaving behind a haunting promise, a whisper of the storm that would return. But the storm raged on, relentless, a reminder of the battles we faced, the fears we carried. I held Yuto close, feeling his heart beat against mine, the rhythm of our lives intertwined in that darkened moment, a promise that we would face whatever came together. As the waves continued to crash and the wind screamed through the night, I realized this wasn't just a confrontation with the Umizu. This was a confrontation with our own fears, the shadows that lurked within, and the haunting question of what it means to exist in a world where the ocean is both a cradle and a grave. The storm might have receded, but the echoes of that night would remain, threading through our lives like the tides, each wave a reminder that we were still here, still fighting, still tethered to one another in the face of the abyss. The cold waves crashed against the jagged rocks, a violent reminder of the tempest brewing just beyond the horizon. Jasmine's heart raced, the beat of a war drum echoing in her ears. She stood on the cliff's edge, breath caught in her throat as shadows danced beneath the surface of the churning sea. The fear was palpable, thick like fog, wrapping around her like a vice. She remembered the stories, those whispered warnings from her grandmother about the sirens, their haunting songs, the way they lured sailors to their doom, their laughter mingling with the cries of the drowned. "Don't look," her brother, Liam, hissed, his voice trembling. "We can't look." But Jasmine was drawn to the water, her curiosity a siren itself, tugging at her heart. The ocean's surface shimmered, reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 broken promises. She remembered a time when they played along the shoreline, collecting shells, innocent and untouched by the world's darkness. Now that innocence felt like a distant memory, the salty air thick with unspoken truths. Then, there it was, a flash of scales, a glimmering tail cutting through the water, and Jasmine's breath caught like a fish on a line. The creature surfaced, eyes like dark pools, deep and unfathomable. It wasn't a mere myth but a reality, a merman, ethereal and hauntingly beautiful, his presence both magnetic and terrifying. She felt his gaze piercing through her, as if he could see the very fabric of her soul. "Do you hear it?" he called, his voice a low, melodic whisper that entwined with the wind. "The call of the ocean?" It's a song of longing, of love lost to the depths. Her heart ached for him, for the weight of his sorrow that mirrored her own. She thought of the lost lovers, of those who had sacrificed their lives for a fleeting moment of connection with the sea. The legend spoke of how the sea claimed them, how the mermaids wept, their tears mixing with the salt water, their beauty eternally mourning. "I remember the stories," she managed to say, her voice trembling under the weight of his gaze. The tales of enchantment and tragedy. The merman's laughter echoed like the tolling of a bell, both joy and despair mingling in the air. "The truth is far darker than you can imagine," he replied, each word dripping with melancholy. "Every song hides a tale of sacrifice. Love is a cruel mistress, and the ocean is her grave." Liam stepped back, fear etched across his face like a storm cloud. "We need to go," he whispered, tugging at Jasmine's sleeve. "This isn't safe." But Jasmine stood rooted to the spot, torn between the allure of the mysterious creature and the safety of her brother. She felt the pull of the ocean, a magnetic force that beckoned her to step closer, to listen more intently. "What do you want?" she asked, her voice a shaky thread woven into the night air. "Freedom," he breathed, desperation crackling like static electricity between them. "I am bound to this realm, cursed by the love of a human who betrayed me. My heart aches for the sun, a fleeting warmth I can never again feel. Help me break the chains of my sorrow." Her heart was a fragile thing, caught between compassion and fear. She thought of the stories, the sirens who drew sailors to their doom, the beautiful lies wrapped in sparkling scales. But here, standing before her, was not just a myth but a creature filled with longing and pain. The weight of his plea suffocated her, a palpable force that settled in her chest. "I can't," she whispered, terror creeping in as reality clawed at her mind. "I don't know how." "Then listen," he urged, his voice urgent, desperate. "Listen to the ocean. It speaks truths that hearts cannot fathom. It is the bond between our worlds that will guide you." The waves roared as if in agreement, a cacophony of sound that drowned her fears, pulling her deeper into their rhythm. Shadows began to swirl around them, figures emerging from the foam, mermaids with sorrowful eyes and haunting smiles, their laughter like ghosts drifting through the night. Each one was a reminder of the tales her grandmother had told, a chorus of despair and beauty woven together in the fabric of time. "I remember." I remember, Jasmine's voice faltered as she felt the weight of their gaze, their collective grief crashing against her like a tidal wave. Suddenly, the cliffs trembled under her feet, an earth-shaking reminder that the world was not just about stories but about choices, about love that binds and love that breaks. Liam pulled her back, his eyes wide with fear. "We have to leave." But as he turned, the merman's eyes caught Jasmine's once more, and in that moment, time stretched and twisted. She saw lives intertwining, stories of heartache and joy, the weight of love sinking like stones into the depths of the ocean. The merman was more than just a legend, he was a part of her, a reflection of the longing she felt in the quiet moments, the echoes of her heart calling out for something she couldn't name. "Choose," he whispered, the ocean's breath mingling with the wind. "Choose whether to bind yourself to this world or to break free." As the waves crashed, Jasmine felt the pull of the unknown, a journey into darkness and light. The legends were not just stories, they were warnings, truths wrapped in the embrace of myth. She stood at the precipice, heart racing, choices swirling around her like the tides, fear and exhilaration intertwining. And just as she opened her mouth to speak, to break the silence that locked her in place, the earth trembled again, the shadows deepened, and a chilling realization settled in. The ocean was waiting, hungry for stories, for sacrifices, for love that dared to cross the boundaries of fate. The night swallowed her thoughts, her breath, the whispers of despair echoing into the depths. The merman's plea hung heavy in the air, a promise and a curse clashing in the moonlight. In that moment of stillness, with the world teetering on the brink, all she could do was listen to the haunting song of the sea, a melody that wove through time, dancing on the edge of reality, pulling her deeper into its embrace. The night was a yawning abyss, swallowing the stars whole. I stood there, the air thick with dread, the echoes of a world unmade swirling like fog around my feet. The sea crashed against the cliffs, each wave a heartbeat of ancient fury, a reminder that something slumbered beneath the surface. I could almost hear its breath, deep, resonant, a whisper of doom that curled around my mind, tightening like a noose. The behemoth. It was not just a creature, it was a nightmare come to life, a shadow stitched into the fabric of our reality. "What do you want?" Miriam cried, her voice trembling against the roar of the waves. Her eyes were wide, brimming with unshed tears that mirrored the ocean's depths. She was fierce, but fear turned her into a flickering candle in the storm. Adrenaline thrummed in my veins, and I wanted to reach out, to comfort her, to say that we would be safe. But deep down, I was just as lost, just as ensnared by the grip of terror. Memories of my brother's laughter echoed in my mind, an innocent boy, swallowed by the darkness of the sea, his final playful splash now a haunting reminder that safety was an illusion. "Stay close," I murmured, my voice barely louder than a whisper, yet it trembled with urgency. I didn't know if I was speaking to her or to myself, a mantra against the encroaching shadows. The wind howled, as if answering, teasing out my fears like a puppeteer pulling strings. I felt the weight of the night pressing down, the thick certainty that something was lurking, a monster born from the depths of the Old Testament, an echo of the chaos that once reigned before divine order came crashing down like a thunderclap. Miriam turned to me, her face a canvas of anguish and resolve. "We can't let it take anyone else," she said, her breath visible in the chill. "We can't let it take you." Her voice cracked, and the sound cut through the air like glass shattering, fragile yet piercing. I wanted to promise her that I wouldn't let it happen again, but my heart knew the truth, some shadows are too vast, too ancient to conquer. The ground trembled beneath our feet, a low growl rising from the depths of the sea. We both froze, eyes locked on the horizon where the water met the sky, a tear between worlds, a chasm of uncertainty. My heart raced like the hooves of 1,000 warhorses charging into battle. We were not soldiers, but we stood at the precipice of a dark truth. I could feel the behemoth's presence stirring, a force of nature unbound by the fragile rules of man. As the tide swelled, an unmistakable silhouette emerged, monstrous and awe-inspiring, a living embodiment of chaos. Its eyes glowed like molten gold, reflecting our fear back at us, and I thought of the stories whispered around flickering fires, stories of a creature so fearsome that to look upon it was to invite ruin. I had dismissed them as mere tales, but now, standing in the cold grip of night, I felt the ancient weight of those words. What if it's true? I thought, the question echoing in my mind like a drumbeat in the silence. Miriam gripped my arm, her nails biting into my skin, a welcome pain that grounded me. "It wants something," she stated, eyes darting back and forth, scanning for a sign of salvation or doom. She was right. The behemoth stirred not simply to terrify but to claim, to consume. I could sense it, an insatiable hunger clawing at the edges of its being, and in that moment, I realized it wasn't just a creature of flesh and sinew. No, it was a mirror reflecting our darkest fears, loss, despair, the eternal quest for understanding in the face of an indifferent universe. "Remember when you told me about the old sailor?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper now, almost lost to the wind. The memory came rushing back, a vivid snapshot of a man weathered by the sea, his gaze distant and haunted, rambling about the great beast beneath the waves. What if he was right? Her eyes shone with a fierce light, challenging the darkness. I wanted to believe. I wanted to hold on to hope like a lifeline thrown amidst the storm. "He might have been mad," I replied, but even as I said it, doubt fluttered in my chest. The shadows of the night wrapped around us tighter, and the ground shook once more, a warning that reverberated through my bones. In those moments, time became elastic, stretching and bending in ways that didn't make sense. The past and present collided, memories of shared laughter mixing with the sobering reality of what lay before us. I remembered the joy of sunlit days, of innocent dreams unfurling like petals. But dreams could twist into nightmares just as easily, a cruel turn of fate that could snatch everything from our grasp. "Whatever happens, we face it together," I said, my voice a steadying anchor in the rising tide of chaos. I looked into her eyes, resolute yet trembling, and I felt the weight of our shared resolve. We were flawed, stumbling through our own fears and uncertainties, but in that moment, we stood as warriors against the dark. The behemoth roared, a cacophony that shattered the calm. A wave crashed against the cliffs, sending a spray of salt water into the air, mingling with the electric tension between us. This was no longer a mere confrontation with a beast, it was a confrontation with the very essence of fear itself. Each heartbeat felt like a countdown, a reminder that we were alive, but for how much longer? "Miriam," I began, but the words faltered in the swell of the storm. The behemoth loomed larger, its silhouette swallowing the moonlight, an eternal reminder that some monsters are born not just of flesh, but of the very darkness within us all. As the water surged, pulling us closer to the edge of oblivion, I felt a pull, a gravitational force of despair and hope entwined. The night stretched on, unyielding and eternal, as we faced the monster that was not just lurking beneath the waves, but within our hearts. Time stood still, a haunting silence pregnant with possibilities, and the world waited with bated breath, the stage set for a confrontation that felt as ancient as the stars. The behemoth was here, and we were at the brink of our greatest reckoning. The air thickened with dread, saturated with the scent of clay and the distant murmur of the Euphrates, a river that had witnessed the rise and fall of empires. Once, it sang songs of prosperity, and now, it whispered secrets of a horror that slithered through the night. Beneath the ghostly glow of a crescent moon, shadows danced, and the world seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the inevitable. In this city, where ancient stones spoke in hushed tones, an unsettling stillness wrapped around the heart like a noose, tightening with every heartbeat. I remember the first time I saw her, Nadia, standing at the edge of the riverbank, her silhouette framed against the shimmering waters. Her eyes, deep wells of fear and defiance, reflected not just the moonlight but something darker, something that gnawed at her spirit. She clutched a tattered fabric, remnants of a life once vibrant, now a mere echo of what it had been. She felt the weight of her ancestors, each one pressing down on her, urging her to act, to confront the creature that haunted their lineage. "I can't let it take him," she whispered, as if the very air might betray her thoughts. Her brother, Zed, sat a few paces behind, a storm brewing in his chest. He was a man caught between worlds, protector and prisoner, brave and broken. He stared into the water, as if seeking answers where none existed. "Nadia," he said, his voice a gravelly whisper, "it's just a story. Amhuluk is just a myth." But beneath the bravado, the cracks in his armor revealed a truth he couldn't mask. He had seen the faces of the missing, felt the cold hands of despair gripping his heart, and still, he yearned to believe. Believing was easier than facing the abyss. but the stories lingered like the taste of ash in their mouths. They spoke of Amhuluk, the creature born of darkness and shadow, a harbinger of nightmares. It was said that he roamed the twilight, devouring the souls of the unwary, leaving behind only echoes of their screams. The village elders had warned them, their voices brittle as dry leaves. "Do not venture out at night, do not tempt the fates," they would say, eyes wide with fear. But fear, like the beast itself, had a way of creeping in, wrapping its tendrils around hope. Nadia shivered, not from the cool night air but from a realization dawning upon her, a sense of duty, an unwavering determination to protect what little remained of her family. "If it takes him, I'll face it," she said, every word a dagger aimed at her own heart. Zed looked at her, his protective instincts flaring like flames threatening to consume him. "You're not thinking clearly. What if it's true? What if," he paused, wrestling with a truth he didn't want to acknowledge. "What if it comes for you too?" In the silence that followed, the river gurgled, a growl echoing in the night. The shadows shifted, and the very stars above seemed to shudder, whispering warnings in a language no one could understand. They had heard the tales, the children who vanished, their laughter choked by the darkness. The villagers spoke in hushed tones of a night when Amhuluk had walked among them, eyes gleaming like obsidian, a predator in the guise of myth. "I remember," Nadia breathed, her voice barely a whisper, "the night the moon turned red." She clutched her fabric tighter, memories flooding her mind, laughter turned to screams, joy eclipsed by terror. They said it was a sign. That he would come for the blood of the innocent. A shiver raced down her spine as she recalled the faces of friends, now mere shadows in her memory, lives snuffed out like candles in a storm. The weight of her resolve pressed against the walls of her chest, suffocating yet liberating. She turned to her brother, the flicker of desperation in her eyes igniting something deep within him. "We can't let this continue. We have to fight back." Zed's heart thundered in his ears, the pulse of fear and fierce loyalty battling for control. But how? With what? He asked, voice trembling. What can we do against a god? With those words, the air shifted, thickening with an ominous energy. The shadows around them seemed to pulse, whispering secrets older than time itself. A rustling echoed from the thicket, a low growl reverberating through the soil. They froze, breath hitching, as the unmistakable figure materialized, tall, grotesque, a nightmare woven from the very fabric of darkness. Amhuluk, the embodiment of their fears, stood before them, his eyes glinting like shards of broken glass. Zed's heart raced, adrenaline coursing through his veins like fire. "Run," he shouted, but Nadia held her ground, defiance etched on her face. "No. We confront it," she yelled back, the spirit of their ancestors roaring to life within her. The creature loomed closer, a tapestry of horrors woven into its very being, and in that moment, the weight of the world collapsed upon them. The air crackled, tension boiling over as fear and courage warred within their souls. Zed reached for Nadia, his fingers brushing against hers, his heart a wild drum echoing their shared fate. Together, he whispered, the word both a promise and a prayer. In that instant, they were not just siblings bound by blood but warriors forged in the fires of despair. And as the creature advanced, poised to unleash the chaos of nightmares, the world fell silent once more, a heartbeat away from both salvation and destruction. Shadows danced, secrets waited to unfurl, and the line between reality and myth blurred, leaving only the raw, visceral emotion of a confrontation that would echo through the ages. As Amhuluk approached, the air thick with terror and a whisper of hope, they knew this was not the end but merely a turning point, a moment suspended in time, teetering on the edge of the abyss. The creature's presence loomed over them, an amalgamation of their darkest fears, yet within that grotesque form lay the reflection of their struggle, their determination, and their unyielding love that might just shatter the chains of despair. And in that haunting silence, something stirred, a flicker of light, a promise that even in the darkest of nights, the human spirit could ignite flames of courage, illuminating paths hidden in shadows. The storm roared like a beast unleashed, its howling winds clawing at the sails of the small ship. Waves, black with fury, crashed against the hull, sending icy spray like daggers into the faces of the desperate crew. I stood at the rail, slick with salt and fear, heart thrumming against my ribs, an urgent drumbeat that drowned out the chaos around me. The night was alive, a swirling chaos of shadows and fury, and somewhere beneath that terrifying surface, something ancient stirred. I remember the stories. I remember how they whispered of the Aspidokalone, the great sea turtle, larger than any vessel, a creature born from nightmares and legends. They said it could swallow entire ships whole, that its shell was an island, its breath a tempest. But did I truly believe? In that moment, clutching the wood of the rail, I felt the tremors in my bones, the inkling of something far more insidious than mere superstition. "Hold on," shouted Thomas, my companion, his voice barely cutting through the cacophony. He was a man of laughter, a jester among the serious, yet here he stood, eyes wild with terror. His hands gripped the edge of the deck as if it were a lifeline. "It's just a storm." A storm! But even he, the one who turned dark tales into jest, seemed to falter, glancing at the roiling depths as if they held the answer to an unasked question. Something surged beneath us, a ripple of movement that sent the ship tumbling sideways, the world tilting into chaos. I saw it then, a shadow breaking the surface, enormous and foreboding, a silhouette against the moonlit sky. The Aspidokalone! I could taste the salt of my own dread, a bitter tang that choked me. "Is it real?" I rasped, though my heart knew the answer. Thomas's face was pale as parchment, a thin sheen of sweat glistening on his brow as he nodded, a shudder coursing through his body. The creature was no mere myth, it was here, breathing, watching, and perhaps, it was hungry. As the waves crashed around us, memories flitted through my mind like sparrows in a cage. The tales of my youth, my father spinning yarns by the fire, his voice a low growl, warning of the dangers lurking beyond the horizon. I remember him gesturing with a long, crooked finger, speaking of sailors vanishing into the depths, their cries swallowed by the ocean. "You think the sea is forgiving," he'd sneered. "Nay. It is a cruel mistress, and the Aspidokalone is her fiercest servant." And here I was, a fool on this rickety ship, chasing the thrill of adventure, lulled by the sweet promises of glory and treasure. How naive I had been. I had laughed in the face of danger, and now it loomed before me, an impossible mountain of flesh and shell, poised to claim us all. A great maw broke the surface, water cascading like waterfalls from its gaping jaws. I screamed, a sound lost in the wind, as the ship lurched violently, the wooden planks beneath my feet groaning in protest. "Thomas!" I cried, panic wrapping around my throat like a noose. He was too far away, lost in the chaos, battling against the relentless tide and the weight of his own fear. The creature rose higher, colossal and undulating, its shell glistening like polished stone under the moonlight, an ancient relic of a time long forgotten. The air thickened with the scent of brine and something far more sinister, like decay. I could feel its gaze, piercing and knowing, like it was reading the very fabric of my soul, unearthing my deepest fears, my most insidious regrets. All at once, I was transported to that dark corner of my mind, where shadows danced and memories twisted. I remembered the girl I had loved, the one who laughed like the ringing of bells, whose dreams of the future were as bright as the day. I had let her go, chasing shadows instead of holding her close. I had laughed, thinking life was an adventure, but now, faced with the reality of the abyss, I realized how foolish I had been. "Face it!" I shouted into the night, a challenge as much for myself as it was for the beast that loomed before us. "Face the truth!" But the storm roared back, mocking my bravado, and for every ounce of courage I summoned, fear doubled in return. And then it happened. The ship heaved violently, tilting like a drunkard, and I felt myself slipping, the world spinning into a whirlpool of chaos. I grasped at the rail, but it was too late. My footing faltered, and with a horrifying lurch, I was thrown overboard, plunging into the monstrous depths below. Cold enveloped me like a shroud, the water a frigid embrace pulling me deeper into darkness. Panic surged as I fought against the weight of the ocean, gasping for air that would not come. I saw the shadow of the turtle above me, a hulking silhouette against the dim light filtering through the waves, and in that moment, all hope seemed lost. But then I remembered Thomas, his laughter, his warmth, the light he brought into my darkened world. I fought against the pull of despair, kicking my legs as I surged toward the surface, reckless and desperate. The surface shimmered, tantalizingly close, and I reached for it, hands clawing through the water. Breaking free, air filled my lungs, and I gasped, fighting against the waves. Instinctively, my eyes sought the Astidokalone, and I felt its presence even before I saw it. The creature turned, its great eyes locking onto mine, a moment suspended in time, a heartbeat that stretched into infinity. In that profound silence, I realized that this was not just a creature to be feared. It was a reminder of the depths we all hide within ourselves, the monstrous shadows that lurk in the corners of our souls. I was not merely a sailor caught in a storm, I was a man wrestling with the ghosts of my own making. The ship creaked like the bones of the damned as it was drawn closer to the behemoth, now fully submerged, circling like a predator. I could hear Thomas's shouts, the crew's frantic calls, but all I felt was the weight of the moment, heavy, suffocating. And then, beneath that vast, indifferent sea, I made a choice. I would not let the Aspidokalone claim me as another lost soul. I would confront it, face the truth, my fears, my failures, my regrets, rather than allow them to consume me. I was alive, and I would fight. I would wrestle with the monster until I found the spark of light that lay buried beneath the surface, waiting to be uncovered. In that moment, the storm became a mere whisper in the background, the ocean itself bending to my will. The creature roared above me, an echo of my own heart, and for every beat, I felt hope flicker like a candle in the dark. Even if death awaited, I would face it head-on, for in the depths of despair, perhaps I could find not only my salvation but the courage to redefine who I am beneath the weight of my own fears. The night sky shimmered above, and I knew that whatever awaited me, I would not be alone. Thomas would be with me, and perhaps, just perhaps, the legends were wrong, perhaps the Aspidokalone was not a monster at all, but a guardian of the truths we must all confront in our own dark waters. The moon hung heavy in the sky, a ghostly eye peering down at the restless waves that clawed at the shore. Maria stood ankle-deep in the frothy water, her heart thundering in her chest like a drum echoing in the silence of the night. She could feel it, a pulse beneath the surface, a rhythm that matched her own, calling to her. All around her, shadows slithered, the palm trees whispered secrets, and the wind carried a distant lament, a haunting wail that wrapped around her like a shroud. "Don't go in," shouted David from the beach, his voice tight, strained. He was always the cautious one. "It's dangerous." But danger was a thrill that danced in her veins. She remembered the stories her grandmother told her, the tales of duppies, the water spirits that roamed the Caribbean seas, gliding between realms, waiting for unsuspecting souls. They were not mere myths, they were alive, restless, fierce. "I can handle it," she screamed back, defiance igniting her like fire on dry grass. But a flicker of doubt nagged at her. She had seen the way the villagers looked at her, how their eyes darted away when she spoke of her dreams, how they murmured warnings behind closed doors. A chill gripped her heart, and she waded deeper, the cold water biting into her skin, pulling her in. The moonlight shimmered on the surface, transforming the ocean into silver shards, each one a possibility, each one a memory. She remembered her brother, lost to the waves, swallowed whole by a duppy when she was just 10. How could she forget? The gaping hole left in her chest, the way her mother's laughter turned to ash in her mouth. Pain was a familiar companion, but tonight it was roused into something sharper, a longing wrapped in sorrow. I remember, the phrase slipped from her lips, a mantra to keep her grounded. I remember the way he used to laugh, the way the sun would catch his curls. David's footsteps crunched behind her, a hesitant echo in her growing storm. He reached for her, his hand brushing her arm, electricity flaring between them. "You can't keep doing this, Maria. You can't keep looking for him in the depths." But she didn't want to look for her brother, she wanted to confront the spirit that had taken him, that had robbed her of her joy, her innocence. "What if I can find him?" The words tasted bitter, a mix of hope and despair. "What if I can bring him back?" "Some things are lost forever," he whispered, and with that, the air thickened around them. Shadows crept closer, darkness curling at the edges of the night, as if it were alive. "We can't bring back the dead." Her breath hitched, memories of laughter interspersed with cries of anguish flooding her mind. "But what if he's still here? What if he's just waiting?" The water lapped at her legs, teasing, coaxing her to drown her sorrow in its depths. "I remember," she murmured again, but the words began to dissolve, slipping through her fingers like sand. Memories twisted, his laughter blending into the cries of despair from the villagers, the warnings of the duppy that had taken him, the stories that inked themselves into her skin, marking her as one cursed. Above her, clouds gathered, pregnant with rain, and suddenly the wind howled, a mournful cry that sent shivers down her spine. And then she saw it, a figure beneath the water, glowing, ethereal. The duppy. Longing and terror collided within her, unstoppable, overwhelming. "Maria!" David's voice broke through the chaos, but she was already stepping forward, toes curling into the cool sand as she sank deeper, her heart racing like a trapped bird. The water licked at her waist, the current swirling like dark fingers, dragging her closer to the shimmering figure, the duppy that flickered like a flame just out of reach. "Let him go," she gasped, her voice trembling as the being turned to face her. Its eyes were hollow, endless voids, reflecting the pain she had carried in her own heart. "Let him go. You took him. You have to give him back." But the duppy merely smiled, a terrible, beautiful grin that sent a shiver through her bones. It was a dance of shadows, a waltz of agony and ecstasy. She felt David's hand on her waist, struggling to pull her back, but the pull of the spirit was stronger, magnetic. The air thickened with salt and sorrow, and she felt herself teetering on the edge, a precipice between life and death, between yearning and acceptance. "Do you want to be with him?" the duppy crooned, its voice a melody that wrapped around her heart like a vine. "Forever. I want him back." Her scream tore through the night, raw and primal. "I want my brother." And in that moment, she was no longer just a girl standing in the water, she was a tempest, a force of nature, battling against the dark tide. Memories of her brother surged, his laughter like sunlight, the warmth of his hugs, the way he always believed in her dreams. "I'll trade my life for his," she whispered, the words spilling from her lips like blood. David's grip tightened. "You don't mean that." Panic seeped into his voice, desperation clawing at him. He was afraid, she could see it in his eyes, the fear of losing her too. But she was past fear, she was consumed by something deeper, a fierce resolve that burned like the sun. In that moment, the duppy leaned closer, its visage morphing, shifting between beauty and horror. "Your heart sings for him. But what if it is a song of sorrow, a melody that binds you in misery?" "I remember," she breathed, drowning in the weight of her emotions. "I remember the way it felt to love him. I remember the laughter. I remember the joy." But the wind howled louder, swirling her words into the abyss. She felt the universe shift, a crack splitting the night, and the duppy flickered, the air heavy with choices, the weight of loss hanging between them like a noose. "Choose, Maria," the spirit whispered, the sea rising around her like a living thing. "Choose before the dawn breaks and forever slips away." And the world held its breath, teetering on the precipice, for in that moment of anguish and longing, she understood the fragility of life, the haunting beauty of a love that time could not erase. Everything hung in the balance, a heartbeat, a memory, a soul intertwined with another, waiting to be freed or forever lost to the relentless tide. The boat rocked violently, splintering the silence of the vast, ink-black ocean. The sky, a shroud of oppressive darkness, felt heavy, as if the universe itself was holding its breath. I gripped the railing tight, knuckles white against the salty spray that stung my skin like a warning. "Did you hear that?" whispered Clara, her voice trembling, eyes wide in terror. It consumed the air around us, a deep, resonant pulse echoing from below, a beat that made the very ocean quiver. Beneath us, something vast stirred. I remember the first time I heard the legend of Akrokamui, the giant squid. A creature so large that it could drag entire ships under, leaving nothing but ripples in its wake. I remember late-night tales spun in the glow of flickering lanterns, laughter and fear mingling like smoke in the air. In that moment, I could almost taste the salt of the sea, feel the weight of the stories, a darkness pressing against my chest. Now, here I was. On this small vessel, with Clara, who seemed like a fragile lace against the monstrous backdrop of the ocean, and Tom, whose bravado was a thin facade barely hiding a quaking heart. He laughed too loudly. "It's just the waves. Nothing to fear. But his eyes darted like trapped birds, searching the abyss for the unknown. I wanted to believe him, wanted to drown in that illusion of safety. But I could feel it, the ominous promise lurking in the depths. That pulse grew stronger, a low thrum resonating in my bones. My heart raced, matching its rhythm. I turned to Clara, who was staring into the dark, her breath shallow. The fear in her eyes mirrored my own, a reflection of shared terror. "What if it's real?" she whispered, her voice cracking like fragile glass. That simple question clanged in my mind, echoing louder than the sea. I remembered the stories, how sailors were lost to the great squid, how they'd become nothing but shadows in the ocean's body. The fear clawed at my insides, a raw, visceral thing, gnawing at me like a hungry beast. "We shouldn't have come out here," I murmured, the words barely escaping my lips, heavy with regret. A wave crashed against the hull, sending a shudder through the vessel, and I felt it, the heartbeat of the sea, alive and aware. "What was that?" Clara's voice rose, a shriek caught in her throat, and I turned, eyes scanning the black waters. The surface shimmered with a phosphorescent glow, moments of light dancing like ghosts in the darkness. It was beautiful and terrifying, a cruel juxtaposition of wonder and dread. "Look!" Tom pointed, and there it was, a massive tentacle surging toward us, slick and glistening, crashing against the bow with a power that sent us sprawling. The world tilted violently, and I felt the cold grip of panic tighten around my throat. "Get us out of here!" I screamed, but the words felt small, lost in the cacophony of chaos. The ocean roared, a primal force that dined on our fear, and all I could do was cling to the wood, heart pounding like war drums. The creature broke the surface, an impossibility of tentacles and eyes, each one an abyss reflecting our terror. The creature's gaze pierced through me, 1,000 unspoken stories swirling in the depths of its stare. I felt raw, exposed, a flicker of a dying ember in the face of its incomprehensible majesty. "What do we do?" Clara cried, her voice thin and frantic, but I had no answers. I was just as lost, spinning like debris caught in a cyclone of dread. The creature thrashed, the ocean heaving as it rose higher, its colossal form blotting out the stars. I could see the shimmering of its skin, the colors shifting like a tapestry of nightmares. "Hold on!" Tom yelled, fumbling at the wheel, but the wind howled, mocking our feeble efforts. The boat lurched, and I felt myself slipping, the deck slick with fear. I grabbed Clara's hand, squeezing it tight. "We won't let it take us," I breathed, though I could feel the tremor of uncertainty beneath my skin. In that heartbeat, time stretched, bending and warping, all the moments before crashing into this one. I remembered Clara laughing, the way her eyes sparkled like the summer sun, the warmth of those memories felt like a distant shore now, fading as the dark waves encroached. "Stay with me," I whispered, desperate to anchor us both in this storm. The creature surged again, tentacles lashing out with a mind-bending grace, wrapping around the boat as if it were a mere toy. My heart raced, each pulse a countdown to something unimaginable. I could almost hear the whispers of ancient sailors, the echoes of their fears merging with mine. Then, with a cataclysmic crash, the tentacle shattered the hull, splintering wood and dreams alike. Water poured in, icy and unforgiving, as we fought to stay afloat, the reality of our insignificance crashing over us like a wave. I could feel the panic in Clara's grip, her nails digging into my skin as we struggled. I wanted to scream, to thrash against the inevitable, but all that escaped were ragged breaths, the raw desperation hanging heavy in the air. "I won't let it take you," I shouted, but the words felt hollow, echoing against the walls of despair. The beast was relentless, a maw of darkness that threatened to devour us whole, dragging us into the depths where no light could reach. Every heartbeat was a whisper of fate, every moment stretched into eternity. I gazed into the abyss, the eyes of the Akaro Kamui holding an unspoken promise, a question that reverberated through the cosmos: will you fight, or will you succumb? And as the waters closed in around us, I felt the weight of those words, the gravity of our existence anchoring us to the fragile line between fear and survival. In the darkness, we were not alone, we were part of an ancient dance, a struggle that connected us to something far greater, far older than time itself. In the silence that followed the chaos, I realized, This was not just a story of survival, it was a reckoning with the unknown, a collision of our fears and the vast, unfathomable depths of the sea. And as the lights began to fade, I clung to Clara, a flicker of warmth against the cold tide. We were together, drifting toward the inevitable, a haunting embrace of life and darkness, united under the shadow of the great Akarokamui. The moon hung low, a ghostly eye watching as waves thrashed against the jagged cliffs. The salt-laden air churned with the cries of seabirds, their mournful wails echoing like forgotten souls. A storm brewed on the horizon, dark clouds swirling and twisting, promising chaos and despair. There, at the water's edge, stood Leofric, his heart pounding like a war drum in his chest, each beat heavy with dread. He felt it, the unmistakable pulse of something ancient lurking beneath the surface, a hunger that stirred in the depths of the unknown. "I remember the tales," he muttered, eye scanning the inky blackness. "The Wyrm that devours the bravest of men." The words tasted bitter on his tongue, a childhood nightmare resurfacing like a spectre. He had laughed then, the monster a mere figment of drunken tales spun by old men in smoky taverns. But now, he was the fool, standing at the precipice, where land met the abyss, battling the whispers of his own cowardice. Behind him, Evelyn trembled, her hands clasped tightly around the hilt of her dagger, knuckles white. "Leofric, we should go," she pleaded, her voice shaky yet fierce. Her determination was a fragile ember, flickering against the dark. She had come to him for solace, but now, as they stared into the maw of the ocean, unease wrapped around them like a shroud. "Tell me you can hear it, too," she implored, eyes wide, searching his face for reassurance. But the truth hung heavy like a noose. He could feel it, a thrumming, a beckoning from the depths. "I can hear it," he admitted, and with each word, the fear clawed at his insides. "It's calling to us." The weight of the night pressed down on them. It was not just the threat of the Wyrm but the shadows of their own turmoil. Leofric was not a hero, he was a baker's son, molded by the warmth of bread and the sweetness of pastries. He had never been meant for this. Evelyn, the fierce shield maiden, had lost her family to the ravenous sea, and now, haunted by their absence, she sought vengeance against the very beast that had stolen her joy. "Let it come," she whispered, voice trembling with both fury and fear. "Let it come and face us." Her bravado was inspiring, but beneath it lay a desperation that cut deeper than any blade. Leofric could almost taste her sorrow, mixed with the brine of the ocean. They were two broken souls, thrust together by fate, standing on the edge of oblivion. As if summoned by their despair, the waters began to roil, a dark swell rising ominously. The moonlight glinted off something slick and enormous just beneath the surface, and a chill crept down Leofric's spine. It was a moment suspended in time, an eternity stretched thin. It felt like they were caught between breath and scream, the world held in an agonizing pause. "I remember stories," Leofric spoke, almost to himself, eyes wide with fear. "Of men who went to sea and never returned. They said the Wyrm would rise and swallow them whole, leaving nothing but silence." But Evelyn shook her head, fierce defiance sparking in her eyes. "We are not those men, Leofric," she snapped, gripping his arm. "We're here, and we will not vanish into the dark. Not today." Her courage ignited something within him, a flicker of hope battling against the overwhelming tide of dread. They were not just victims of the Wyrm, they were warriors, ready to face their fears, even if it meant confronting the abyss itself. A sudden roar erupted from the ocean, a sound that echoed with ancient fury. The water exploded in a frenzy, and the Wyrm emerged, a colossal serpent of scales that shimmered with iridescent colors, each hue a reflection of life's agony. Its eyes were like pools of darkness, fathomless and merciless, locking onto Leofric and Evelyn with a predatory hunger. Time shattered around them. The world became chaos, a storm of feral energy and primal terror. Leofric's heart raced, each thud a desperate plea to escape, but Evelyn stood her ground, raising her dagger high, a challenge to the very essence of fear. "Come! Face us," she shouted, voice raw with emotion. And in that moment, everything shifted. It was no longer just a battle against a beast, it was a fight for their very souls. As the Wyrm twisted and lunged, its maw wide enough to engulf them both, Leofric felt the weight of his past, his insecurities, his doubts, fall away, leaving only the flickering flame of courage. He plunged forward, not out of bravery but desperation, a fierce need to protect what little hope remained. The dagger glinted in the moonlight, a small yet fierce weapon against the monstrous terror. "Evelyn," he cried, his voice raw with urgency. "Together?" With a primal roar, the WYRM lunged, and in that heartbeat, time stretched and snapped like a taut string. They were not just fighting the beast, they were battling their own shadows, the horrors that had shaped them. Leofric felt the weight of every unspoken fear and unfulfilled dream crashing upon him, and it was in that moment of impending doom that clarity dawned, a fierce determination, a fire that burned brighter than the darkness around them. And as they faced the WYRM, the whispers of the past and the echoes of the future collided, a haunting symphony of despair and hope. They were not alone, bound together by their grief, their rage, and their unwavering will to survive. The confrontation loomed, an impending reckoning that would forever change them. The ocean roared, and the night trembled, but beneath that tumult lay the pulse of something raw and unyielding, the indomitable spirit of humanity, ready to clash with the ancient terror of the WYRM. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and despair, a rancid aroma that clung to the skin like a shroud. I could hear it, the soft slither of something ancient and terrible, pooling in the shadows, waiting, always waiting. I was not alone, a flickering torch cast a jittery glow over the terrified faces of my companions, Chloe and Lysander. Fear hung between us, a chasm that swallowed every hopeful thought. The dark mouth of the cave loomed ahead, swallowing the light and whispering secrets of a creature that, even now, twisted dreams into nightmares. "I can't do this," Chloe gasped, her voice wavering, the pitch rising like a trapped bird. Her hands trembled as she clutched the hilt of her sword, raw knuckles white from the strain. She was a warrior, once, she had deserved the title, but now, doubt dripped from her like sweat. "This thing, it's not just a monster. It's a legacy of murder." "Legacies don't scare me," Lysander shot back, his voice low, a gravelly murmur that trembled with a concoction of bravado and dread. "He was the bravest of us, but even the bravest bleed." He jutted his chin forward, defiance coursing through him, as much a display for himself as for us. "I remember stories. I remember the way my mother's voice would quiver as she spoke of its many heads, each one a curse, each one a life snuffed out. The memories were his ghosts, haunting him, but now they clung to him like armor, a thin veil against the inevitable. And yet, the cave exhaled, a putrid breath that called around us. I could feel its pulse, a rhythmic thrum that synced with the frantic drum of my heart. "We have to move," I whispered, my throat tight with the weight of what lay ahead. "We'll split its heads. We can't let it grow back." The words hung in the air, more a prayer than a plan. I wanted to believe, but the truth gnawed at me, a visceral dread that the only real option was running. The shadows danced, mocking our resolve, and as we edged deeper into the darkness, a sudden sound, a low, guttural growl. My heart seized. The Hydra. It was here, lurking, ready to swallow us whole. Memories flashed before me, of laughter, of whispered dreams, of a different life where I didn't have to face this abomination. But now, those memories felt like chains dragging through the dirt, heavy and binding. A sudden burst of movement caught my eye, a flicker of scales glistening menacingly in the fading light. Chloe gasped, stumbling backward, her breath hitching in her throat. "It's so much bigger than I imagined," she breathed, wide-eyed and pale. I could see the fear crackling in her veins, a toxic poison spreading through her resolve. "We can't fight it. We can't. I won't let you give up, Chloe." My voice was sharp, cutting through the suffocating air. "You can't let it win. Remember the village? Remember how they looked at us when we walked away?" The faces of the villagers, their eyes wide with fear and resignation, echoed in my mind. "We owe them this fight. We owe them more than our lives." But as I spoke, I felt the tremor of doubt rattle through my own bones. What if we were the next names on the creature's endless list? What if we were nothing but echoes soon to be forgotten? My thoughts spiraled, but I pushed them away, focusing instead on the determination flickering in Lysander's eyes, a stubborn flame refusing to go out. He stepped forward, sword drawn, the blade glinting with an otherworldly light, a beacon amid the gathering shadows. "There's no turning back," he declared, a fierce fervor igniting his voice. "We'll fight together. We'll cut off its heads, and with each victory, we'll pile the bodies high until there's nothing left to regenerate." There was a feverish energy in him, a desperate need to prove he was more than just a boy filled with stories. But the Hydra, oh the Hydra! Each head was a serpent, a grotesque fusion of power and pain, each mouth a spiral of hungry fangs. It writhed in the darkness, its many eyes glistening with predatory hunger. I felt the cold sweat of terror trickling down my spine. It was a gruesome reminder that time was slipping away, mere moments before the creature's full wrath could swallow us whole. "It's not just about fighting," Chloe whispered, her voice trembling, almost fragile. "It's about what we lose." Her gaze fell to the ground, shadows flickering across her face. "I can't lose you both. I can't." "Then don't think about losing, think about winning." Lysander roared, his voice echoing off the damp walls. "The only way we can die is if we don't fight." The fire in him was contagious, and I could feel my own heart pushing against the walls of my chest, a deafening drum echoing our collective resolve. And then, as if the universe itself took a breath, the Hydra surged into view. It was a dark whirlwind, a chaotic storm of scales and teeth, the air crackling with an energy that threatened to split the very fabric of reality. Its growl tore through the silence, a sound so primal it felt like the very ground beneath us trembled. I was not prepared for it, the sheer enormity of it, the weight of years of terror condensed into this single moment. I could hear my breath quickening, feel my pulse thrumming in my ears, drowning out thoughts of retreat, drowning out the fear. The Hydra lunged forward, and in that terrible instant, time elongated, stretched thin, as if the universe was holding its breath. "Now!" Lysander shouted, and we surged forward, our weapons raised high. I felt the rush of adrenaline coursing through me like wildfire, the cry of the village ringing in my ears. It was a promise, a vow to fight against the tide of darkness, to carve out a piece of hope from despair. And as we collided with the beast, the world exploded into chaos, a cacophony of screams and roars, a whirlwind of blood and fury. Each swing of our swords felt like a desperate grasp at existence, every cut, a moment snatched from the jaws of the abyss. But the Hydra was immortal, a serpent of nightmares, and as heads fell, two more sprouted in their place, mocking our efforts. The fight was a dance, a grim ballet of life and death, and I could feel my resolve slipping into the darkness. This was no simple battle, it was an unraveling, an endless cycle of sacrifice. And as I fought, a single thought gripped me, cold and unyielding. In the heart of the struggle, we were just as mortal as the villagers we fought for, just as fragile, just as human. The night stretched out before us, an unending void that reflected the very essence of our fears, our dreams, and our relentless need to survive. And still, the serpents writhed. The water churned beneath a blood-red moon, swirling with secrets, weaving shadows that danced across the inky depths. It wasn't the serene beauty of twilight, it was a warning. A cool breeze whispered against moist skin, every breath tinged with salt and fear. I stood at the edge of the pier, heart pounding like a war drum, the weight of it heavy in my chest. The stories about the Sicilia were never just bedtime tales, they were horror stories that burrowed into your mind, twisting reality into something grotesque and beautiful. I had heard the rumors, the way they lured sailors, the way they sang. I had seen glimpses of their shimmering forms in the depth of night, half-remembered dreams that clawed at my mind. But this was real. The water roared, and from its depths, something was rising, something otherworldly, something that both terrified and exhilarated me. I didn't know if I wanted to run or reach out, to embrace the fear that called around me like a lover's grip. "Don't," shouted Sam, her voice slicing through the tension like a knife. She grabbed my arm, eyes wide, the moonlight catching the glimmer of panic. "They'll take you, too." Her breath hitched, words tumbling over one another. "You don't understand. They're not just stories. They'll drown your soul." But it was too late. In that moment, I felt the tugging pull of the abyss, an invitation that was more than just a call, it was a promise. a promise of freedom, of understanding, of a life beyond this mundane existence. I could feel my heart's rhythm synchronize with the pulse of the ocean, each heartbeat echoing like a war drum that urged me forward, deeper into the uncertainty. "I have to," I whispered, my voice barely rising above the roar of the waves. I fought against her grip, my own hands trembling with a restless, thrumming energy. "I need to know." And just like that, the edge of the pier became a precipice, a threshold between the ordinary and the extraordinary, between sanity and madness. In the depths, the Cichelia stirred, their tentacles weaving among the shadows, glistening slick with water and mystery. I could almost hear their vibrant cries mingling with the crashing waves, a haunting melody that plucked at the strings of my very soul. They were creatures of the deep, half human, half octopus, each one a beautiful nightmare. I was drawn to them like a moth to a flame, despite the bitter chill of the ocean air. And then she emerged. Her form was sinuous, a glorious amalgamation of limbs and sinew, her human half adorned with iridescent scales that shimmered like stars against the night sky. Her eyes, luminous and ancient, pierced through the darkness, locking onto mine with an intensity that made the breath stick in my throat. I felt a rush of vulnerability, a wild need to connect, to understand her agony, her isolation, as much as my own. "Why do you come?" Her voice rippled through me, twisting around my thoughts, drawing them into the water's embrace. It was both a question and a challenge. "Why do you seek us?" "I want to know," I answered, feeling raw and exposed, as if she could see every secret I held close. "I want to understand what it means to be like you." She laughed, a sound that echoed through the churning sea. It was both beautiful and haunting. "To be cursed? To be alone? Do you understand the weight of this existence?" Her tentacles brushed against the wooden beams of the pier, slick and graceful, and I felt an inexplicable longing, a desire to be part of that world. Sam was shouting now, her voice a distant thrum against the pounding surf, a lifeline tugging me back to reality. But I felt the pull of the ocean, the promise of freedom and darkness wrapped in one. I clung to the notion that perhaps, just perhaps, in the depths of despair, I could find belonging. I had been lost for so long, a ghost haunting my own life, trapped in a world that felt too small. "Do you understand what it means to be half of two worlds?" the Cichelia continued, her eyes searching mine, her gaze unyielding. "To be neither here nor there, to forever swim in shadows." I swallowed hard, feeling the weight of her words sink into my bones. The truth of her existence resonated with me, echoing memories of my own life, a life spent on the fringes, searching for acceptance, for understanding, for a place to call home. "It's a curse," she whispered, heartbreak weaving into her voice. "A gift wrapped in chains." As the waves crashed against the pier, a sudden surge of emotion bubbled within me, raw and powerful. I wanted to scream, to tear at the fabric of reality, to summon the courage to step forward into the unknown. But I felt Sam's grip tighten, felt her fear seep into my skin, binding me in place. "Don't you dare," she cried, desperation lacing every word. "She's not what you think. They'll take everything from you." But I was already slipping away, leaving the safety of the pier behind, drawn deeper into the embrace of the Cichelia's world. I could feel the water's cold fingers trailing along my skin, inviting me to relinquish everything I had ever known. I remember that moment, the sensation of belonging mingling with the fear of loss, the thrill of the unknown fighting against the ache of my heart. I remember the way the Cichelia smiled, a knowing twist of her lips, as if she understood the complexity of my emotions, the turmoil of my spirit. Her eyes shimmered like galaxies, endless and fathomless. "Join us," she beckoned, her voice a caress wrapped in shadows. "Become one with the tide. Embrace the chaos. You are not alone." And in that moment, I understood. Sam's voice faded into the background, a distant echo against the roar of the ocean. I was teetering on the brink of everything, unsteady and lost, but somehow found. The Cichelia beckoned, and I was ready to answer, ready to plunge into the depths, to surrender to the darkness that promised rebirth. The world above faded, the pier melting away into obscurity as I took the plunge. Each heartbeat matched the rhythm of the waves, every breath a testament to my resolve. I was diving headfirst into the enigmatic embrace of the Cichelia, and as I sank into the abyss, I knew there was no turning back. The adventure was just beginning, and I could finally feel the thrill of being truly alive. The air was suffocating, thick with humidity, as the twilight sun dipped behind the jagged silhouette of the Amazon's trees, casting long shadows that crawled over the murky waters. I remember the first time I felt the river breathe, a slow, rhythmic inhalation that seemed to pulse with life, with secrets. That evening, I stood on the bank, my heart drumming against my ribs like a caged bird desperate to escape. "Do you hear it?" whispered Anna, her voice barely rising above the croaking frogs and rustling leaves. Her eyes glinted like obsidian, dark and deep, mirroring the river's depths, each glance a promise of something unnameable. "The river sings to us, you know." I remember the tales she wove, stories of the Jorogumo, ethereal creatures born from the water, beauties and horrors wrapped in one. They lured the foolish and broken-hearted. They swam just beneath the surface, beautiful and haunting, like a fleeting dream you can't quite grasp. Anna had a way of making the impossible feel tangible, her words wrapping around us like the warm Brazilian night, drowning out the creeping sense of dread. But tonight, silence fell heavy. The shadows danced as darkness consumed the landscape, and I felt it, the pull of something ancient, something that churned beneath the water, waiting for the right moment. I was drawn to the edge, where the water lapped at the shore, calling my name in a whisper only I could hear. I shouldn't be here, I thought, a familiar ache of regret tightening in my chest. I had come to escape, to flee from the memories that haunted me and my father's funeral, the brittle laughter of friends who had vanished like smoke. But here I stood, a moth drawn to a flame, and within that moment of weakness, I felt the river's heartbeat intertwining with my own, a seductive rhythm that echoed my loneliness. "Don't go too close." Anna's voice sliced through the haze, but it was too late. I was already teetering on the brink, heart racing, feet rooted in the wet earth. I saw something, a flash, a glimmer beneath the surface. It was then I remembered the warnings, the old tales stitched together with fear. Mothers hushed their children at the mention of the Jorogumo, their eyes widening in terror. I leaned forward, captivated, entranced. The water shimmered like molten silver, and I could almost see her, Yora, the river spirit, a woman of beauty beyond compare, with hair like flowing water and eyes that held the mysteries of the cosmos. But beneath that allure, I sensed the darkness, the void that mirrored my own, those who were lost, like me. Anna's hand tightened around my arm, grounding me. "She's not just beauty, you know. They say she steals your heart and drags you down, makes you forget everything." Her breath was warm against my ear, laced with fear and urgency. I lost my brother to her, to the river. The Yora took him, and he never returned. Her words hung heavy in the air, piercing my heart like a dagger. I hadn't known, the weight of her loss washed over me, a deluge that left me gasping. "What if she's calling to you?" she whispered, desperation seeping through her voice. "What if she wants to take you too?" In that moment, I felt the gravity of my own desperation. A vision swirled in my mind, the faces of those I loved, fading like the last light of day. I longed to escape, to drown my sorrows in the abyss of the river, to be embraced by its depths. But I was not ready to be claimed. I was not ready to disappear. "Let's go back," I said, my voice trembling, the sound of my own fear foreign and raw. Yet, as I turned, there it was again, a seductive glimmer just beneath the surface. It beckoned me, promising solace, a release. I saw my reflection distorted in the water, a ghost of who I once was, fractured and fragile. "Please," Anna urged, her grip tightening. "We have to leave before," but it was too late. The water broke, and there she emerged, Yora, radiant and terrifying, droplets glistening on her skin like tears of lost souls. Her voice was a melody that wrapped around me, pulling me closer, drowning out the fear that threatened to consume me. "Come, sweet child. Let go of your pain. Join me, and forget." I remember standing there, suspended in time, torn between the depths of my sorrow and the pull of her embrace. The river's reflection rippled, and I caught a glimpse of Anna's face, the horror etched into her features, the desperation mirrored in her eyes. "Don't," she screamed, a raw, visceral plea that shattered the night. But my heart, it ached for the escape she offered, for the oblivion that hummed beneath the water's surface. I felt my resolve wavering, the weight of my grief inching me closer. And then, like thunder, the moment shattered. A rush of wind whipped through the trees, an unearthly howl that rattled the very core of the earth. The river surged, the dark water roaring, as if awakening from a long slumber. The Yora's expression shifted, her beauty morphing into something fierce, primal, a predator revealing its true form. I stumbled back, breaking free from the spell that had held me captive, heart racing with terror. Anna pulled me hard, dragging me away from the water's edge, into the safety of the trees. "She's angry. We have to run." Every heartbeat echoed with urgency as we fled, the unforgiving darkness swallowing the moonlight behind us. I would not be another victim, I would not join those who had disappeared into the river's embrace. I remember the weight of that fear, the taste of adrenaline sharp on my tongue, as the ghostly whispers of the Yoromayas followed us, merging with the night, haunting and hollow. We ran, two souls intertwined, torn between the demons we sought to escape and the monsters lurking just beneath the surface. I could feel Anna's breath against my neck, the frantic rhythm of her heart matching mine, a tether that pulled us away from the abyss. In that eternal chase, I felt alive, a flicker of hope igniting within the depths of despair. The river sang its dark lullaby behind us, a haunting reminder of what we had escaped, but not what we had lost. The winding path blurred with shadows, the trees closing in as we plunged deeper into the forest, where the echoes of our fears danced just beyond reach. I remember that night, the night of the Yoromayas, not as an ending but as a beginning, a threshold we crossed into a world where monsters and memories entwined, forever altering the fabric of our souls. The water churned violently, a tempest born from the depths of darkness. I stood on the shore, heart pounding, as the waves clawed at the land, each crash echoing like a warning bell. Thunder rumbled in the distance, but I felt a different kind of storm brewing within me, an unrelenting fear that gripped my throat. The stories about the Taniwha surged back to life within me, tales of guardians and monsters, of power unleashed and vengeance exacted. Kia ora, I had heard the chants whispered in the wind, but now they clawed at the edges of my sanity. I remember the elders, their faces lined with the weight of history, their eyes flickering with an otherworldly light as they spoke of water, sacred and unforgiving. The Taniwha protect, they told me, but they also punish. Now, standing at the precipice of chaos, I could sense their unseen eyes upon me, watching, waiting. Beside me, my brother, Ahi, clutched a weathered stone talisman, our father's talisman, his face a mask of desperation. "We shouldn't have come here, Ren," he muttered, the wind whipping his words away like fallen leaves. I remembered our father's stories, how the Taniwha once guided him through the winding rivers, their eyes like molten silver in the moonlight. But I also remember the shadows that trailed behind those stories, whispers of lost souls, of boats that never returned, of water that swallowed dreams whole. "Just a little longer," I begged, though my own heart quivered beneath the weight of my conviction. "We have to know." My voice trembled, a fragile thread in the tempest of uncertainty. Ahi's eyes darted toward the foaming waves, a flicker of doubt washing over his features. I felt the pressure of the world resting upon us, the burden of history, of our lineage, and the unbearable longing for answers that danced just beyond the grasp of reason. There was a flicker beneath the surface, a change in the tumult, the promise of something ancient awakening. I was drawn to it, a moth to the flame, the pull of fate tangible in the air. "Look!" I shouted, but my voice barely broke through the roar. Ahi grabbed my arm, his grip a vice, heavy with fear. "We need to leave." But I felt the call too deeply, a bond that transcended the surface of the water, something that anchored me to this very moment. Suddenly, the waves parted, a gaping maw revealing something sinuous and colossal. My heart raced, a wild drum in my chest, as the Taniwha emerged, a serpent of shadow and scale, glistening with the sheen of the moonlight. It was a creature birthed from nightmares, yet within its midst swirled an undeniable majesty. My brother stumbled back, his terror palpable, but I remained rooted, transfixed by the beauty and ferocity that surged before me. "Why are you here?" The voice roared like thunder, echoing in my bones. I swallowed hard, the words caught between my lips and despair. I remembered the stories of those who crossed the Taniwha, their failures, and their fates intertwined with the very essence of the water. I could feel every heartbeat of the creature, the pulsing energy of the land and sea connecting us in an ancient dance, a ritual of trust and fear. "We seek answers," I cried, the desperation clawing at my throat, raw and electric. "We want to understand." The Taniwha circled, its massive form weaving through the water, creating a tremor that resonated in the marrow of my bones. I trembled, the talisman slipping from his fingers, a symbol of our lineage lost in the depths. "Answers?" The voice was a rolling wave, crashing against the shore of my resolve. "What answers do you seek, child of the earth? Do you wish to know the price of knowledge?" I felt the weight of my brother's gaze, his disbelief mingling with the terror that hung in the air. I thought of our father, his laughter echoing in my memories, the warmth of his stories enveloping me like a cocoon. "Yes!" I screamed, feeling the energy surge within me, a fire ignited from the depths of my spirit. "Tell us!" "We are not afraid." A lie, perhaps, but in that moment, I believed it. The Taniwha's eyes glinted with an unreadable emotion, a mixture of amusement and disdain. The storm around us intensified, the winds howling as if echoing the turmoil of my heart. "Fear is a shadow that haunts you," it whispered, its voice now a distant murmur, "but it is your choice to confront it." I felt as though the universe had paused, the stars hanging in the air like delicate glass, each one a memory, a dream, a whisper of what could be. I remembered the tales of the Taniwha, how they guarded sacred waters, how they were both protector and predator. Ahi, breathing heavily, pulled me back, his eyes wide with terror. "Ren, we have to go." His voice was a tremor of panic. But I felt anchored, my spirit entwined with the Taniwha's power, a thread woven into the tapestry of existence. "No!" I shouted, feeling the words resonate in the air. "We need to face this." The water surged, crashing against the rocks, and for a moment, I felt the world shatter and freeze. Memories cascaded through me, our childhood, laughter ringing through the trees, our father's gentle hand resting on our shoulders. The line between fear and courage blurred, a melding of chaos and clarity. And then, in the eye of the storm, the Taniwha leaned closer, its breath a gust of cold that sent shivers racing down my spine. "What will you sacrifice for the truth?" The question hung in the air like a haunting echo. I glanced at Ahi, his uncertainty mingling with a flicker of understanding. "Everything," I whispered, the words escaping like a breath of fire. "I will sacrifice everything." The Taniwha laughed, a sound like rolling thunder, a promise and a warning entwined. "Then so be it." As the waves crashed higher, spiraling into chaos, I understood. The Taniwha was not merely a guardian of waterways, it was a harbinger of truths yet to come, of heartache, of love, of loss, and of the unfathomable depths of our own souls. The water surged, and as I stood at the edge of the abyss, I felt the weight of eternity pressing down, the stories of my ancestors intertwining with my own. In that moment, I knew this was only the beginning, the first ripple of a journey that would challenge everything I held dear. And as the storm raged around us, the Taniwha circled, waiting, watching, a guardian poised at the threshold of our destinies, ready to unveil the secrets of the waters that flowed beneath our very feet. The rain fell in sheets, a torrential downpour that felt like the heavens themselves were weeping. The village was swallowed by the murky waters, the frantic cries of the people echoing against the roar of the storm. Drowning was an intimate affair, an embrace of despair. I stood on the edge of the rising tide, heart pounding like a war drum as panic swept through the air. Each pulse of fear sent ripples across my skin, an electric reminder of my mortality. I remember the way the water curled around my ankles, a cold kiss of inevitability. I remember the faces, twisted in terror, each one a reflection of my own soul, a shared dread where hope slipped like sand through fingers. I had never felt so powerless, so utterly insignificant, as I watched my friends and family scramble for safety. The earth had betrayed us, it had turned to a churning mass of chaos. I clutched my brother's hand, his grip trembling, despair seeping into our bones like the cold water around us. "Where is Vishnu?" I shouted into the storm, my voice lost among the wailing winds. "Where is Matsya?" But he was nowhere to be found. The legend spoke of Matsia, the fish avatar, who would save the righteous when darkness enveloped the world. Yet here we were, spiraling into the abyss, and it felt like a cruel joke. My brother's eyes darted around, wild with fear, searching for some flicker of hope. He was only a child, but he bore the weight of the world on his small shoulders. Suddenly, the clouds parted, revealing a sliver of moonlight, illuminating the chaos. I blinked against the glare, and in that moment, something emerged from the depths, a massive fish, scales glistening like polished jewels, sliding through the water with a grace that belied its enormity. It was Matsia, but who could believe it? I felt a shudder, a jolt of recognition that shook me to my core. "Do you see it?" I gasped. "Do you see Matsia?" But my brother was frozen, his fear constricting his throat. This wasn't just a story any longer, it was a living nightmare. The fish swam closer, its eyes gleaming with ancient wisdom, a silent promise of salvation. It swirled around us, a whirlpool of hope and despair, tugging at the fragile threads of our reality. "Climb aboard," a voice boomed from the depths, deep and resonant, echoing through the storm. It was a voice of authority, of power, a call to action. I turned to my brother, the urgency of the moment crashing over me like another wave. "Get on!" I shouted, desperation bleeding through my words. The water surged and pulled at our legs like hungry hands. "We have to trust it." With a deep breath, he took my hand, and together we waded into the depths. The air grew heavy, saturated with fear and electric anticipation. I watched as the villagers hesitated, caught between instinct and belief. They were consumed by the chaos of their own minds, their fear rooted deep. But I felt a flicker of something. Was it hope? A resonance deep within that thrummed in sync with the heartbeat of Matsia. The fish circled back, its tail creating a swell that lifted us off our feet. We were suddenly buoyant, riding the crest of a wave that felt surreal and alive. The storm roared above us, but I felt an odd calm as we were pulled into the depths, the water closing over our heads like a shroud. Here, in the silent embrace of the abyss, I saw the memories of my life flicker before me. My mother's laughter, my father's strength, the colors of the village sparkling in sunlight. Each moment was a treasure, a fragment of who I was, and it burned within me like a candle against the dark. The darkness closed in, but Matsia glowed with an ethereal light. I felt the pulse of the cosmos in my veins, stars twinkling in the water as if the universe itself had gathered to witness this moment. I could feel its energy, a vibrant surge of life coursing through me like fire. I was not alone. We were not alone. But the realization struck me, who would we be on the other side of this? What would become of us, of our village, our dreams? Would we emerge as heroes, or as shadows haunted by the memories of what we lost? The question slithered through my mind, twisting and turning, refusing to let me go. And then, as if reading my thoughts, the fish turned toward me, its eyes swirling with enigmas. I felt the weight of its gaze, a knowing that transcended words. Matsia was not just a savior, it was a mirror reflecting the depths of my soul. I understood then, the true rescue lay not in the fish, but in the spirit of the people. We were the echoes of our history and the architects of our fate. I looked at my brother, still clinging to my hand, his small face etched with confusion and hope. "Whatever happens, we will face it together," I whispered, my voice a fragile promise against the chaos. As the storm raged above, we swam deeper into the embrace of Matsia, surrendering to the unknown, the world above fading into a distant memory. The water thickened, wrapping around us like a cocoon, and I felt the soft thrum of life pulsing in the darkness. Time stretched and twisted, the seconds blurring into an eternity. In that vastness, I glimpsed shadows of history, the rise and fall of empires, the laughter of gods, the whispers of those lost to time. It was beautiful and terrifying, and I could feel the gravity of it all pulling us closer to a confrontation with destiny. I could hear the echoes of my ancestors, their voices mingling with the storm, urging me forward. The weight of their hopes crushed upon my chest, filling me with purpose, igniting a fire within. With every heartbeat, with every breath, I knew we were not merely resisting the flood. We were part of something far greater, an intricate tapestry of life and death, of despair and hope. In that moment, As Matsia surged through the depths, I felt the walls of my soul expand, breaking free from the fear that had confined me. The darkness became an ally, a canvas upon which the light of our spirit could shine. I clung to the realization that there was no victory without sacrifice, no renewal without loss. As we approached the surface, bright, blinding, shimmering with possibility, I whispered a silent prayer to the universe, to Matsia, to whatever awaited us on the other side. The storm above thrashed violently, but down here, in the depths of the water, I finally found peace. The light beckoned, and I could feel the world shifting, the tides of fate swirling around us like the currents of time. And I realized, with chilling clarity, that this was only the beginning. The waves crashed like thunder against the jagged cliffs, each swell swallowing the light of the dying sun. I stood there, heart racing, breath caught like a fish in the net of despair, staring at the horizon where water met sky, where life met death. It was beautiful, yet it promised nothing but loss. The air around me thickened with tension, the salty breeze carrying whispers of horror and allure. I was not alone. Beside me, Marin's eyes widened in horror as the first note sliced through the twilight, a haunting melody that ensnared the very essence of the sea. "I can't hear it," she gasped, a tremor in her voice betraying the bravado she tried to uphold. Marin always played the fearless one, the one who would charge into chaos. But here, her confidence faltered, shadows creeping into her features as the siren song filled the air, a sweet poison drifting towards us on the wind. I remember the tales told around flickering fires, words like cold fingers wrapping around my spine. The sirens, they said, could only be heard by the weak-hearted. I closed my eyes, trying to block out the sound, but it slithered into my mind, curling around my thoughts like ivy, pulling me closer to the edge of the abyss. "Marin, we need to go. Now," I urged, my own voice shaking, each syllable heavy with dread. "No. I need to hear it," she breathed, an obsession igniting in her eyes. The call of the sirens was a siren call indeed, luring her, tempting her to step closer, to unravel the mystery that lay beyond the veil of waves. I felt the gravel crunch beneath my feet, the earth solid yet betraying, like every promise we ever made. She was drawn to the song, veering toward the cliff's edge, the very precipice of danger. I reached for her arm, but as my fingers brushed her skin, an electric shock surged through me. She turned to me, eyes ablaze. "Don't you feel it? The beauty, the freedom." Her words dripped with longing, a yearning for something just beyond reach, something that pulsed in time with the rhythm of the ocean. Yes, I felt it, the ecstasy of the unknown. But beneath that lay the undercurrents of fear, an ancient knowing that danced through my veins. "It's not freedom, it's a curse!" I shouted over the rising swell, the melody distorting into a cacophony of despair. "They'll swallow you whole." But she didn't hear me. Her gaze was lost in the horizon, where shadows flickered and entwined with the last rays of light. The sirens sang, a lullaby woven from the bones of mariners past, and I could see it, the memory of their longing etched in her face, their tragic story swirling in her mind. "Leo!" Marin's voice pierced through the haze, a desperate plea that clawed at my heart. I turned, the urgency of the moment clenching my throat. She was swaying, caught in the trance, a moth drawn to the flame. What if they're not monsters? What if they're just lost like us? Her words echoed in my mind, an unsettling truth. We were all lost, weren't we? The city had never understood us, its shadows too thick, its laughter too hollow. In that moment, I remembered the ghosts of our childhood, the dreams we wove, the promises made under the starry canopy of a world that felt endless. Yet here we stood, poised on the brink of oblivion, her heart held hostage by the siren's call. "Marin!" I screamed, breaking through the spell that enshrouded her. "Listen to me. They don't want freedom, they want your life. They will tear you apart. I can't lose you." And in my words, I felt the weight of my own fear, the unbearable pain of losing the one person who understood the edges of my soul. She blinked, the glaze lifting for a moment, confusion flickering in her eyes. "Leo!" But then the song surged, a tidal wave crashing over us, wrapping around her like a lover's embrace. Her face transformed, the fear melting away, replaced by a serene smile that twisted my gut in knots. "It's beautiful," she whispered, stepping closer to the edge, as if the world beyond was a paradise waiting to be unveiled. Desperation clawed at my throat. "No. Stay with me. Fight it." I lunged for her, clutching her wrist with a grip that felt like a lifeline. Her pulse raced beneath my palm, a frantic rhythm that matched my own. The siren song crescendoed, each note a knife, slicing through the air, through reason, through sanity. "I remember," she murmured, her voice barely a whisper now, "the tales of sailors lost, the beauty in their sorrow." She looked at me, eyes glistening with unshed tears. "They just wanted to belong." I shook my head, so lost, so terrified. "We belong here. You belong with me." But the truth was a ghost, haunting every word I spoke. I didn't know if I could save her. I was drowning in my own fears, and she was slipping through my fingers like sand. The waves surged, a tumultuous heartbeat of the sea, and I felt the world tilting, the universe bending at the seams. I couldn't let her go. I wouldn't. With one final surge of strength, I pulled her away from the edge, away from the siren's seductive call, away from the darkness that threatened to consume us both. But the song didn't fade. It lingered, a haunting echo that pulsed through the air and wrapped around our hearts. Our world shifted, the horizon blurring as the shadows thickened, the twilight swallowing the last glimmers of hope. "We have to run," I gasped, dragging her backward, heart pounding, pulse racing. Yet deep down, I knew this was only the beginning. The sirens wouldn't give up easily. They were relentless, a part of the ocean, a part of us, an eternal cycle that entwined our fates. As we stumbled away, the echoes of their song lingered, haunting us with promises unfulfilled, with dreams as vast as the night sky and as cruel as the tides. I held Marin tightly, feeling the tremors of her heart as we escaped the cliff's edge, but the shadows were already invading, creeping into every crevice of our souls. And somewhere beyond the horizon, the sirens sang on, their voices weaving through the night, a reminder that the sea would always call us home, whether we wanted to answer or not. The wind howled like a banshee, spiraling around the craggy cliffs of Zena, a banshee song that whispered secrets of the deep. It was twilight, that eerie hour where shadows danced and the ocean roared its warnings in a language understood only by the lost. Below, the waves crashed against the rocks, frothing white like the foam of old sorrows, while above, the sky bled hues of orange and purple, imploring the day not to relent. I remember feeling the weight of the world pressing on my chest, heart thumping against the confines of my ribcage, a caged thing desperate for release amid the chaos. In the small, thatched roof cottage on the hill, a flickering flame struggled against the darkness. There was no comfort in its flicker, only more shadows. I remember the way Morwenna's voice trembled, the quaver in her words echoing the tremors of the earth itself. "He's gone," she whispered, a spectre of despair haunting our home. He followed her into the sea. The sound of her tears was an orchestra of heartbreak, each droplet a note in a melody of anguish. I wanted to reach out, to wrap my arms around her and say it would be all right, but the truth hung like a noose in the air. It was too late. The sea had claimed him, a hunger insatiable, and the memory of his laughter was now just a ghost floating through the fog of her grief. I remember the way she cradled a seashell in her palm, as if it contained the very essence of him, the salt of the ocean mingling with her tears. A shadow moved outside, gliding along the rocks, a figure that beckoned like a dream slipping just out of reach. My heartbeat quickened, a wild drumbeat, as I peered through the window. The silhouette danced at the water's edge, ethereal and haunting, shimmering in the twilight. "Is it her?" I gasped, knowing full well which stories haunted these shores, the tale of the mermaid with hair like spun gold, eyes like the depths of the abyss. Morwenna's breath hitched, nails digging into her palms. "She took him. She took my love." Her voice shattered like glass, cutting through the night, raw and visceral. I felt the tremor of her pain ripple through my own being, echoing in the marrow of my bones. But it was not just her heart that was torn. I felt a flicker of something deep within me, an insatiable curiosity, an unquenched thirst for the unknown. I remember the tales of the mermaid, the seductress of the sea, a creature of beauty and terror. I remember standing by the rocky shore as a child, listening to the fishermen warn of her enchanting song, a melody that could lure the bravest souls to their doom. "Do not listen," they'd said, eyes wide with warning. But how could one resist a siren's call, especially when the heart felt so lost? The waves roared like a beast in pain, and I felt the pull of the ocean, a gravity that pulled me closer to the edge, to the brink of understanding. "We must confront her," I said, my voice a soft tremor against the cacophony. Morwenna's eyes widened, a mixture of fear and hope swirling in their depths, a tempest of emotions too potent for words. "Confront her," she echoed, voice breaking as if the very idea was a fragile thing, like glass underfoot. "What if she takes you too?" I stepped forward, desperation igniting a fire in my chest. "What if she gives him back?" The question hung heavy in the air, a shard of ice piercing through the warmth of our shared loss. I felt her gaze bore into me, weighing the gravity of my words, a flicker of determination igniting behind her tears. We made our way to the shore, past the old stones that had witnessed centuries of heartache and longing. The night wrapped around us like a shroud, thick and suffocating. I remember the silence, the kind that is deafening, as if the world held its breath, waiting for the inevitable. The moon hung low, casting silver beams upon the water, transforming the waves into a shimmer of diamonds, beauty tainted by the potential for destruction. And then we saw her. The mermaid, rising from the depths, gliding through the water like a whisper, a vision of otherworldly beauty. Her hair flowed like liquid gold, eyes piercing like shards of ice. She sang, a haunting melody that curled around us, pulling at the very core of our beings. I remember the way it felt, like drowning, like flying, like being utterly lost in the vastness of life. "Why did you take him?" Morwenna's voice trembled as she stepped forward, shaking but resolute. "Bring him back." The mermaid's laughter sang like wind chimes, sweet yet terrible. "He chose to come to me," she said, voice dripping with the salt of the sea. "He was lost, as you both are now." I felt the truth of her words slice through the air, each syllable a knife that cut deep. I remembered nights spent dreaming of escape, of losing myself to the allure of freedom, of the ocean's depths. Morwenna's hands trembled at her side, a fragile bridge between hope and despair. "He loved me," she cried, the anguish spilling from her, raw and unfiltered. "He was mine." But the mermaid only smiled, a cryptic, dangerous smile that held the weight of eternity. She gestured toward the waves, the ocean dancing around her like a lover, and for a moment, I felt the pull of the sea too. It whispered to me, promises of solace, of forgetting. "I can give him what you cannot," the mermaid said, her voice like silk and steel. "I can give him freedom." And that was the crux of it, wasn't it? The heart of our torment. We were bound by land, by the weight of our human condition, while she danced through the depths, eternal and free. The moment stretched, time dilating like the tide, as I battled with my own heart, with Morwenna's grief carving deep lines in the fabric of my soul. Choices loomed before us, thick with consequence, each pulse of my heart echoing the question, what would we sacrifice for love? And just then, the tide surged, a monstrous wave crashing against the rocks, a harbinger of change, of loss, of the unknown. Each breath felt heavier, laden with the history of our pain. Would we ever find solace? Would we ever understand the depth of longing that echoed through the water? As Morwenna reached out, a hand extended toward the shimmering figure, I felt the ground beneath me shift, the cosmos swirling in a dance of fate. The sea roared, a voice of wrath and wonder, and in that lingering moment, I realized this was a battle not against the mermaid, but against the very nature of longing itself. And just like that, we stood on the precipice of choice, the tide whispering secrets of the deep as the shadows danced around us, pulling at the edges of the night. Would we yield to the pull of the sea, to the promise of freedom, or would we remain, shackled to the weight of our human hearts? The answer lay in the depths, shrouded in the eternal darkness of the ocean, waiting for us to find our way back to the light. Or perhaps, it was in the depths that we would truly learn how to love, and how to let go. The night hung heavy and still, vibrant shadows cloaked the land like secrets whispered in the dark. I stood on the edge of the cliff, the wind hissing through the trees like a ghostly wail, and my heart raced with a primal fear that thrummed through my veins. Below, the village lay asleep, oblivious to the terror creeping in from the horizon, where the moon hung low, a pearl in a velvet sky. But I knew the truth. Bakunawa stirred, the serpent of legend, and it craved the moon. I remember the tales my grandmother told, her voice trembling with reverence and dread. Bakunawa, she said, is a bewitching creature, a titan of the sea, with scales that shimmer like the stones of the night. It rises from the depths to swallow the moon whole. I never believed her, not truly. Until that night. Until the first crack of thunder shattered the silence and sent ripples of fear racing through my soul. My brother, Arlen, stood beside me, his face pale like the moon itself. Desperation burned in his eyes, a raw, familiar fire. He was the brave one, always diving headfirst into danger, while I felt the weight of the world pressing down on me. "We have to do something," he urged, his voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly would summon the beast. But what could we do? We were mere children playing at heroics, armed with nothing but reckless dreams and fear. The winds howled as if they were warning us of the doom that lay ahead. A distant rumble echoed. Was it thunder, or was it Bakunawa? My heart sank as I remembered the last lunar eclipse, how the sky turned crimson, and the villagers screamed as the serpent emerged, shadows coiling around it like dark tendrils. It was said that Bakunawa feasted on the moon's light, devouring hope with every bite. The thought clawed at my insides, a gnawing fear that threatened to consume me whole. "Arlen," I pleaded, "we can't just stand here. We need to warn the village." But he shook his head, his gaze fixed on the glowing orb above, the moon slowly eclipsing, darkness swallowing its luminescence. I felt a chill run down my spine, a bone-deep knowing that this was no ordinary night. The stars flickered nervously, as if they too were aware of the ancient threat lurking below the surface. "Do you remember the stories?" Arlen murmured, eyes wide and wild. "They say Bakunawa is not just a serpent, it's a protector of the sea, a guardian of balance. But it's cursed. It roams in search of what it has lost. It craves the moon because it wants to restore its light." I looked at my brother, torn between fear and fascination. What could a creature like that possibly have lost? Did it long for a time when it soared in the skies, basking in the glow of the celestial body it now hunted? The air thickened, charged with something electric, as shadows danced around us. The ocean roared, waves crashing against the rocks below like the heartbeat of the earth itself. There was magic in the chaos, an ancient energy that pulled at my very essence. In that moment, I felt the weight of my own insecurities, a crush of inadequacy. I had always been the one to hide, the one to cower behind my brother's bravery. But how long could I stand in his shadow? As the moon dimmed further, I caught a glimpse of a figure, Elise, the girl with laughter like sunlight. She stood at the edge of the village, her hair billowing in the wind like rippling silk, a beacon against the darkening sky. I remembered the way she used to tease me, her voice a melody that danced through my mind. But her laughter had faded, replaced by urgency as she beckoned to us, her face a mask of fear. "Help me," she cried, desperation lacing her words. "The villagers don't believe me. They think I'm mad." I felt a surge of protectiveness for Elise, an impulse that coursed through me like lightning. She had always been fragile, yet strong in her own way. I knew she had seen something, something that made the shadows writhe and twist, something that made her voice tremble with truth. "Elise, what did you see?" I shouted, fighting against the tempest raging around us. "What do you know?" But the winds howled louder, drowning us in a cacophony of fear and chaos. "The serpent," she screamed. "It's coming. It's coming for the moon." I saw it rise from the depths, a mass of scales and teeth, eyes like voids that swallow light. "It hungers, and if it devours the moon, it will plunge us all into darkness." Her words hung in the air, a grotesque charm that promised doom. A crack of lightning illuminated the scene, and for a fleeting instant, I saw it, a silhouette beneath the waves, a monstrous form undulating with the rhythm of the ocean. My heart thundered in my chest as realization struck. This was not just a creature of myth. This was a harbinger of despair, an embodiment of our fears made flesh. I felt my breath catch, a mixture of terror and wonder. Arlen clenched his fists, the fire of bravery igniting within him. "We must face it," he shouted, a warrior born in the face of adversity. But I felt the weight of my own cowardice, a dark spectre lurking in my mind. How could I stand against a monster that could swallow the moon itself? How could I fight when fear paralyzed me? The moon flickered, casting eerie shadows across the cliff, and with every second, Bakunawa drew closer, the echoes of its hunger resonating through the night. I realized then, the battle was not just against the serpent, it was against the darkness within myself, the doubt that whispered I was not enough. Would I let my fears consume me like a feast for the serpent, or would I rise, however flawed and broken, to face the storm? Together, I breathed out, the word tasting like courage on my tongue. "We face it together." My brother's eyes met mine, and in that moment, we were united by a bond stronger than fear, a shared resolve to stand against the shadows. As the night deepened and Bakunawa approached, the air thrummed with anticipation, a palpable tension that hung heavy like a shroud. The moon, our beacon of hope, teetered on the brink, and I felt time stretch and contract, a cosmic dance between light and dark. I could hear my heart racing, the beat echoing in harmony with the crashing waves. And in that moment, as the serpent emerged, we were not just children standing on the edge of existence, we were warriors, souls intertwined in a fight against the cosmic dread that threatened to swallow us whole. The moon may fade, but we would not stand idly by. With the haunting howl of Bakunawa rising above us, we stepped closer to the edge, hearts pounding, lives hanging in the balance, ready to confront the swirling chaos of the night. The dance of shadows began, and we were caught in its grip, pulled into the timeless struggle of light against darkness, a struggle as old as the stars themselves. In the heart of the storm, our fates intertwined, we would find our truth, and perhaps, just perhaps, our light. The night was a canvas of indigo, thick and heavy, pierced only by the silver-dusted winks of distant stars. I remember the sharp taste of salt on my lips, the chill creeping into my bones. The fog rolled in, a living thing, wrapping around our boat, thickening the air until breath became a labor. It was there, cloaked in an unseen dread, that the Kalush emerged, her sails billowing like the wings of a great beast awakening from slumber. Light flickered from her deck, a ghostly glow that beckoned, lured us closer with whispers of lost souls and forgotten promises. And then I saw them, the crew. They moved in rhythm, an unsettling harmony of laughter and sorrow, their voices an echo that twisted my insides. I felt a tug at my heart, a longing wrapped in fear. The ship glided silently, as if the water parted for her alone, a spectral ballet upon the waves. I turned to Jose, his eyes wide, reflecting the flickering light, but also fear, the deep, consuming fear. He had lost his brother to the sea, the same sea that now lapped hungrily at our boat's hull. He was searching for something, or someone, lost in the ether of this night. I remember the way he clenched his fists, knuckles white, as if holding on to the remnants of the past could save him. "Do you hear it?" I whispered, the sound swallowed by the fog. The laughter from the Kalush danced in my ears, a sinister melody that called to the deepest parts of my soul. "Don't listen. It's a trick!" Jose shouted, gripping my arm, pulling me back. His voice cracked, a boy's voice fighting against the weight of a man's grief. I wanted to believe him, to fight the pull, but the lure was intoxicating. What was death without a chance of reunion? As the mist curled around us, I noticed a figure at the prow of the Kalush, a woman, her hair flowing like shadows caught in the wind, her face obscured yet familiar. I squinted, my heart raced. Could it be? The memories flooded back, her laughter brightening the darkest corners of my mind, the warmth of her touch like sun-kissed gold. My sister, lost to the ocean's treachery, her voice a distant echo. "Let's go," I urged, shaky. Jose's grip tightened, his face a mask of anguish. "Please, we can't." But how could I explain, how could I articulate the longing, the desperate hope that clawed at my insides? The Kalush drifted closer, our small boat nearing the edge of oblivion. I could almost see her smile, soft, inviting, yet tinged with something unnameable, something that sent shivers down my spine. Her laughter rang, weaving through the fog, mingling with the sound of the waves crashing against our fragile vessel. Suddenly, the air shifted. It became electric, charged with an unseen force. The laughter turned shrill, a cacophony of voices raised in joy and despair, a reminder of life's fleeting nature. It was intoxicating, maddening. I felt my grasp on reality slip as I teetered on the precipice of the impossible. "Don't go!" Jose screamed, his voice raw. "Don't leave me!" His eyes were wild, a whirlwind of emotion, rage, fear, desperation. He was a candle flickering in the storm, fighting against the inevitable darkness. I wanted to reach for him, to tell him it would be all right, but the pull of the ship was relentless. I remember the moment I stepped forward, drawn into the embrace of the unknown. The crew's faces became clearer, visages of those who had ventured before us, lost souls woven into the fabric of the Kalush. They beckoned, their hands reaching, fingers entwined with the mist, urging me closer. I felt warmth seep into my skin, the familiar scent of my sister's perfume, mingling with brine and longing. A sudden crash tore through the night, my heart leaped as the boat rocked violently. Jose's scream filled the air, a sound so raw it shattered the enchantment around us. The Kalush loomed above, a vast shadow swallowing all light. Was it fear or desire that drove me forward? Was it hope or a fool's desperation? "Carmen!" I cried, the name tumbling from my lips, a prayer lost to the winds. "Carmen!" The laughter morphed into something darker, a cruel mockery of the joy we once shared. The crew's eyes glinted with secrets, and the very air around us thickened, suffocating in its intensity. I could see her now, the outline of my sister, just beyond reach, her smile radiant yet tinged with sorrow. And in that moment, clarity pierced the fog. I remembered, lost moments, the laughter shared, the heartache that came with every tide. I remembered the way she had pulled me close, whispering promises of forever. But forever was a lie, a cruel trick played by time. I had to make a choice. "Let's go!" Jose's voice cut through the haze, and I turned, his eyes pleading, filled with tears that mirrored my own. The pain of loss was a shared agony, tangible and raw. I saw the flicker of hope behind his fear, a glimmer of understanding. As I stood at the edge of that ghostly ship, the boundary between life and death, I realized that the Kalush was more than just a vessel of the lost. It was a reflection of our own souls, intertwined with grief and longing. The ship was the embodiment of our darkest fears and brightest hopes, a place where time blurred, where every heartbeat echoed the memories we carried. I took a step back, my heart pounding, the fog swirling around me. I chose life, chose to cling to the fleeting moments, to the laughter and the tears. I broke the spell, turning away from the siren's call, and in doing so, I felt the weight of the past begin to lift. "Let her go!" I shouted, my voice ringing through the mist, summoning the courage that had been buried beneath the tides of sorrow. And as I turned to Jose, a shared understanding passed between us, a bond forged in pain and survival. Together, we faced the Kalush, the ship fading into the fog, the laughter dissipating like smoke. But the memory would linger, an indelible mark upon our souls, a reminder of what was lost, and what we still had. In that eerie silence, as the ghost ship melted away, we understood that the true journey lay not in the ghosts of our past, but in the embrace of the present, the flickering light of hope battling against the darkness. The night was still, but the weight of the world began to shift, a promise whispered on the wind, echoing through the vastness of the cosmos. The wind howled like a banshee through the barren hills, a wailing that wrapped around me like the icy grip of death. In the twilight gloom, sheep scattered, their bleating piercing the air, a cacophony of panic. I could feel it, the tension, thick as fog, crawling up my spine. I remember thinking, this night feels different. The clouds hung low, pregnant with threat, and the shadows danced on the rocks, twisting, curling like the fingers of the damned. Nessa stood beside me, her eyes wide, reflecting the dying light of the sun as if the very essence of it were being snuffed out. She was a force of nature, fierce and wild, yet something fragile lingered beneath her bravado. I could see it in the way her hands trembled as she clutched her shawl, the fabric worn and frayed, a remnant of warmth against the cold dread that seeped into our bones. "Did you hear that?" she whispered, her voice trembling like a candle flickering in a storm. I nodded, though my heart raced. A sound like hooves striking the earth, echoing through the desolate landscapes, reverberating with a sinister rhythm. It clawed at the edges of my mind, an uninvited memory, The tales, they haunted me, whispered in hushed tones around flickering fires, stories of dark things that roamed the land at night, and none more terrifying than the Nuka-Levi. I drew a breath, sharp like broken glass. We should go back, I murmured, but deep down, I knew that the pull of the unknown was irresistible, like a moth drawn to a flame. Nessa shook her head. No. If it's out there, we can't let it find us. With a jolt, the ground trembled again, and I glimpsed it, a silhouette against the darkening sky. A horse, but not just any horse. This creature was a nightmare woven from shadows and despair, a monstrous demon with skin glistening like ooze, flesh peeling back to reveal the writhing darkness beneath. Its eyes glowed, hollow and deep, as if they contained the very essence of the abyss. I felt Nessa's breath catch in her throat. Run! I screamed, but her feet were rooted to the ground, as if the very earth had conspired to keep her there, paralyzed by fear. I grabbed her hand, pulling her away. The air, thick with a rancid stench, forced us to stumble, fighting against the invisible chains of terror that gripped our hearts. Each pounding hoof echoed in my mind, a drumbeat heralding doom. We darted through the tangled underbrush, branches clawing at our faces, scratching like the ghostly fingers of the lost. I could feel the weight of her heart, racing like a caged bird thrumming against its prison. But as we fled, I remembered the tales. The Nuka-Levi was a relentless hunter, a creature born of anger and vengeance, and none could escape its wrath. Just then, I stumbled into a clearing, a small glade where the moonlight spilled like silver over the ground, casting ghostly shapes that twisted and swayed. I turned to Nessa, her face pale and drawn, and in that moment, I saw the flicker of something deep inside her, a mixture of defiance and despair. "We have to face it," she breathed, her voice steadying. "It's the only way." Asterisk face it, asterisk my heart lurched. The legend said it could infect the soul, turn the purest heart into a twisted shape of darkness. But there was a fire in her eyes, a stubborn flame that ignited something within me. I remembered her laughter, wild and free, the way she danced in the fields under the sun, the spirit that had drawn me to her in the first place. "Together?" I asked, my voice small against the vastness. She nodded, and it felt like a pact, a thread binding us against the impending storm. The hooves grew louder, a thunderous cacophony that shook the air around us. We stood our ground, breath hitching in our throats as the creature emerged, its grotesque form illuminated under the moonlight, a twisted mockery of a steed. The Nuka-Levi reared back, its mouth gaping wide, revealing jagged teeth, a maw that could swallow the world whole. I thought of the stories of the farmers who had lost their crops, their livestock, their lives. I thought of the despair that clung to this land like fog, a cycle of suffering that seeped into the soil. This creature was born of pain, a reflection of our fears and failures made flesh. "We can't let it win," I said, turning to Nessa, our hands still clasped together. "We have to confront it, show it we're not afraid." The Nuka-Levi lurched forward, a terrifying rush of power, and we were frozen for an agonizing heartbeat, a moment stretched into eternity. I could hear my pulse roaring in my ears, feel the warmth of Nessa beside me, the connection grounding me even as the demon approached. Our eyes locked, and in that gaze, 1,000 unspoken words passed between us. Fear, love, resolve. Asterisk whatever happens, we face it together. Asterisk then we moved. With a shared cry, we stepped forward, defiance coursing through our veins like fire. The creature halted, as if taken aback by our bravery, our refusal to crumble in the face of horror. It was a moment suspended in time, a standoff between the relentless void of despair and the fragile light of hope. I could feel the air thicken, each breath heavy and charged with energy, a storm brewing around us. Yet here we stood, two souls entwined, ready to face the darkness. As the Nuka-Levi let out a deafening roar, echoing through the hills, I knew this was only the beginning. The battle was not just with the creature before us, but with the shadows that haunted our hearts, doubts, regrets, fears. But together, we would confront them all, standing firm in the eerie glow of the moonlight, our spirits prepared for the fight. This night would not be the end, it would be a reckoning, an awakening. And as the shadows of the Nakalevi loomed over us, I felt the pulse of the universe align with our own, a rhythm that echoed with every heartbeat, a reminder that even in the darkest depths, we could find the light. The air crackled with anticipation, and the stars shimmered above, unblinking witnesses to our plight. Whatever awaited us, we would face it, together. And in that unity, I felt a flicker of hope, a promise that we would never wake up alone again. The moon hung low over the jagged cliffs of Provence, illuminating the twisted branches of ancient oaks that clawed at the night sky like desperate hands. The air was electric, pregnant with silence, except for the distant echoes of a town on the brink of madness. I could feel my heart thudding in my chest, a primal drumbeat urging me to flee, yet my feet were rooted in place. The villagers whispered of a creature that breathed fire and terror, a beast whose very name turned blood to ice. The Tarrasque. I stood in the shadows, heart racing, drawn to the edge of chaos. My sister, Elodie, clutched my arm, her fingers digging into my skin with the urgency of a drowning woman grasping for air. "It's coming," she whispered. Her voice trembled, a fragile thread of hope fraying in the wind. "I can feel it." I remembered the stories, how the Tarrasque, born from nightmares and shadows, had once laid waste to fields and orchards, devouring livestock and men alike. But it was Elodie's face, pale as the moonlight, that haunted me more than the tales of the dragon. That look of despair, that flicker of fear, could I promise her safety when I felt none myself? As the clock struck midnight, a spine-chilling roar resonated through the night. The earth shuddered beneath us, and I saw in Elodie's eyes the reflection of 1,000 memories caught in a single moment. I remembered our childhood laughter, the days spent chasing sunlight, the evenings when shadows were mere playmates. But now, those laughter-filled days felt like a far-off dream, slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. A fire ignited on the horizon, illuminating the silhouettes of terrified townsfolk. They gathered in the square, their faces a canvas of fear and determination. I could see the blacksmith, his hammer resting uselessly against the anvil. The baker, who once spun tales as sweet as his pastries, now stood pale, clutching a pitchfork like a lifeline. They were readying themselves for a confrontation that would echo through the annals of time, if they survived. And then, there was Marcel, the town's reluctant hero. He stood apart, a brooding figure whose heart was heavy with the weight of expectations and unfulfilled dreams. I had watched him from afar, the way he carried himself, like a man who wrestled with his past and emerged bruised but unbroken. His eyes were locked on the horizon, searching for something, perhaps redemption, perhaps death. I could see the flicker of longing as he recalled the stories of bravery, tales that had once made him laugh but now left him hollow. "Are you ready?" I called out, my voice barely a whisper against the cacophony of fear. He turned, and for a moment, our gazes intertwined, two souls adrift in a sea of uncertainty. He looked at Elodie, then back at me, the weight of his unspoken fears hanging in the air, heavy like the smoke rising from distant fires. "Ready," he echoed, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. What does ready even mean in a world where the monster is real? His words sliced through me like shards of glass. I wanted to reach out, but the truth was I felt as lost as he did, more lost. For in that moment, I was not just a sister or a witness, I was a spectator in a nightmare I could not wake from. The shadows deepened around us, and fear gnawed at my insides like a starving wolf. Then, as if summoned by our darkest thoughts, the Tarrasque emerged. It slithered from the depths of the night, a grotesque blend of lizard and dragon, armored with scales that shimmered like obsidian. Its eyes glowed with a ferocity that froze the air, and its breath, hot and acrid, pierced the silence like an omen of doom. "Run!" I screamed, the word tearing from my throat as instinct took over. Elodie didn't move, her gaze caught in a web of fear, as if the beast had cast a spell over her. I looked at Marcel, his jaw clenched, eyes narrowed in defiance. "We face it," he said, voice low and steady, a stark contrast to the chaos around us. "Together." And in that single word, together, I felt a flicker of hope. It was fragile, like a candle flickering against the storm, but it was enough to push me forward. We were not just victims, we were part of a living story, our lives entwined, each heartbeat an echo of resilience. the Tarask lunged, a blur of scales and fury. I felt the air shift, the anticipation palpable, vibrating like the strings of a harp ready to be played. Time slowed as we faced the beast. I could almost hear the heartbeat of the universe synchronizing with mine, the night holding its breath. Elodie grabbed my hand, a lifeline in the dark. "We can't let it win," she shouted, her voice fierce, defiant. I remembered her laughter, her lightness, and in that moment, I could almost see the girl she once was, bold and beautiful, untouched by fear. Marcel moved closer, pulling a torch from the nearby pile of discarded debris. "It's just a beast," he murmured, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. "It has no soul." He raised the flame, and the fire flickered to life, illuminating the fear etched in the villagers' eyes. As the Tarask roared, a sound that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth, I felt a surge of something raw and primal. I remembered the stories, their promises of victory, the whispers of a saint who had tamed the beast long ago. I could feel the threads of legend woven into our reality, binding us to the past. The confrontation loomed like a storm on the horizon, dark and inevitable. As we stood there, 3 souls against a monster, we were not merely fighting for survival. We were fighting for the stories yet to be told, for laughter that had yet to echo in the valleys, for a future that shimmered like stars in a moonless sky. And in that moment, I understood, the Tarask was not just a beast, it was a reflection of our fears, our burdens, our scars. We would face it as we had faced every challenge before, together, illuminated by the flickering light of hope, hearts pounding in a rhythm that was both terrifying and beautiful. As the night deepened, the battle began, and all I could do was hold on to the promise of dawn, a fragile thread woven through the darkness. So we moved forward, together, into the uncertain night, with the Tarask lurking, waiting, and our hearts beating as one against the cold grip of fear. The moon hung low, a silver eye peering down on the restless waters of the river. I stood at the edge, heart pounding like a war drum, the breath of the night heavy with promises and threats. The air was electric, charged with something ancient, something alive. Shadows danced beneath the surface, flickering like ghosts in a fevered dream, and every instinct screamed for me to turn back. But I had come too far. I had to find her. Zara. The name echoed in my mind, a haunting refrain laced with desperation. She had always been drawn to the water, her laughter mingling with the ripples, her spirit intertwined with the depths. But now? Now, silence reigned. A silence that wrapped around me like a shroud, thick and suffocating. I remembered her smile, the way her eyes sparkled like sunlit waves. Now, that light was gone, extinguished, swallowed by the murky depths. I took a step closer, the wet earth squelching beneath my feet, each squish a reminder of the danger below. The stories whispered among the village spoke of the Jengu, water spirits cloaked in beauty and malice, their songs as sweet as honey, masking the taste of despair. They were guardians and collectors, protecting their watery domains while luring the unsuspecting to their doom. I had always dismissed the tales as folklore, but standing here, in this moment, doubt gnawed at me like a rat in the dark. "Zara!" I called. My voice was swallowed by the night, but I pressed on, desperation clawing at my throat. The water churned, and for a heartbeat, I thought I saw her, her silhouette, a fleeting shadow beneath the surface. My heart raced, a wild mustang galloping through an endless plain of fear and hope. I remembered her laughter, how it used to wrap around me, warm and inviting, but now it twisted into something unrecognizable. And then, I saw him. Malik, my brother, emerging from the tree line, eyes wide with horror. "Get back," he shouted, his voice a frayed string-pulling taut in the tension-heavy air. I turned, and there it was, the glint of scales, an otherworldly shimmer that danced just beneath the surface. The Jengu were watching, their presence a chilling reminder that I had ventured into the realm of the unknown. Malik's breath came fast, panic spilling from his lips. "We have to go. It's not safe here." His hands reached for me, but I jerked away, the weight of his worry suffocating me. I couldn't leave. Not when Zara was still lost in that abyss. "She's down there. I can feel it." My voice cracked, the anguish spilling over like an uncapped well. I knew I sounded irrational, but the pull of the water was magnetic, a siren's call that wove through my bones. "Stop!" Malik's voice, sharp as a knife, cut through the haze. "You don't understand the danger. They won't release her." The very thought sent a shiver down my spine. I remembered the stories, the chilling tales of those who had tried to rescue the lost ones, only to become part of the depths themselves. I could almost hear them now, their whispers curling around me like tendrils of smoke, promising salvation while hiding their true intentions. I was caught in the web of memories, fragments of our childhood flitting through my mind like fireflies. I saw us, splashing in the sunlit water, Zara's laughter rippling through the air, innocent and free. But now, that laughter felt like a distant echo, fading into the darkness that enveloped us. "Please," I begged, turning back to Malik, desperation clawing at my chest. "I have to try. I can't just leave her." He hesitated, anguish etching lines into his young face. I could see it in his eyes, the same love, the same need that drove me to the edge. But there was fear there too, a shadow creeping along the walls of his heart. "What if you don't come back?" he whispered, voice trembling with the weight of the unknown. My heart twisted. I had never meant to drag him into this, but we were tied by blood, by memories that bound us like chains. "I can't let her go. I won't let her fade into the dark." The river bubbled and churned as if responding to our turmoil, the water an agitated creature longing to escape. Malik reached for me again, his hands trembling like leaves in a storm. "We need to be smart. We need a plan." But plans felt hollow in the face of this chaos. The Jengu were ancient, primordial forces wrapped in layers of mystery and allure. They could be saviors or sirens, each choice a gamble with fate. I felt my resolve unraveling, threads of hope slipping through my fingers. Then, a sound, the haunting melody rose from the depths, enchanting and sinister, crashing against the shoreline of my sanity. My breath hitched, every note a call to the marrow of my bones, urging me to step closer, to surrender to the depths. It was Zara's voice, or was it a trick of the Jengu, a cruel mirage designed to pull me under? "Don't listen!" Malik shouted, his voice a lifeline in the tumult. "Fight it!" I closed my eyes, battling against the tide of longing that crashed against my heart. Memories flooded back, Zara's fierce spirit, her laughter ringing through the air like the chimes of a distant bell. But beneath that memory lay a current of something darker, a fear that perhaps she had become something else, something I couldn't save. And there it was again, the flicker of movement beneath the surface, a reminder of the life that once danced within those depths and the monstrous unknown that now lurked. The river shimmered with promises of joy and despair, a duality that threatened to shatter me. "Zara!" I screamed, the name a lifeline, a desperate plea cast into the abyss. A flicker of movement caught my eye, a flash of scales, a swirl of color. Was it her? Or had the Jengu claimed her soul, wrapped her in their haunting embrace, never to let her go? Malik gripped my arm, his voice a whisper tinged with urgency. "We have to leave now." But I couldn't move. I was anchored to this place, the current of longing pulling me deeper. And like a clock ticking away the moments of our lives, I felt the weight of time pressing down, every second a reminder of the urgency that hung in the air like a storm about to break. Darkness encroached, and the river pulsed with its own heartbeat, a lock and key to a world where love and loss intertwined, where the Jengu and their forgotten secrets waited patiently, lurking just beneath the surface. In that moment, I was both terrified and exhilarated. The night held its breath, the waters shimmered like a veil between life and death, and I knew I had to choose. The abyss was calling, not just for Zara, but for me too. Would I answer? Would we both be swallowed by the depths, or would we find a way to escape the haunting embrace of the Jengu? Time folded in on itself, the weight of what was and what could be hanging like a spectre between us. And as I stood there, torn and trembling, the river surged with a promise of love, loss, and the haunting beauty of the water spirits that danced just beyond reach. A howl shatters the night, a roar, spine-tingling sound that echoes through the stillness like a death knell. The moon hangs low, a sliver of silver in a black sky, casting its eerie glow across the surface of the lake. Alone on the shore, I can feel the weight of dread pressing on my chest, a dark reality creeping into the corners of my mind. Do you hear that? I whisper, my voice barely breaking the silence. The other man beside me, Tekwani, nods, his fingers trembling as they grip the hilt of his dagger. His eyes dart to the water, where shadows twist and sway, as if alive, as if beckoning. I remember when the old ones told stories of the Ahutsotl, he murmurs, a shiver tracing his spine. They said it lurks beneath the surface, waiting. Always waiting. I want to laugh, to brush off the weight of his words as mere superstition, but the fear that clings to my throat feels too real. The tales of the water dog, half beast, half nightmare, have haunted my dreams since childhood, seeping into my veins like poison. I remember the old priest, his wrinkled face a mask of terror as he described the creature's eyes, said to glow like embers in the dark. I remember how I laughed then, a foolish child shielded by innocence, unaware of what lurked beneath the waves. And yet, here I stand, heart racing, a grown man trembling at the very thought of it. Did you hear that? I say again, my voice rising in pitch, rising in fear. The water ripples, and a dark shape moves beneath the surface, slinking closer, undulating like a serpent. My breath quickens, a shallow gasp escaping my lips. Tekwani, we should go. Now. But Tekwani doesn't move. He steps closer to the edge, drawn in by an irresistible pull, as if the water itself whispers his name. What if it's true? What if the legends are more than just stories? His eyes glisten with a mix of terror and wonder, and I want to shake him, to pull him back from the brink. It's the weight of destiny, I think, the burden of a past we can't escape. I remember my father's stories, how he spoke of the Ahutsotl with a strange reverence, how his voice trembled when he warned me of its ferocity. It was said to have sharp claws, capable of ripping through flesh, and a taste for human hearts. The creature is a ghost from a time long past, yet here it is, lurking, waiting, hungry. Suddenly, the howl rises again, a mournful wail that pierces the night and sends chills crawling up my spine. It feels like a call to arms, a summons to confront our fears. I can't help but think of the children who are lost to this monster, the families torn apart by the relentless hunger of the Ahutsotl. Do you think it knows we're here? Tekwani's voice trembles, mingling with the night air as he looks at me with wide, haunted eyes. I don't want to find out, I reply, but there's a nagging part of me that feels too drawn to the legend. This creature, this predator of the deep, it has become a part of our stories, woven into the very fabric of our lives. I can't shake the feeling that it mirrors our own darkness, the hidden fears that lurk just beneath the surface of our consciousness. The water begins to churn violently, and I can see it now, great ripples breaking the stillness, shadows shifting like a waking nightmare. I take a step back, adrenaline surging through me, and I can feel the urgency rising in my throat like bile. Come on, Tekwani! I plead, but his mesmerized, eyes locked on the roiling water, entranced by the unknown. This isn't a game. And then, from the depths, it rises. The Ahutsotl breaks the surface, its grotesque form twisting into view, glistening under the pale moonlight. It's not just a beast, it's a manifestation of our worst fears. Its eyes burn like molten gold, fierce and wild, reflecting the very essence of chaos. Rows of jagged teeth glisten, each one sharp enough to carve despair into the hearts of those who dare stand against it. Tekwani stumbles back, his dagger clattering to the ground, forgotten. It's beautiful, he breathes, and in that moment, I see the truth in his eyes, a deep, unsettling longing, as if this creature embodies something he has yearned for all his life. Something I can't comprehend. Beautiful. I choke out, incredulous. Tekwani, it's a monster. But he's lost in its gaze, a moth drawn to the flame, and I feel the dread choking me, tightening like a noose. I want to run, to drag him away from the edge of the abyss, but part of me is rooted in place, fascinated and terrified in equal measure. Is it the legend that ensnares us, or something deeper, a reflection of our own souls, twisted and dark? The water surges, and with it, my mind races to the stories of old, the sacrifices made to appease the Ahutsotl, the blood spilled to quell its insatiable hunger. Would we be next? The thought fills me with horror, and I realize with sudden clarity that this night will never leave us. The creature growls, a low, guttural sound that reverberates through the air, shaking the very ground beneath us. Tekwani stumbles forward, drawn by an unseen force, and in that singular moment, I see our fates intertwine, two souls caught in the web of legend, teetering on the brink of something much larger than ourselves. Tekwani! I scream, but my voice is swallowed by the night. The Ahutsotl lunges, a blur of dark fur and gleaming teeth, and time seems to shift, distorting reality into a haze of chaos. Everything slows, and I can feel my heart pounding in my ears, drowning out the world around me. And then, just as suddenly, it's gone. The creature disappears beneath the water with a speed that leaves nothing but a ripple in its wake, a haunting echo of what we've dared to confront. My breath catches in my throat as I turn to Tekwani. His face is pale, eyes wide with realization. "What did we just witness?" he whispers, the weight of dread settling over us like a shroud. I don't have an answer. I don't think I ever will. The Ahutsotl is not just a monster of flesh and bone, it's the embodiment of fear itself, lurking in the depths of our consciousness, waiting, always waiting. As dawn approaches, I can feel the chill of the night ebbing, but the shadow of the creature lingers in my mind, a perpetual reminder of the darkness we all carry within us. And I know that the story, our story, has only just begun. The moon hung low over the river, its glow casting a silver sheen on the water's surface. The air was heavy, thick with unspoken fears, the kind that wraps around you like a shroud, smothering. I could hear the whispers of the night, the rustle of leaves like secrets passing between shadows. Then, it happened, the unmistakable splash, sudden and sharp, a sound that sent a shiver down my spine. It was the kind of sound that pulled you out of the comfort of your mind and threw you into the heart of terror. Taro stood frozen at the water's edge, his breath shallow, panic clawing at him, a visceral creature of its own. His fingers trembled as he clutched the edge of his fishing rod, the tackle box forgotten at his feet. "Did you hear that?" he whispered, and the way his voice wavered made the hairs on my neck stand on end. I wanted to tell him it was just a fish, just the river, but the truth was, we both knew better. "Maybe it's just a big fish," I said, but the word sounded weak, impotent against the weight of the night. I could see that Taro's eyes were wide, filled with a mix of dread and something else, belief. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the creeping thoughts that invaded my mind like shadows. "Not Kappa. Not now." The Kappa, those grotesque water creatures of Japanese lore, were not mere stories told to scare children. They lived in the depths, their slick skin glistening under the moonlight, waiting, always waiting. My heart raced as I stared into the murky water, the ripples creating dark patterns that danced like specters. I remembered what my grandmother had said about them in those hushed tones. "They'll take what you love most. They'll drag you down into the water and leave nothing but a shell." My heart ached for Taro, for his innocence, for the way he clung to the hope that there was nothing but fish in these waters. He was 10 years younger than me, still a child in so many ways. I had seen too much, felt too deeply. I had watched my own brother disappear like a dream, lost to the river's hungry embrace. I remember the way he laughed, the way the light danced in his eyes before it was all snuffed out. As if in response to my thoughts, the water rippled again, a dark silhouette breaking the surface. Taro gasped, and I felt panic swell within me. My heart thundered, pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs, a war drum calling for confrontation. The creature emerged slowly, its bulbous head rising, eyes glinting with mischief and hunger. The Kappa! I wanted to scream, to run, but rooted in place, I could feel the dread clawing its way up my throat. I knew then that we were caught in the Kappa's game, an ancient ritual played out over centuries. They were not only creatures of the water, they were the tormentors of lost souls, pulling at the threads of despair. Taro was too close, too innocent. I couldn't let it take him. "Taro!" I shouted, my voice raw, desperate. "Get back!" But the words twisted in the air, heavy as stone. I could see the creature's webbed fingers curling, beckoning him closer. The water shimmered, and for a split second, I thought I saw the face of my brother reflected in the Kappa's eyes, a haunting reminder of what the river could steal. Don't look at it. I grabbed Taro's arm, but he was entranced, his gaze locked with the creatures. It's not real. It's just a story. But even I could hear the tremor in my voice, the doubt threading through like poison. The kappa let out a sound, a guttural croak that echoed across the water, sending ripples of dread through my bones. For a moment, the world froze, time suspended in that eerie silence, the night holding its breath. I felt the weight of centuries of sorrow press down on me. I remembered stories from the village, warnings carved into the hearts of the elders. They will take your heart, they said, if you let them. But how does one fight a creature that thrives on despair? How does one wrestle with the shadows that haunt your dreams? I grabbed Taro, pulling him back, my grip tightening as fear coursed through my veins. We need to go, I said fiercely, dragging him away from the edge. But he resisted, eyes still glazed, caught in the pull of the kappa's allure. I can see it, he murmured, almost reverently. It's beautiful. No. My voice cracked like thunder, desperation laced with raw emotion. It's a monster. In that moment of vulnerability, I felt the weight of my own grief, buried deep but ready to resurface. I had failed once before to protect the one I loved. I couldn't let history repeat itself. I remembered my brother's smile, the warmth of his laughter, and in stark contrast, the emptiness that followed, like a chasm that consumed everything I held dear. The kappa shifted, its form undulating, twisting in the water like smoke. I could almost see the lost souls it had claimed, trapped in the depths, their faces echoing my brother's. A chilling realization gripped my heart. It wasn't just Taro it wanted my pain, my fear, everything that made me vulnerable. It fed on sadness. And there it was, the choice I had to make, the raw, visceral truth laid bare before me. I had to fight. I had to save Taro not just from the kappa but from the darkness that lurked within us all, the darkness that craved to be fed. Let go, Taro! I shouted, desperation threading through my voice. Fight it! With a sudden burst of clarity, I watched as his eyes flickered, realization breaking through the haze. He blinked, confusion washing over his face. What's happening? The kappa hissed, furious, its webbed fingers clawing at the air, the water roiling in anger. I could feel it, the tension thickening, a storm brewing within the depths. The air was electric, every heartbeat synchronized with the rising fear. Run! I screamed. And just like that, Taro broke free, stumbling backward, shock etched across his features. We turned, racing away from the riverbank, the kappa's shrieks of rage echoing behind us, a haunting melody of despair. The night swallowed our fear, but I could feel it creeping back, coiling around my heart, a reminder that the kappa lurked not just in water, but in shadows, in memories, and in the spaces between breaths. As we ran, I glanced back, catching sight of the creature's silhouette dissolving into the darkness, a warning etched into the very fabric of the night. I felt Taro's presence beside me, his breath ragged but alive, and for the first time in years, I held onto hope, a flicker in the vastness of the cosmos, shimmering against the encroaching shadows. But I knew, deep down, that this battle was far from over. The kappa would always be there, waiting, lurking in the depths of the unseen, a reminder of what could be lost. And with each step, I felt the weight of that truth, a pulse thrumming in my veins, a promise that the fight was just beginning. The storm screamed through the night, a banshee howl that clawed at the very fabric of the sky. Waves crashed like thunder against rocks, each one a monstrous fist striking at the shore. And there, on the edge of calamity, stood Myra, heart hammering in her chest, drenched to the bone, her breath frosting in the frigid air. She was a mere silhouette against the chaos, lips trembling, eyes wide as the sea roared its fury. This was no ordinary tempest, it was birthed from something deeper, something ancient. Kali, the goddess of the sea, was restless tonight. Myra! The voice, raw and desperate, cut through the cacophony. It was Arjun, her brother, battling against the wind, stumbling over the jagged rocks as if the very earth was conspiring against him. His face was pale, eyes wild. We have to go. Now! But Myra couldn't move. Something tethered her to this place, something darker than the storm. Memories flickered, shadowy figures of their mother, always whispering tales of the sea. She is the mother, the destroyer, the protector, she would say, eye sparkling with reverence and fear. Kali is not to be trifled with. And yet, here they were, facing that very wrath, stranded at the water's edge as if drawn by an invisible thread. I remember, Myra's voice trembled, barely above a whisper. I remember the legends. Legends won't save us. Arjun yelled, his frustration sharp against the howling winds. He reached for her, fingers brushing against her arm, trying to anchor her back to reality. We need to get to safety. But safety felt like a distant dream. The sky cracked, lightning illuminating the jagged edges of the storm. It was a moment suspended in time, Myra, her heart a drum echoing in her ears, caught between the past and the present. She remembered her mother's stories, the way the sea would rise, how it would swallow ships whole, leaving nothing but silence in its wake. Kali doesn't just take lives, she takes souls, she murmured, as if the words were a spell. Stop! Arjun's voice cut through her reverie. This isn't a story. This is real. He grasped her shoulders, shaking her lightly. We can't let her tempt us. We have to go. But within the chaos lay a thread of clarity, a whisper that felt like both a warning and an invitation. Myra looked into the roiling waves, the frothy white tips glistening like sharpened teeth. What if she needs us? The question hung in the air, heavy with the weight of something unspoken. The sea, with all its ferocity, seemed to breathe, to pulse with a life of its own, summoning them closer. Myra! Arjun's voice quavered, breaking. Are you even listening to me? She'll drown us. But it was too late. The wind shifted, time warped, and in that instant, Myra wasn't just a girl standing in a storm, she was a vessel. The sea churned beneath her feet, a mother calling her child. What did she know of fear compared to the hunger of the ocean? The darkness beneath the water beckoned, promising secrets and solace. She took a step forward, drawn by something she didn't fully understand. Don't! The word exploded from Arjun's lips, laced with panic. He lunged, but the storm surged, a wall of water rising between them like a monstrous guardian. The world blurred, and Myra felt the weight of 1,000 souls pressing against her, voices entwined in a haunting melody that echoed through her veins. Join us, they sang, join us. In that moment, she was alive like never before, caught between the realms of the living and the lost. The sea was a vast, uncharted territory, but it was also home. She closed her eyes, embracing the chaos, the beauty, the terror. I remember, she breathed again, feeling time slip through her fingers like sand. I remember, but the storm's fury did not relent. Lightning split the sky, and just as suddenly, the connection severed. Myra opened her eyes, heart racing, the reality crashing back over her like a wave. Arjun's silhouette emerged through the writhing tempest, fear etched into his features. You can't let her take you. His voice broke, cracking like the night sky. I'm not afraid, she shouted, defiance rising within her. Then you're a fool. His words hit her like a slap, and for a fleeting moment, doubt slithered into her heart. Was it foolish to dance with the dark? But the ocean roared back, an unyielding force, drowning out all fear. She was tethered to this moment, to Kali's ancient call. The winds howled, twisting around them, and suddenly, a figure emerged from the depths, dark and powerful, silhouetted against the chaos. Kali. Her presence was palpable, a vortex of energy that pulled at the very essence of their beings. She stood, magnificent and terrifying, a goddess born of the storm, the sea, and the night. Myra's heart surged. This was not doom, this was the embodiment of life itself, raw and untamed. We honor you, she whispered, not entirely sure if she spoke to the goddess or to the storm itself. But Arjun's grip tightened on her arm, a lifeline tethered to fear. Myra, please! His voice cracked with desperation. We need to leave. But she felt herself drawn deeper, the tide of her emotion swirling around her, the weight of the sea pressing against her heart. Kali's gaze pierced through the chaos, and suddenly, Myra was struck with a realization that felt like the dawn breaking through the darkest night. What if she is my truth, she thought, a terrifying honesty rising within her. Let her go, the sea seemed to whisper, a gentle promise, even amidst the tumult. Let her embrace the storm. And just like that, with a heartbeat that echoed through eternity, the tempest roared louder, pulling her in. Was this the end or a new beginning? She couldn't tell, and the uncertainty was intoxicating, filling her lungs with the salty breath of the ocean. I remember, she murmured again, feeling the world shift around her. The storm raged on, the sea surged with fury, and Myra stood at the brink, caught between the familiar warmth of her brother's fear and the dark, beckoning embrace of Kali. Time stilled, hearts raced, and the confrontation loomed heavy above them, an indelible moment suspended in raw emotion, chaos, and the promise of something irrevocably transformative. The storm was far from over, it had merely begun. The bell tolled once, deep and resonant, echoing through the chilling silence of the harbor, a haunting peal that sent shivers down my spine. I stood at the edge of the dock, salt air stinging my face, the wooden planks beneath me creaking like the bones of the damned. Darkness pooled around me, thick as ink, and the moon, a mere sliver in the sky, offered little comfort. The water lapped hungrily at the posts, whispering secrets, coaxing memories from the depths. I could feel it, the shift in the air, the thrum of something ancient stirring just below the surface, and a name slipped into my mind like a ghost, the Sea Bishop. I saw her then, a figure emerging from the abyss, a woman clad in tattered remnants of a once majestic gown, shimmering as if woven from the waves themselves. Her hair flowed like liquid silver, trailing behind her, dragging the echoes of forgotten songs. Ilara! My heart raced, I remembered the tales she'd spun, the way her eyes gleamed with a mix of sorrow and madness. She was one of us, yet lost to the depths, her soul entwined with the legend of a bishop who had drowned in a storm centuries ago. Help me, she whispered, her voice an ethereal melody that danced through the night. Help me find him. I faltered. I was a historian, not a hero, yet Ilara's eyes held me captive. They bore the weight of longing, a desperate yearning that mirrored my own unfulfilled dreams. Why had I come here? I recalled the letter, the urgency in her words, the summons that dragged me from the comfort of dusty archives into this abyssal nightmare. Not him, I stammered, feeling the weight of my own cowardice. Not the bishop. We do not speak of us, she interrupted, her voice rising like the tide. You have no idea what you ask. But I did. I could almost hear the whispers of the drowned, their stories entwined with the salt and the sea. My brother had been one of them. Jameson. I had come searching for answers, for a way to put his restless spirit to rest. The Sea Bishop was more than a legend, he was a reflection of our grief, the embodiment of our failures. Where is he? I demanded, anger mixing with despair. Where is Jameson? Ilara's expression shifted, shadows flickering across her face. He is forever lost, caught between worlds. Yet the Sea Bishop knows the way. He can lead you. A chill ran through me, a blurring of hope and dread. The Sea Bishop, they said, was a guardian of secrets, a spectre cloaked in sorrow. And what will you give in return? I asked, heart pounding at the thought of bargaining with a ghost. Not what I want, she said, voice low, almost a hiss. What you need. I swallowed hard. I need to know he's safe. The air turned thick, an unholy tension spinning between us. I heard the water's mournful cry, felt the pull of the ocean, the relentless tide drawing me closer, deeper into a truth I wasn't sure I wanted to face. Will you fall into the depths for him? Ilara asked, her eyes burning with an intensity that seemed to pierce through me. Will you drown for the truth? And I remembered. The night Jameson had vanished, the dark waves crashing against the shore, the frantic search that turned into a funeral for a body never found. The memories wrapped around me like chains, each one a reminder of my failure to save him. I can't, I choked out, my voice breaking. I can't do that again. But Ilara stepped forward, her presence a storm of emotions, the air alive with a tension so palpable, it felt as if the world held its breath. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to face it, she said, her voice a haunting lullaby. It is the undying flame that guides the lost home. Her words enveloped me, and I felt the weight of the past crashing into the present. In that moment, I was no longer just a historian, I was a sister, a seeker, standing at the precipice of despair and hope, ready to plunge into the unfathomable depths. The water shimmered ominously, as if it had heard our words, as if it beckoned me forward with promises of revelation. The moon hung low, its silvery gaze piercing the darkness, lighting a path into the unknown. I could almost hear the echoes of Jameson's laughter, feel his presence just beyond the reach of my fingers. "Let's go," I whispered, my voice trembling but resolute. Ilara nodded, a glimmer of something, hope, flickering in her eyes. As we stepped to the edge, the water roared, a cacophony of sound that drowned out reason. I felt the cold embrace of the sea as I plunged into the depths, the darkness wrapping around me like a shroud, pulling me deeper into the heart of the unknown. Memories swirled in the murky water, ghostly visions of the past, my brother, the laughter, the innocence lost. I gasped, bubbles escaping my lips, and a surge of desperation propelled me forward. It was here, at the bottom of the ocean, that I hoped to find him, to grasp the truth buried beneath the tides. Ilara's silhouette flickered beside me, a beacon of light in the abyss. "Remember," she whispered, voice echoing in the waters, "the sea bishop awaits. He holds more than just answers, he holds the key to your hearts." And then, in that moment of utter darkness, I felt it, a pulse, a rhythm, like a heart beating beneath the waves. The legend was alive, and the sea bishop was waiting. The ship groaned, wood creaking like the bones of a long-dead sailor. Rain lashed against the sails, each drop a tiny dagger piercing the night. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the faces of the crew, ghostly, wide-eyed men clinging to the rigging as if the ship itself were a living beast, thrashing in anguished desperation. I stood at the helm, my heart pounding with the rhythm of thunder. I remembered the stories, the hushed whispers in the taverns that made my blood run cold. Davy Jones, the name hung heavy in the air, a spectre that clawed at the edges of my sanity. "Look!" Ben shouted, his voice barely cutting through the storm. He was my first mate, a man of courage and heart, though those qualities felt thin against the weight of fear. His eyes darted to the horizon, where shadows danced, a flicker of something unnatural, something hungry. The men followed his gaze, their breaths catching in their throats. "It's him, isn't it? Davy Jones, the keeper of the damned, the ruler of the depths." His name was an echo of dread, a promise of doom that seeped into the marrow of every sailor's bone. I swallowed hard, my throat tight as if the sea itself were constricting me. I remembered the tales, the sailors dragged to the abyss, their souls bound to eternal servitude. I had heard it all, and yet here I stood, a sailor myself, facing the tempest as if it were my old friend, only now wearing a mask of betrayal. The night thickened, shadows bending around us like thieves in the dark. The crew, once vibrant, now moved like wraiths, faces pale and drawn, eyes wide with terror. It was more than the storm, it was the weight of what might come. I could see it in their trembling hands, their whispered prayers, and their desperate glances toward the deep. Ben gripped my shoulder, his fingers digging in, grounding me to this world, this moment. "We can't let him take us," he breathed, his voice laced with fear, yet firm. "You have to fight, Captain. Fight." The word hung in the air, glistening like the blade I held, slick and cold. But how do you fight a legend, a force of nature that loomed larger than life? The tales of Davy Jones were riddled with despair, and I remembered my father telling me, eyes clouded with memories. "The sea always collects its debts, son. You can outrun storms, but not the man who holds your soul." I wouldn't let that happen. I wouldn't allow the darkness to swallow us whole. "Hold fast!" I shouted into the tempest, voice rising above the roar of the wind. "We're not finished yet." But my own heart quaked at my words. The storm was a monstrous beast, and we were mere moths drawn to a flame, caught in its grasp. The waves crashed against the side of the ship, each swell a reminder of our insignificance against the vastness of the ocean. I could see the horizon twisting, the water seething like it was alive, and in the depths, I felt a pulse, a heartbeat that echoed the dread of the lurking spectre. "He's coming for us," whispered Thomas, the youngest sailor, his voice quavering like a fragile leaf in the wind. The fear in his eyes pierced through me, a reminder of the innocence I wished to protect. I remember, I murmured, my voice trailing into the storm. I remembered the dreams filled with shadows, the nights when sleep eluded me, and the whispers of those who had come before me, their eyes hollow, their laughter etched with madness. I remembered the fear that had gripped my heart as a boy, and now it wrapped around me like a shroud, suffocating and relentless. The sky split again, and there, in that blinding moment, I saw him. A figure rising from the depths, cloaked in darkness, eyes like molten gold. Davy Jones, his visage twisted and grotesque, a cruel smile curling on his lips as he raised his hand. The sea roared in approval, a chorus of agony echoing the terror that coursed through my veins. I could feel the pull, the insidious whisper of surrender beckoning me to the abyss. "Captain!" Ben's voice pierced the haze, urgent and fierce. "We must brace ourselves. It's not too late." His words ignited a flicker of defiance in my chest, a spark amidst the encroaching darkness. But I was losing myself, the weight of dread anchoring me to the spot, rooted in fear. And then I saw her, a figure darting from below deck, the ghost of my dreams. Clara, my wife, her eyes wide with determination, a haunting beauty even amidst the chaos. "You can't let him take you," she cried, voice cutting through the storm like a lifeline. "Remember why you fight. Remember me." The sight of her ignited something fierce within me, a fire fueled by love and desperation. "Clara!" I yelled, though the tempest swallowed my voice. I remembered our nights beneath the stars, the laughter that danced upon our lips, the warmth of her embrace. I remembered the vows we exchanged, promises made beneath the watchful gaze of the moon. I refused to let the darkness claim me, and not when her light burned so brightly. The ship jerked violently, tossing us like rag dolls. I could feel the anxiety of the crew, their fears coiling around us like serpents. They looked to me, their captain, their anchor in this storm of terror. "Hold on!" I bellowed again, clenching my fists around the wheel. "We fight together!" Each heartbeat was a drum, a rallying cry against the darkness that threatened to engulf us. I could feel my pulse racing, a surge of defiance igniting within me. The storm raged, but I wouldn't bow. I wouldn't bend. I remembered my father's tales, the myths that haunted our dreams, but I also remembered my own strength, the love that forged my resolve. And as Davy Jones's laughter echoed through the storm, I stood tall, heart pounding a rhythm of defiance against the encroaching shadows, ready to confront the darkness. The storm howled, the waves crashed, and the clash of wills began. We were not alone in this fight. We were a tapestry of souls, woven together by dreams, fears, and unbreakable bonds. And as the darkness closed in, I felt that flicker of hope, a guiding star in the tempest, reminding me that even in the face of legends, the human spirit burned bright. And so, we braced ourselves against the onslaught, ready to face whatever horrors the depths held, ready to confront Davy Jones, the harbinger of our fate, armed with the love and courage that refused to die. The moon hung low over the jagged cliffs, casting a ghostly light that shimmered across the restless water. A sharp intake of breath sliced through the silence, a reminder of the reality that lay beneath the surface. It was cold, the kind of cold that seeps into bones and makes hearts race. I stood there, heart hammering in my chest, feeling the eerie pull of the sea. The night air was heavy with the smell of salt and something else, something ancient, something dark. A mere whisper of movement beneath the waves sent a shiver down my spine. I swear, it was right there. My voice trembled, both in fear and disbelief, as I turned to face Tom. His eyes were wide, reflecting the terror that gripped him. Tom, a skeptic by nature, was now a believer, washed ashore by the tide of dread that lapped at our ankles. "It can't be real," he replied, his voice a shaky veneer over the raw edge of panic. "Legends, myths, those are just stories." But the tremor in his words betrayed him, and I could see his mind racing with thoughts he couldn't quite articulate. He had always been the practical one, the anchor in my storm, yet here we were, adrift in a sea of uncertainty. Dark waves lapped hungrily at the rocks below, as if the ocean itself was reminding us of the stories we had dismissed. Legends of the Enfield, a beast said to lurk in the depths, a creature that blended the ferocity of a wolf with the grace of an eel. It was a hybrid born of nightmares, its eyes like lanterns in the dark, glowing with an intelligence that sent shivers through the bravest of souls. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, the chill biting into my skin, but it was nothing compared to the chill I felt creeping up my spine. Memories of my sister flooded my mind, the way she used to laugh at my obsession with these tales, her laughter echoing like a distant melody. I could almost hear her voice, teasing me, saying, "You really think a silly beast could exist? You're such a romantic." But the laughter had stopped the night she vanished, swallowed by the very sea that now threatened to consume us. "Look!" I pointed, instinct taking over as I caught sight of ripples forming in the water, unnatural and deliberate, weaving patterns that felt almost alive. It was a dance, a beckoning, and I felt the call of something deep within. "There!" Tom's face blanched, and for a heartbeat, I saw the flicker of disbelief die in his eyes, replaced by something primal. "We shouldn't be here." The words echoed in the night, a warning that hung heavy between us, but curiosity tugged at my heart, a relentless whisper that urged me to step closer to the edge. The wind howled around us, a symphony of loss and longing, and the shadows twisted, shifting like memories on the verge of forgetting. I could feel the weight of history pressing down on us, 1,000 stories buried just beneath the surface of the night. The Enfield was more than just a myth, it was a ghost haunting the edges of our lives, a reminder of the things we lost and the ties that bound us to the sea. I remembered the night spent telling ghost stories by the fire, how we laughed and shivered, wrapped in blankets, blissfully unaware of the darkness that lurked just beyond the glow. Those nights felt like centuries ago, and now, standing there, I felt the threads of my past intertwining with the present, a tapestry woven with fear, loss, and unfulfilled dreams. With a sudden roar, the water erupted, spraying droplets that sparkled like diamonds beneath the moonlight. There it was, the Enfield, its sleek form breaking the surface for a fleeting moment, eyes glimmering with a haunting luminescence. My breath caught in my throat as its presence enveloped us, a living embodiment of the shadows that danced in my mind. "It's beautiful!" I gasped, torn between fear and awe. Tom's face twisted in horror, and I could feel his reluctance, the instinct to flee bubbling to the surface. But I was rooted, captivated by the creature that seemed to embody the essence of the ocean itself, a being of both beauty and terror. "Get back!" His voice was raw, edged with panic as he pulled at my sleeve, trying to drag me away from the abyss. But I couldn't move, my heart was now tethered to the beast. I remembered my sister's laughter, how she had once said, "The ocean is alive," and how she loved the stories that danced on the edge of reason. The Enfield let out a sound that vibrated through the air, a mournful cry that resonated deep within my chest, sending shockwaves of emotion cascading through me. It echoed through the canyon of my memories, a siren song that called to the part of me that yearned for connection, for understanding. "I remember," I whispered, my voice trembling as I stepped closer to the water. "I remember her." The waves crashed louder, drowning out the sound of my heart, but the connection felt unbreakable, a tether to the past that I could not sever. "Stop! You don't know what it is!" Tom shouted, but his words faded into the mist, lost in the swirling depths of the unknown. The world around me blurred, the shadows lengthening, the reality shifting like the tides, until all that existed was the creature and the memories it stirred within me. And then, as quickly as it had appeared, the Enfield submerged, leaving behind a whisper of longing in the air. I stood there, breathless, the weight of my sister's absence pressing down like an anchor. The ocean, once a place of wonder, now felt like a void, a chasm of what could have been. "I don't care what it is." "We can't just leave it," I said, my voice barely a whisper. The beast was more than a myth, it was a reflection of our fears, our losses, a bridge to the past that could not be ignored. Tom watched me, his expression a mixture of fear and realization, the lines between reality and myth blurring in the moonlight. "Then we fight it," he said, determination flickering in his eyes. "Whatever it is, we face it together." Together! The word hung in the air, a fragile lifeline between us, and as the night deepened, the shadows morphed and twisted, teasing the edges of our understanding. We were not just facing a creature of the sea, we were confronting our own demons, the things that lurked beneath the surface of our hearts. The Enfield was not merely a beast, it was a mirror reflecting the broken pieces of our souls. And as we stood at the edge of the abyss, the whispers of the ocean calling us back, the tension tightened around us, a silent promise echoing through the night, a promise that this was only the beginning. The moon carved shadows on the water, and the world held its breath, teetering on the brink of something monumental, something that would change everything. The lighthouse beam swept across the churning black water, illuminating a gaping maw that seemed to yawn from the depths below. The air was thick with tension, the salty spray mingling with the palpable fear that hung like a shroud over the small coastal town. I could feel it in my bones, the sense of dread that had settled like a stone in my stomach. I was not alone. Beside me stood Clara, her eyes wide, reflecting the eerie glow of the lighthouse. Just moments ago, we were laughing over shared secrets, but now, terror twisted her features, the laughter swallowed by the night. I remember, she whispered, the words escaping her lips like a prayer, or a curse. I remember the stories my grandfather told me about the Kraken. The way he spoke, it felt so real, like I could hear its tentacles slapping against the hull of a ship. Her voice trembled, and I felt a chill crawl up my spine, a reminder that folklore was never just fiction, it was a pulse of history, alive and lurking just beneath the surface. Across the pier, Marcus stood frozen, a silhouette against the backdrop of swirling clouds. His hands clenched into fists, knuckles white in the dim light. He had always been the skeptic, the rational thinker in a world riddled with the supernatural. But tonight, the weight of his disbelief wavered, as if the shadows were whispering truths he had long denied. "It can't be real," he muttered, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. "It's just a myth, just a story to scare children." But we were not children anymore. We were standing on the precipice of an ancient fear, and somehow, the ghostly tales woven through our childhood had come alive. The ocean roared, as if in agreement, a guttural sound that echoed the fears we could no longer suppress. I shivered, feeling the cold seep into my bones, an echo of my past, a past where my father, a fisherman, had vanished into the depths one stormy night, swallowed whole by the sea. They found his boat days later, but he was gone. Just gone. I turned to Clara, whose gaze was locked on the horizon, her thoughts a million miles away. "Do you think he saw it?" The question hung in the air, heavy and throbbing. "Do you think he saw the monster before it took him?" "Oh," she breathed, a soft tremor of empathy lacing her words. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to, it's okay," I interrupted, but inside, that ache was raw and relentless. The loss birthed a maelstrom of grief mingled with fear. What if I was destined to join him? What if the legends were true? The lighthouse beam flickered, then steadied, cutting through the fog like a knife. I watched as it illuminated a rippling shape, something massive, something that defied understanding. My heart raced, the primal instinct to run colliding with an overwhelming fascination. What if the Kraken was real? What if it emerged from the depths, dragging us into the abyss? Marcus stepped forward, his bravado cracking like ice beneath a heavy weight. "We need to get out of here." I could barely breathe, the weight of the moment held us in thrall. Clara reached for my hand, her grip tight, grounding me against the rising tide of panic. "I don't want to go," I found myself saying, my voice barely above a whisper. "I need to see it." "See what?" Marcus snapped, his eyes wild. "A death wish? You want to end up just like—" "No," I interrupted, my fear morphing into something fierce. "I want to understand. These stories, they haunt us. They shape our lives. We can't just run away." I could feel the energy crackling between us, like static before a storm. Clara's breath hitched, and I turned to her, pleading with my eyes. "What do you think? Are we meant to be afraid? Or are we meant to confront these monsters?" As I spoke, the water roiled violently, and a shadow passed beneath the surface, a dark, undulating shape that sent ripples of fear racing through my veins. It was as if the ocean itself was laughing at our defiance. I remember the tales," Clara said, her voice now a fierce whisper. "The sailors who spoke of the great beast that could crush ships, the ones who returned to shore, eyes wide with terror. They didn't just tell stories, they warned us. They warned us for a reason. Nothing but darkness loomed within the depths, yet I felt the pull, a magnetic force drawing me closer. The fear was intoxicating, a heady mix of dread and exhilaration. There's a legacy here, I breathed, more to myself than to them. A legacy we can't escape. The sea has always called to us, just like it called to my father. Maybe it's time to listen. The crashing waves seemed to roar in agreement, a cacophony of memories and fears unfurling in the corners of my mind. Faces of sailors, ghostly and pale, flickered in and out of view, their eyes pleading for release. But the Kraken was not just a monster, it was a reflection of our deepest fears, the fears we buried beneath the surface of our everyday lives. I blinked back tears, as the weight of generations pressed upon my shoulders, and I stood tall against it. Together, I said, my voice finally steady. Whatever it is, we face it together. Clara nodded, the fire igniting in her eyes, a spark of resolve ignited by shared torment. Marcus hesitated, the tide of disbelief washing over him, but the bond of our shared fears pulled him in two. And then, in that fleeting moment, we stood united on the edge of the abyss, a trio bound by fate, haunted by the shadows of the past. The sea whispered our names, beckoning us deeper into its embrace, as the legacy of sea monsters surged around us, filling the air with the promise of danger, and the hope of discovery. In that instant, the line blurred between myth and reality. The ocean swirled, and I caught a glimpse of something monstrous, something magnificent. The stories had come alive, and we were just beginning to understand the depths of our own courage, the strength found in shared fear. And as the water churned below, a dark promise loomed, a legacy waiting to be confronted, a haunting echo of our desires and terrors intertwined. The night held its breath, and we stood on the brink, ready to face whatever it was that waited just beneath the surface.